pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. But what a beautiful dream, oh, and he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. One of the badges say when the lies are sold in spades, is they didn't need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike right fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To dance as hard as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no band says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To dance as hard as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To dance as hard as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. Hey,
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say, Daddy, or oh, Mommy, in her unique loud. As Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. EWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage she sets sail. Riverboat Jack never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail away.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to create the internet. Hello, Robert Adset. Hello, Mandacorian. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Hello, VCC TV. Hello, Catalina Gearbox. Hello, John Bogardus. Hello, Omega Star. Hello, Salmon Moose. Hello, Jazz Dog. I'm not even going to pretend to know what that word means. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Alej. Oh, that was even harder to say while sneezing. Alejzon. Hello, Roni NB Hijra. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Means you look good. Thanks. I've been dealing with a lot of people online today calling me Buffalo Bill from the Silence of the Lambs film, so, I appreciate it. And, let's see. Get some, I don't really have a ton of content prep for today, but I thought we'd look at the, God, stop. Also, I guess I should preface stream by saying I'm in a particularly bad mood today. I probably shouldn't be streaming, because I'm very liable to take things that people say in the most autistically wrong way possible. So apologies in advance for that.
Chat I'm a microwave dogs for the dog dogs.
Why did it speed up the M's? It sped up the M's at the end there. Salmon Moose, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it. Yeah, that is a lot of M's. Fuck the Silence of the Lambs for what it said and the implications. The thing is, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with, as a standalone film, there being, a crazy, trans killer, It's just that it's become a trope because it's used so often. It's the overuse that's really kind of the issue, It got tired, I guess so. Yeah, the thing is, Silence of the Lambs is transphobic because because of the additional context of the trope, Nah, you good, Evil Nala, you good. Yeah, plus he wasn't really trans anyway. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of layers to Silence of the Lambs. It's just that it gets used as a transphobic insult against trans people. That's ugh. Doesn't it textually say BB isn't trans? Yeah, but that's not how most people that's not how the lay audience kind of understood it, Turns out he was actually a serial killer. I know, right? Crazy. Having media literacy again? Curse my boots. I know, right? Again, you can never don't overestimate the media literacy of the American public, okay? People like the Quartering have thriving careers. Now, let's go over this. There was a new debate between potential prime ministers over in England, and we might as well keep an eye on this, because apparently the British people have had enough of these clowns. Or something. I haven't watched it yet. Nice try, you're not going to get me on that music, DMCA. You'll get me on this music, DMCA. Sounds like debate music. We'll be okay. Hey, Paladin Lost, how you doing?
Good evening from Grimsby in northeast Lincolnshire. This is Sunak versus Starmer live, the battle for number 10. Welcome to Grimsby Town Hall, where we're joined tonight by the two men vying for the keys to Downing Street, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer.
We're also joined by a live
That pink
audience,
blazer was a
many
bold
of them
choice.
from
I
here
appreciate
in
it.
Grimsby. Sky News has been reporting from the town throughout this election year, finding out what matters
Very knifey, Duck. Thank you for the $5 dono.
No man ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the average American.
most to people here. It's exactly the kind of seat both our candidates this evening need to win. So, here's how it's
Exactly,
going to work.
Paladin,
Over the
exactly.
next 90 minutes, the Conservative and Labour leaders will each be
Yeah,
put in their places by our
J.K.
political
Rowling
exec
wrote a
FPP
crime novel
before
about a
facing the questions
trans
you
woman.
want
Yeah.
answered.
Wait, is Grimsby a shithole? I have no knowledge of what Grimsby is.
Schools, housing, the list is endless.
To me, Grimsby just sounds like a place that, I don't know, exists only in fairy tales. Like, it doesn't actually, like, materialize on the mortal plane, but once every 40 years. You know?
Childcare, education, NHS.
We want some change from what is there today.
More provisions for the children with special educational needs.
Pay attention to the voice of the people.
They just need to get their stuff together a little bit.
We just can't support
Yeah, get your
all
stuff
this
together,
immigration.
British
The cost of living
government.
just getting worse and worse and escalating.
They said they were going to stop the boat. They haven't stopped one boat.
I feel so much for the
They
young.
haven't done
What are
enough
they gonna do?
racism.
We can't afford to live, we can't afford to eat, and we can't afford to go into higher education.
More job opportunities in the local area. People I just need a bit more listening to.
Get your act together and sort the country out.
We've drawn lots to decide who should go first.
British
this
people
evening, and it is
are parodies
the
of
Labour leader,
themselves.
Keir Starmer.
Like-
This is the battle for number 10.
I don't know, I've watched so much, like, small time British comedy / crime shows, and, like,
Keir Starmer,
that was
thank you
every
so much for
character you
coming to
see on each
Grimsby
one.
Thank you for
tonight and
having me
being-
on, and thank you to the audience for being here.
Well, let's kick off. You told the country Jeremy Corbyn would make a great Prime Minister. You then expelled him from Labour. You campaigned for a second EU referendum. Now you don't talk about the EU. And you dumped all the left-wing policies pretty much you once loved. Your short political career is a catalogue, actually, of broken promises and changed positions. So how can the people in this room trust anything you say?
When we lost the 2019 election, we lost very badly as a political party, including here in Grimsby, where
Yeah, it
people
probably
felt
didn't
that
help.
they couldn't vote for the Labour Party. And
That you got
I
rid of
concluded that
the
I
most
should
popular
listen
PM
to
you've
the
had in a while.
electorate. And when you lose that badly, you don't look to the voters and say, what on earth do you think you were doing? You look at your party and say, we have to change.
Do you get
And
the trust issue?
the
It was
change
just
that
a
I
black
wanted
screen.
to bring about, and I have brought about, is to change the Labour Party, to put it back in the service
Well,
of working people. And what has
we
guided
go.
me through that at all times is that the country must come first and the party second.
You get
So
the
I've had to
trust
take
issue.
difficult decisions to change our party.
but you get-
that's it. That has
Okay.
guided me through.
But Saki, you get there's a trust issue here with voters. You accept that?
No, because what I would say is this.
He's already
I decided
flustered. You're like two
it
questions
must
in.
Be country first. So every decision after that, I judged previous decisions, previous positions, and I said, is this truly country first,
Let's pick
party
up on
second?
that.
And if the answer to
Let's
that was
pick up on
no,
that.
then I changed the position and dragged my party back to the service of working people, because I want this time round to put a Labour Party in front of people here in Grimsby and across the country that they know is a credible party that is putting the country first and has a clear
let's
plan for
pick
the
up
future.
on that,
And that's
Saki,
been
because
the hard work I've done over the last
in the
4.5 years.
Let's just go through that, because in the last two general elections, you asked people to elect Jeremy Corbyn as their Prime Minister. You said, I do think Jeremy Corbyn would make a great Prime Minister. Jeremy Corbyn. Did you
I mean,
that?
it being
I was
Fox News
certain
of
that
the
we would lose the
UK
2019 election.
makes
That
sense.
We were not
my
ready.
question.
These
I was certain
questions
that we
are what
would.
they are.
I was certain that we would lose it. I did campaign.
Like, I don't know, man. If you're like left leaning in the UK, like, what is your response to seeing this, man? Like, he's so feckless. He's just like, oh, confronted by one quote where he's like, Jeremy Corbyn would be a good PM. He can't even like stand by it. He has to like hem and haw. He has to be like baby stepped by the interviewer towards the conclusion. This is embarrassing, man. Like, god damn.
For Labour, of course I did. I will openly say I campaigned for Labour. I wanted good colleagues to be returned into the Labour Party,
when you said it.
and I wanted a party that was capable of being changed so we could face the future again.
Did you not mean it when you said
might be
it?
cooked.
I was certain that we would lose, and I think many other people were certain that we would lose.
So you didn't mean it?
I was certain that we would lose.
So you said it because you didn't think he would be Prime Minister anyway?
Of course I campaigned for the Labour Party at the last election, and the election before that, and the one before that. I've always campaigned for the Labour Party.
That wasn't the
and I'm
question.
glad I did, because I wanted good colleagues to be returned to have their seats so that we could fight for the future of the Labour Party.
I will move
so
on.
I make no apology for that. I fought for the Labour Party at the last election.
I'm just trying to make the point to everyone in here that you said that he would make a great Prime Minister. Now will you actually say, yes, I thought that, or I didn't think that at the time? Just be honest.
I honestly didn't think that we had a chance of winning that election.
So you said it anyway.
I wanted to campaign for our colleagues, and I then, once we got the result that we did, which were the results that I expected that we might get, as I say, I decided to step up to lead the party, not something I had planned to do when I came into Parliament, and to change it and to put it back in the service of working people.
The reason and we will move on, it's a trust issue, right? Because
you can't answer a
well,
basic
look,
question.
let me deal with this issue. I worked,
like, they're literally laughing at
I went
him
to Northern
already.
Ireland and worked with the police service over there. I said I would work with the team to change it, and we did. I then ran the Crown Prosecution Service. I was the Chief Prosecutor for 5 years. I said we would change the Crown Prosecution Service, make it better, particularly on violence against women and girls. I changed it. We did it. I said I would change the Labour Party 4.5 years ago. Most people said to me, you can't do it. I did. So I stand on my record.
Okay.
For the worst,
okay, let's just go to your record, because I'm going to run you through your record, because people have to judge whether to vote for you. Your past political record, when you stood for election as leader, you did so on the basis of 10 pledges. They were very left-wing. A couple abolished tuition fees, common ownership of energy, water. Did you write these pledges, Sir Keir?
Yes, and I put them before the membership of our party. Most of them are still in place. I said that they were bound up with economic justice. No, that's not entirely true. But look, I'm not going to shy away. Have I changed my position on those pledges? Yes, I have, because I've asked myself,
how do you have this bad a position?
Honestly, are these country first, party second? And if the answer to that question is no, then I've changed them, because I think this party should always put the country first. The other thing I'd say, Beth, because I do think this is important.
But do you think they're wrong in principle?
Well, let's take energy nationalisation, which a lot of people think we should nationalise our energy companies. They're making a huge amount of money. Lots of people are paying a fortune on their bills. 2 years ago, at the height of the crisis, when people were facing very high bills, I said to my team, well, mock up for me, tell me how much it will cost to nationalise the energy companies. That ran into tens of billions of pounds, and I had to take a decision, which is, do we use tens of billions of pounds to pay off shareholders to nationalise the company, but not have any money to reduce your bill? I thought that would have been the wrong decision. I think.
Oh my god. Oh my god, you don't have to do it all at once, you dipshit. The same way privatization didn't all happen at once. You don't have to do it all at once. It's the easiest solution in the goddamn world. Am I high right now? Like, what? Am I missing some key component here? doing it all at once is also the easiest shit. It really is. Like, come on. God, no, he's just full of shit. Of course he's full of shit. Everyone can tell.
I think most people watching this here or on the television would say...
The key component is this is the guy for the left in the UK.
If it's a choice between keeping my bills low or paying off shareholders tens of billions of pounds, there's only one choice you can make. And that's what I mean by country first, party second. I'd changed my mind. It was too expensive. I wanted to get the bills down.
We need to get to the audience questions, so let me rattle through this bit, if you don't mind. One of the pledges you can definitely afford to do, in fact, you might want to do, given the state of public services, is to raise tax on the top 5% of earners. That's anyone earning over £80,000 a year. Why did you ditch that? You can do that. That money would be useful. It could make £2 to £3 billion
the interviewer's
a year.
This would actually be really useful if you did that.
Let me be really clear about tax, because this has been a big issue in the last 3 weeks. So let me be absolutely clear. All of our plans are fully costed, fully funded. We will not raise tax on working people. That means no tax rises for income tax, for national insurance, for VAT. Our manifesto comes out tomorrow. It's a very forward-looking manifesto, but there's nothing in our manifesto that requires us to raise tax.
You've swerved the top 5% of earners there.
Nothing requires us to raise tax. And I tell you, I do want to... You'll challenge me and I want to deal with this. I want to do things differently. I want to grow our economy. I accept that previous Labour leaders have sort of pulled the tax lever every single time and driven up spending. I want to grow our economy. The manifesto tomorrow will be a manifesto, a plan for wealth creation. Now, you may not hear a Labour leader say that very often, but for me, that is the most important thing. And therefore, I'm not going to do what other Labour leaders have done and be tempted to simply say every time we're going to pull the tax lever. We're not going to do that.
Let's have some tax honesty, because you often say the country's public services are broken. Many people, I think, in this room will agree with that. That's why many people also suspect when you're in power, you will raise more tax. And I want you to be honest here, please. You've said you'll raise specific taxes on profits on oil and gas companies, closing loopholes on tax avoidance, tax reform on private equity, VAT on private schools. But the
of course, like Keir Starmer is like the poster child of like this transphobia thing the right is on.
The first thing I'd say is the Tories are in no position to lecture anyone about tax rises. We got the highest tax burden for 70 years. And I think that working people shouldn't pay more tax, and we will not raise their tax. What we need to do is get the economy going.
But that was
a reason
that
taxes have gone up so much.
The tax she was talking about was on like the top 5% of tax of earners.
To address that problem. And tomorrow our manifesto is a plan for growth. A detailed
plan. Oh my
God,
dude! What a Weasley little liar!
To get our economy working so that living standards go up and we have the money we need for our public services.
So no tax rises of any kind in the next Parliament under Labour?
No tax rises for working people, and nothing in our manifesto requires tax rises over and above those that we have specifically set out.
No tax rises in the next Parliament?
No tax rises needed in the plans in our manifesto.
In the plans?
No tax rises for working people. That's income tax, national insurance,
so you're
and VAT.
not ruling out. I just decode that for you guys, because when a politician says no plans, it does mean I might.
Well, Beth,
I've done this a bit. It does.
Look, I'm not going to sit here tonight and write the next 5 years' worth of budgets, and you wouldn't take me seriously if I did. What I will say is that we will not raise
tax. You ruled out NI.
Yes, because
so you are ruling out some tax rises, but not all.
Because I think working people are paying too much tax, and I think paying far too much tax in recent years.
What I'm
hearing
that has made the cost of living crisis 10 times worse than it would otherwise be.
What I'm hearing is that you are not ruling out some tax rises, and you've talked about working
Beth, I have said that none of our... We're going to unveil our manifesto tomorrow. No tax surprises.
I got it.
No need to raise tax.
He's struggling, dog.
But the point is there are other taxes that affect working people, aren't there? What about council tax? I'm sure many people are worried about that, yeah? The Labour Party in Wales launched a review of council tax banding. Are you going to rule out a review in England too?
Well, council tax is too high for many people. It's been going up. It went up again this year, but that's because the government lost control
so
of the economy.
you're not going to do a review of the council tax bands?
I'm really.
You know they were last revalued when I was a teenager, and I'm really old now.
Yeah.
He's been.
Beth, you're pushing me
cooked,
over
man.
and over again on tax. I'm not wanting to raise tax. I think people are taxed too much already. What I want to do, my central mission, is to grow the economy. I'm not going to apologise for that because I genuinely think
no one's
that
asking
if you
to
don't grow the economy,
you're
then
just
you're
being a
taxing
weirdo
and
about it.
diminishing return.
I mean, people here will be worried about fuel duty, right?
Yeah.
The Conservatives have frozen it since 2011. If you unfroze it, you could get 5 to 6 billion quid. That's a tax on working people.
Yes, and that's why
you are going to freeze it.
Every single budget, we have supported the freeze.
This is incredible.
And you will continue to do that as Prime Minister if you would win?
We have to concentrate on growing the economy. On fuel duty, that has to be decided budget by budget. But my track record is we've supported.
He's going to do it or not? I don't know.
We've supported the cap on fuel duty every single time it's come up.
Okay.
But I want to do things differently. If we just do things in the same way as we've done
taxes were
for the
going
last
up when I was
14
living in
years,
London
we'll
because the
end
Tories
in
were
the same
cutting slash
mess.
not
I'm
raising
not
the
prepared
VAT
to do that.
and
This
not
election
taxing the rich
is
so
an
the
election
councils were
about
getting
change,
squeezed.
about
Yeah.
doing things differently,
Turns
about
out,
growing the economy,
when you don't tax
and
the
making
rich,
sure we
you
create
tax the working
wealth
people
so
instead.
this country can run our public service. And
I'm going to have one more go.
I ran a public...
we can end it.
No. I do want to finish. I ran a public service for 5 years. I ran a public service in the austerity years. I know what it means to be a public servant. I absolutely care about our public services. My wife works in the NHS. My mum worked in the NHS. And I know what it means to the NHS. But I absolutely want our public services to function. I believe in them. I've worked in them for 5 years.
I've heard the specifics on certain taxes, but to be clear, council tax revaluation, which could put up council tax bills, fuel tax, you're not being explicit on it. And that is your prerogative. But what about capital gains tax? That's the tax you pay when you sell a valuable asset like shares or a second home. If you made capital gains tax the same level as income tax, you could raise £14 billion a year. That must be attractive to you if you want to repair public services.
That is not in our manifesto. That is not a choice that we are making. It will not be unveiled tomorrow. There's no surprises in our manifesto because our manifesto is a manifesto for growth. It's about how we tackle our planning laws, how we get the skills for our young people, how we set up Great British Energy. This is going to be a publicly owned energy company so that taxpayers' money that goes into investing in energy comes back to the taxpayer. These are the ideas that we have that I want to put on the table to grow our economy for the future.
Just the reason I'm asking you this is I don't know if you remember that interview we did in September 2021 when I asked you about wealth taxes. You said people who earn their money from properties, dividends, stock shares, they should be looked at. We need to look at a range of options, and that includes the way people earn their money. So you were looking at wealth taxes. You are looking at wealth taxes. It's okay to say it.
We're not looking at wealth taxes. Nothing in our manifesto will require tax frozen. You'll
Capital
see
gains is a tax on the wealthy.
Let's test this tomorrow. I invite all of you, please, if you get the chance tomorrow.
Look, if your plan, this is the most incoherent I've ever seen any politician. Just be honest. My God. Yeah, we're gonna tax the wealthy class. We're gonna tax the wealthiest people in society, so that we can have basic public services that function for everyone. Everyone's gonna pay their fair share, even the wealthy. There are so many ways, right, that you can phrase that in a way that is palatable to the majority of people. And yet he chooses to hem and haw because he doesn't care about the majority of people. He cares about a small minority of them that have a ton of money. That's who he cares about. He cares about the capitalists. He cares about the people who fund his slack-jawed campaign. That's what he cares about. That's where his heart is at. We need to eat the rich. Honestly, I don't think we should. They're probably not super healthy when it comes to their nutritional value, but my God, at least we could pass some like taxes on their massive hordes of wealth. You know, I feel like that's not asking a whole lot. You know, especially when the alternative is, in fact, eating the rich. You know, again, we need to instill like the classic respect that the rich had for the working class, and by respect I mean fear that if they didn't pay livable wages, workers would just take the factories from them, you know? Just, again, just going to remind people in chat, do not call for the killing of anybody, otherwise I will have to ban you. You know, I understand tempers are flaring high. We just gotta make sure we're adhering to TOS, all right?
Afternoon, have a look at the manifesto. We're launching
the rich need to remember
morning,
July 14th.
and you will see for yourselves
also,
that every single thing is fully costed, fully funded, and they do not involve tax. So we're going round and round in circles.
Well, no, you all know too that
if
it's not ruled out in the manifesto, it's on the table. So let's just carry on. What about you? Personally, you earned £128,000 in tax last year. You paid £44,000 in income tax. That puts you in the top 2 to 3% of earners. Would you personally be happy to pay more tax?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
But I've always paid my tax in full. But, you know, and I accept I earn a lot of money in the job I am now in. But when I grew up, my dad was a tool maker. He worked in a factory. It's true. My mum was a nurse, and actually we couldn't make ends meet, which actually isn't a laughing matter. We couldn't make ends meet. We couldn't pay our bills. I know what it feels like to feel anxious about the next bill which you can't pay. And a lot of what I recognise is a lot of people today are in precisely the same position as I was in. And politics is about your policies, of course it is, but it's also about who do you have in your mind's eye when you make your decisions? Who are you thinking about when you make your decision? I'm thinking about the people who are struggling with their bills. I'm thinking about working people who deserve a better Britain. I'm thinking about working people who want their living standards to go up. And our plan for the country,
those working
which we will
people will
set out
probably
tomorrow,
need things
is
like a functional NHS, right?
Manifesto for change.
But I'm nearly finished. Because I want to come on to something that matters to working people, and that's child benefits. At the moment, just to remind you all, if you probably know, there's a 2-child benefit cap for families, some of whom have more children than that. This is hitting some of the poorest and most vulnerable in Britain.
Yeah.
The Resolution Foundation think tank says families cannot claim about £3,200 per extra child a year. Dozens of organisations, from the Trade Union Congress to the Church of England to the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown, have called for it to go. Will you scrap it? Is that in your manifesto tomorrow?
How does a Labour MP make that kind of money?
No, it isn't.
Because
And
they're
it's been a really
thoroughly
difficult
riddled
decision
with
for all the
corruption.
reasons you outlined, because the last Labour government had a laser focus on dealing with child poverty and did a huge amount of good work, including Sure Start and the programmes that were set up.
It costs £1.3 billion. All of those wealth taxes I was talking about, or the 5% on top earners, you could do that, and you could do that policy £1.3 billion a year.
Huge damage has been done to our economy under this government. Huge damage. And if we are able to come into government and form a government, we're probably going to inherit a broken economy, a broken NHS, broken public services, in fact, broken everything. And I'm not going to make promises that I can't keep. So I'm doing actually a difficult thing, which is saying to the electorate, saying to you now, I can't do something which I know the benefits of it. We need to deal with child poverty, and we will have a strategy for child poverty. But I think people are fed up with politicians who, before the election, say we'll do everything, and then after the election they don't deliver. So I've taken a decision, which is before the election. I'm going to tell you what we can't do, even though some of these things are good things to do.
So, Kit, I'm going to interrupt now because I'm nearly out of time. It would lift 1 million kids out of poverty, and just to be clear, you're choosing not to do it.
It's a difficult choice. We will have an anti-child poverty strategy, of course. We will. The last Labour government did. We will have one. But the easiest thing in the world is what Rishi Sunak is doing, is to simply say you can have everything. Unfunded commitments, unfunded promises. That's what got us into this problem in the first place. And working people are paying the price with higher bills, their mortgages. I'm not prepared to have a Labour government ever make that mistake again.
Here, some people feel that they don't really know you. Some people say you change your mind all the time, and I hinted at some of that. Some people say you're boring and stiff. Tell me something. Tell me something, a morsel about yourself that will change people's minds.
Well, look, all my life I've believed in
Oh, man, you
service.
couldn't have asked him a
That
worse
is why I
question.
worked in Northern Ireland with the police service of Northern Ireland to ensure it had the confidence of both communities. I thought that was a really important thing. That's why I worked and headed up the Crown Prosecution Service, public service. That's why I came into politics when I finished as Director of Public Prosecutions and wondered what to do next. My wife was ringing adverts in the papers about, you know, well-paid lawyers' jobs, and I said, no, I want to serve my country, which is why at a late stage, actually, I came into politics to serve my country.
Was Vic, your wife, not keen for you to do this?
No, she wasn't at all. She
What
thought
does she think
it'd be
about
far
the
better to
prospect of
continue
you-
being a lawyer on a reasonable salary and not have all of the you know, challenges that you get as a politician. But I was clear in my mind. I wanted to come into politics because I wanted to serve my country. And I've waited 9 years now in opposition. I've worked 4.5 years to put my party back in a position where I can put it before you and others, the voters, as the only party that's got a plan for the future.
If you become Prime Minister in 3 weeks' time, what do you fear the most?
Oh, the only real fear, I suppose, I have is for my family. I've got a boy who is just turning 16. He's 15 3/4. I've got a girl who's 13. These are really difficult ages for children. If they're under 5, it would probably be easier. If they were 20 or over, it'd be easier. And my only fear, really, is the impact it's going to have on them. That's why we never name them in public, never have a photo shoot with them. I want them to be able to walk to school and have their own lives unaffected as much as I can by what I'm doing.
Fuck?
And that I don't fear the big decisions.
walking
I don't,
right through my
in fact, I
sword.
relish the chance to change our country. And on the first day, I want to start on our first steps. I want you to see the change that we can bring about. But my only fear is actually. And the only thing that sort
Sunak's
of keeps me
campaign
up
slogan
at
might as
night
well
is
be,
worrying
yes,
about my
the same
children.
bullshit, but here's
Any doubt that
£2,000
you're
to
up
keep
to the
quiet
job?
about it.
No, not at all.
Honestly,
I've
it's pretty. I think
organisations,
that's a
I've
pretty
changed them,
effective argument.
And I want the opportunity to change the country.
Present, still after 15, 20 minutes, right on to the future and this growth process that you're going to go through.
Well, thank you for raising that, because we've got what we've done is we've set out the big change that we want to make, but also what the first steps will be that we can do on day one. So the day after the election, I want to start on our first steps, stabilising the economy to make sure we never go through a cost of living crisis like this before. Set up Great British Energy so we can keep your bills down. I want to start on the 40,000 appointments each and every week that we need to get the waiting list down in our NHS. We will be doing that the morning after the election, and that is what I look forward to most.
Well, I do mean to interrupt. We've got to get to the audience questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Keir Starmer, you have
thank
successfully
you so
not
much,
answered any
for coming
questions.
and doing that with us. And now you've got some harder questions from this lot.
I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, there you are, the audience questions getting underway a little bit early. You heard what Sir Keir Starmer had to say to Beth Rigby there. He said he was certain that Labour would lose that 2019 election, but he has put the party back in the service of working people, putting the country first, he said. He also insisted there's nothing in the party's manifesto, launched tomorrow morning, that would require them to raise taxes for working people. He said the party isn't considering wealth taxes, with all of their commitments fully costed. And he also said that he would personally be happy to pay more tax. Well, now it is your turn.
Let's find
to
out.
Put your questions.
You're
to
paying
the
100%
Labour
tax
leader.
next year, Keir Starmer. What do you have to say to that?
Right. Now, our first question comes from Sharon, who is from Grimsby. Sharon, where are you? There she is.
Sharon.
Take it away, Sharon.
So, as someone born and bred in Grimsby, I'm proud of our town. but it has some of the most disadvantaged areas in the country, with high levels of child poverty, inadequate social housing, and increasing numbers having to use food banks. How will Labour address these inequalities and improve outcomes for the most disadvantaged residents, both here and across the UK?
Well, thank you for that. And I've been to Grimsby a number of times now, and my strong impression is that you're absolutely right about the challenges that people are facing. And we've
These
had
questions will be
discussions about that
unhinged
even
as
this
fuck.
morning
Yeah.
with various groups around Grimsby. The very real challenges, the cost of living crisis, the challenge that people have with schooling and with health. But what I've also been struck by is the pride and ambition that people have in their place and in Grimsby, and the sense that they want a government that matches their own ambition. I think the way to do that is to ensure that the government works with local communities, local businesses. We need a growth plan for Grimsby, which your fingerprints are on. I don't want someone standing in Whitehall and Westminster looking at a map and deciding what they think is best for Grimsby.
Maps.
Because I think the people with skin in the game are the people who make the best decisions. So I want a government that partners with you, drives
maps
through the
are
change,
evil.
creates the conditions
They
for
show us
businesses
that
to
the
thrive.
Earth is
if that
flat
means changing the planning rules so we
instead
get
of
our
its
roads
true
sorted
shape.
out, the
Hexagonal.
congestions and the potholes are an absolute nightmare. Create the conditions for businesses to thrive. I was really struck the time before last
Raid
I was
incoming.
up here.
Hey,
I
Reza
was looking at some of the
Sutra.
offshore wind
Luis
turbines and talking
Bordeaux.
to apprentices here.
Hello, hello, hello. How we all doing, folks? Don't mind if I do here. Hi. How are all of you? Reza Sutra, thanks for being the herald of the raid. Welcome, folks. For those of you, and if it's your first time here, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. Usually I'm talking about U.S. politics. Today we're learning a little bit about UK politics, where we're looking at the town halls held for Keir Starmer and Rishi Sunak. And my God, it's bleak over there. But welcome, everybody. And Louise Bordeaux, thank you very much for the raid. Again, folks, go follow Louise Bordeaux. I'm not super familiar with their content, but like go check them out, because that was an incredibly kind thing to do. I appreciate it. Welcome, folks. I hope you get comfy and cozy in here. And welcome, welcome, welcome. Howdy. I'm also playing Elden Ring. I'm playing Elden Ring and to get ready for the DLC, and we're doing some politics and complaining about the whole, fact that labor is just terrible. Labor's terrible. Everything's terrible in the UK. I honestly, the main thing that I lack expertise on when it comes to UK politics is I have no idea what the pathway forward is that gets the UK to a point where it's not completely and utterly a mess over there, We are not a cult. It's true, we are not a cult. Very technically, we are not a cult. Welcome, everybody. Oh, also, I'm a trans lady and a socialist. I use she, her pronouns. Feel free to ask me about transness or being pansexual/bi. It is Pride Month. And also, feel free to ask me questions about socialism, because I like both those things. All right, back to this.
In Grimsby, brilliant young people, by the way, who all lived within about 20 or 30 minutes, of where they're working. And they were very skilled going out to maintain those wind turbines. We need more of that. The supply chains for that should be in and around here, so they're not other parts of the country or abroad. That's the sort of challenge that I relish. It's what I want to do on day one, which is to get to this place where I can roll up my sleeves, work with you, have the respect to listen to what you're saying here, not sit
Moxie's
a long,
actually
long way
called
away
it tastes like
and make
uranium-tainted
decisions
root beer?
about what should happen in
But
Grimsby.
how do you know
And
what
I'm
uranium
convinced
tastes like?
that if there's a government that has ambition that matches the people of Grimsby, we can move this forward very, very quickly.
Okay, this is a good question. Why do you believe socialism is better than anarcho-communism? Well, the real answer to your question is that I don't. Oh god, this guy is being a little turd. There we go. My position has always been that I like anarcho-communism as a concept. I just don't have in my head the concrete, coherent ideas of how to get us from point A to point B. You know? And if I don't have those yet, then I hesitate to call myself that thing, you know? Like for socialism, I have like a slate of policies to transition to a society where, you know, the working class owns the means of production, right? Like, you know, you can have little democratic worker co-ops. You can kind of have like a syndicalist thing going on. But when it comes to how do we achieve communism? You know, how are we achieving the stateless, classless, moneyless society? I gotta be honest with you. I don't know. I don't know what that society looks like. I have no idea how it runs, how it functions, etc. So like I like it in concept, right? But I don't know that I have enough knowledge to actually, like, advocate for it. Can you guys stop? You're being very rude. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you know, I can say something like, you know, if a major company like needs a government bailout, I think it should be required to become a democratic worker co-op. You know, that's a concrete policy, right? That we can pursue, that we can enact, we can put into law. I don't even know how you would begin transitioning the country we have now into a stateless, classless endeavor. You know, or moneyless endeavor, you know. So I start with what I know. This would take me several hours and a few pages, well, a lot more than a few. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, I want to start with what I can meaningfully articulate, and not just like meaningfully articulate, but with achievable goals that we have a means of advocacy for. Does that make sense? From there, like, I'm open to further policy changes. You know, I'm not advocating for a static, you know, perfect system that will never, ever, ever need to change, you know? All I'm saying is I have the steps on how to get us from point A to point B for socialism. And from there, we can make additional steps. I have no idea how you have a society without some form of money just for the purposes of freely exchanging goods and services. I just don't strictly think money and profit are the same thing. Well, right. Like a currency, a means of like value exchange, I think can continue to exist, right? I just am unsure of what a system... Did I just go in a circle? Is it this dungeon? Is this the dungeon that goes in a circle? It's the dungeon that goes in a circle, everybody. It's called Krampusism, Rainbowism. Here, you know what? There we go. We have to go back this way. Oop. No, haven't hit that yet. This dungeon's being a tricky little dicky. Okay. The thing is, I don't think that any... I think that we'd need a mass movement of people to, like, you know, violently overthrow the government to achieve these things quickly. And I don't think if we did that, the achievement would be done sustainably, and I don't think the results would be good. I think it would be very prone to authoritarian capitulation, and I hate authoritarianism, so I'm not super down with, like, that dynamic. So I'm what is called an evolutionary socialist, because I believe in working within the system to achieve, like, a critical mass of people to democratically achieve solutions. You know, I think if we can't democratically, like, muster power, then we can't violently muster power either. Like, I think if you can't even get people to do something as simple as voting, for example, I think it's much harder to get people on board with, like, you know, potentially dying for your cause. So it's one of those things. Is there a secret door that I'm just not aware of? I can't even convince supposed communists to vote. Yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of what I'm getting at here, right? Like, some people have convinced themselves that radical inaction is actually good and useful somehow. Oh. Oof. That was close. Got myself a warped axe. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Using violence to just get your violent people in charge. Trotsky, Stalin. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the thing, right? Like, I think it is technically possible to get, like, good people in charge following like a violent overthrow of society. I just don't think it's very likely, you know? And plus, again, I refer you to, like, the organizing point I made earlier. Unfortunately, we need bureaucrats to run systems in society because, frankly, I don't want fucking instability. I don't know what that has to do with anything that I said. Nothing I said is, like precludes bureaucrats from existing. Doo-doo. Game stream, kinda rhombus. I hope people are enjoying it. If you're enjoying it, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet donos and subs. Or both. There we go, got him. Dungeon's a lot easier when you can, like, two-shot these guys. Beep, beep, beep. Putting aside helping families of people killed, knowing what happened to avoid government having to air its dirty laundry. Yeah. UK is a messy place. I feel weird saying that as an American. Pew pew. A national economy is too large for central planning. Even with socialized businesses, there would still be a supply and demand going on. Yeah. I mean, like, supply and demand... I don't know. There we go. Pesky, misleading messages, right? All I'll say is that I don't have anything against markets. I think markets would continue to exist whether or not we had capitalism. Like, we've had methods and ways of exchanging value in the past long before capitalism. We'll still have that in the future. Not terribly concerned about that. But when it comes to things like, you know, we don't need to use excess profit for the benefit of, like, investors only. You know, investors and CEOs. We don't need to do that. We can actually, in fact, choose a better way to live, a better way to prioritize where capital flows. You know. Can I just say, the choice to not put any armor on top of your character is kind of badass, right? I just haven't found any, like, good top armor that I like so far. So I've just been chilling. I'm wearing some Ensha boots. Problem with central planning is the people doing the planning are often morons that have no expertise in anything. Well, yeah, exactly. But I also don't think central planning is necessary. I think it can be useful in some cases, but, like, you know? Just feel like the state is necessary for human civilization and organization. I agree to an extent, insofar as when it comes to, like, organizing society, you can organize society without it being a state. Like, a state is a very specific way of organizing your society. And we could feasibly have, like, smaller democratic, like, collectives that make decisions. The main thing is, when we talk about abolishing the state, that's something where it's, like, not so much something that is done in a Thanos snap kind of way. It's not something that's done overnight. It's something that's done by having a state that persists and is, you know, beneficial to the working people of the world over a long period of time, where the need for the state kind of withers, the withering of the state, until it's just kind of, like, considered this vestige of the past that doesn't really serve any real purpose. But this is a change that I think takes hundreds, if not thousands, of years. You know, we had thousands of years of, like, you know, despots and kings and emperors and stuff before we came up with democracy. And then we had, you know, a back and forth between feudalism and democracy for a very long time before we kind of solidified this concept of democracy in the present day. And I think it will be much the same with whatever kind of, like, democratic structure comes in the future. You know, I think the need for a state might be something that is you know, bound up in our current material conditions, and if we improve the material conditions, we might find a different way forward. I think we can wither the need for state away. Exactly. That's kind of that might be a more succinct way of putting my point. The concept of a state is fairly new. Yeah, nation states in general are kind of a newer concept. Again, largely a product of, like, the embracing of mercantilism, kind of the proto-capitalism, and then capitalism. Here's the thing, I think we can't wither the need for state away. I mean, I disagree, but, like, I also don't really view it as an important distinction, because I think that any time scale on which we would actually see a withering of the need of for the need of the state is longer than any of our lifetimes or our children's lifetimes or our children's lifetimes. So I don't really view it as a particular... I view it more as like a hypothetical, interesting abstract to engage with rather than like a material kind of like here and now concept to engage with. You know? It's more of like an interesting hypothetical or theory problem than one I'm actually super interested in engaging with or making a meaningful line around. Oh, good. We got one of these assholes. Oh, come on. Nice. All right. Cool. I see my 50 points into strength have not gone unnoticed by this game. Hey, Malachi. How you doing? Let's see. At the end of term, AI programmed to distribute everything based on needs of the people, but no entity having ownership. Government should only exist to redistribute and provide protection. I trust an AI to handle the government over people. Yeah, the issue, the immediate issue that I see there is that AI merely perpetuates the biases of the people that create it. You know? Like, there's a reason why, like, the tech developed by Silicon Valley often discriminates between white and black people. And that's because there's a lot of white people who work in tech in Silicon Valley, not a lot of black people, and so you get problems like automatic light detectors not detecting people with darker skin. You know? Like, and this is a problem that persists in more advanced AI programming as well. So, you know, what one person might think is a perfect AI algorithm to distribute resources might to another be an incredibly tyrannical and evil, device that leads to the deaths of, millions. That's why the AI who programs it also programs it to terminate themselves. Nah, sorry. This is a science fiction like trope. It's not a real thing that we are at all close to actually being able to do. All right. Keir Starmer looks like the secret identity of the least useful superhero ever. Oh god, he does, doesn't he? Oh god. Why'd you have to say that? Now I can't help but see him as like a whinier, less effective Clark Kent who wants to means test who he saves. Ah, you're a suicidal teenager. Well, have you considered getting a job? If you get a job and work minimum wage, I'll save you from jumping off of this building. It's me, Subpar Man.
And I can see some of the green shoots there already, because some of the work that's going on, we had a round table this morning with some of the businesses, the community groups here in Grimsby.
Oh, the English with their round table again.
And the challenges, but what they were doing about it. I want to roll up my sleeves and work with them and to say
why
the
don't you just
government
get another
is on
king?
your side. That would be a massive difference to the last 14 years.
Okay, genuine advice if Keir Starmer wants to win this election. his campaign should arrange for him to accidentally find a sword from a pond. I hear that's very popular with the British. Okay? Just find an old sword in a pond, and it will make a lot of things go away for him, okay? The British are easily tricked by swords and ponds.
How it's all going to be funded? If tax is not going up, how are you going to fund it?
We need to put money and resource into Grimsby. We need resource decision-making to come. So we have to be...
Subpar man to Harley Quinn. I had a bad day once, growing up with my factory worker father and nurse mother in the lower class of England. Harley Quinn just punches his teeth out.
Bold enough in government to release that so that there's more power here in Grimsby. They're difficult things to do. Governments haven't done that in the past, but we have to do that. Some of it we can do straight away. The potholes that are driving around mad because their cars get damaged, it costs them hundreds of pounds, and if you need your car or your van for work, it's a complete nightmare because you can't actually
Subpar man
use
is step above or below bare minimum man.
On that.
I guess slightly
came up this
above
morning
bare
in a
minimum.
discussion I was having. We want to create 100,000 new places for childcare. This is 3,000 nurseries around schools, because I think primary schools are the best place for nurseries, so that means children get the opportunity to develop the skills that they need before reception year, which isn't happening in the way it should at the moment, in my view. But also, parents and carers can go back into work, which many of them want to do, and that then helps the local economy. There are things that we can do. Goes back to my point. We've got first steps, the things we want to do the day we get into government. If we're elected in, that I want to start, and I've said to my shadow cabinet, I want you to prepare months ago for the first day in government. I don't want you picking up the phone on day one. I want to know you're ready, and that's why I'm so confident that we can do this as soon as we get the chance, if we do get a chance, to bring about the change this country so desperately needs.
OK, thank you. I've got so many questions.
That's all right.
Look at them all. Oh, so many questions. And the next one comes from Jonathan. He's a junior doctor from Leeds. Jonathan, there he is. Thank you.
So I've been on strike because I earn more money per hour working part-time as a university student than I do as a newly qualified doctor. Abysmal pay, conditions and morale mean that more of my colleagues than ever are planning their exit, and I worry about what this means for my loved ones and the wider general public. Scotland and Wales have decided that they can pay NHS doctors fairly. How and when will you commit to doing the same in England?
Well, we won't be able to do anything unless we win the election. We've obviously only been in opposition so far. I have been frustrated, if I'm honest, that these strikes have gone on as long as they have gone on. The strikes are very bad for patients. People are very anxious about the strikes. I don't think doctors want to be on strike. As I said earlier, my wife works in one of the big London hospitals, so I know firsthand and relayed every night the pressure that NHS staff are under. It's been unrelenting during COVID, unrelenting now because of waiting list. So what we would do is, instead of arguing about who gets in the room first to negotiate with the doctors, we would roll up our sleeves in a grown-up way, get in the room and settle this dispute.
As opposed
so
to rolling up
get the
sleeves in a non-grown-up way?
And the country can move forward. Because
what does
we
that
can't
mean?
go on like this anymore. And the sooner we have a bit of grown-up politics in this, the better, I think, because we absolutely need to move forward as a country.
Are you going to pay them more? Are you going to pay them more? Because you've said that you won't meet their pay claims.
Well, the doctors say they want 35%, and I've had to say...
we don't. We want a path to pay restoration.
No, I get that, but again, I want to be straight about this.
Oh my God, dog.
The 35% thing is not...
Pay progression conditions, and all of that can be negotiated. On the 35%...
Oh my God. This guy is a doctor. You're talking to a doctor who's saying, hey, people in Scotland and Wales are being paid way more as doctors than they are here. Can we fix that? And your response is essentially, no. You're a bigger country than Scotland and Wales. Or big, I don't know, like... I don't know what the technical terms, commonwealths? I don't know. Like, come on, dude.
I don't think we can afford that as a country because of the damage that's been done to the economy. I don't want to pretend to you that we can. I'll sit down in a room and negotiate and find a way through this, just as has happened in other countries, because it's intolerable that we go on. But I'm not going to start with the proposition that we simply accept whatever the other side is asking for. That's not how negotiations go. And you wouldn't respect a government if it operated in that way. And other people in other walks of life have got constraints and pressures on their lives that have to be balanced. But will we be grown? All that's happened this year, and it's so frustrating, is the government say we want a deal, but we won't go into the room first. It's for the doctors
never
to.
wanted a deal.
Well, I think you may be right. And the fact that they've left this to the election without fixing it and just booted it the other side of the election, I think is disgraceful. It doesn't do you any good. It doesn't do patients any good, and it doesn't do the country any good. But we've had a government that's chaotic, that's divided, has
Yeah, and you're
going
gonna
to
fix that division, huh?
I don't know a period in history, and you will all think about this, where almost everything is now in a worse state than when they started in government. And this is not about Labour or Tory. If you leave your country in a worse state than when you came into government, you should be booted out.
Okay. Got so many questions.
The bell is tolling for Keir Starmer's career.
I've got so many questions. The next one comes from Hussein from London.
On the vine.
Where is he? There you go, please.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm an average working parent from London, and I send my daughter to a private school, which in turn saves the government about £7,500 per year. But by now having to pay 20% VAT, we would be priced out, and we would have to send our children to state school. The fact it in fact beats the objective of collecting tax. Rather, it increases the influx in public schools. So private schools...
Yeah, it's almost like instead we should not have private schools and use the increased funding to have better schools. It's almost like that, huh?
This is not only for the rich. I mean, the rich would continue sending their children. It's us who would have to make the change.
No, private schools are for the rich. They're a way to launder money for the rich.
So would you reconsider
That's what they're
taxing
for.
private education?
Look, let me be really clear about what we're doing here. I have nothing against private schools. I absolutely...
It's why every, like, prime minister in Britain comes from, like, the same private school. There are, like, 4 that just churn them out, okay? Like, yeah, they're for the rich. Instead, you should, I don't know, not have those and have everyone go to the same schools and get the same education. Mix the children of the high-born, wealthy elite with the low-born, you know, working class, you know, like families that come from masonry backgrounds or something. I don't know. Like, all I know is that when you do that, people get less bigoted towards the poor and disadvantaged because suddenly, oh, look, their social circle is, like, include people who are struggling financially. Oh, look, suddenly it's not quite as clear-cut that, like, every prime minister needs to come from, like, the same economic background. Come on, man. Yeah, they're all from the same boarding schools.
Recognise that many parents work hard and save hard to send their children to private schools because
public,
they have aspirations for their children. I equally accept that every parent has aspiration for their children, whether they go to private school or not. But I mean, I absolutely respectfully want to make your point because it is a concern. It's a concern to you and to other people. In our state secondary schools, we've got thousands of teachers missing in the subjects that we need. So in a state secondary school, let's take maths. Too many students, young people, children are being taught by maths by sports teachers, by supply teachers, and that's not acceptable. And for those children in a state secondary school who don't have the teachers they need, That's not a one-year problem or a two-year budgeting problem. It's a lifelong problem, because if they don't get the qualifications they need at 15 and 16, they can't go and do what they want. So we need to recruit 6,500 teachers for our state secondary schools to make sure every child, wherever they come from, whatever their background, whichever school they go to, has the same opportunity. And I'll be pressed when I say going to recruit 6,500 teachers. Beth and others will say to me, where's the money for that? And I say we will get rid of the tax break for private schools and use that money directly to fund those teachers in our state secondary schools. That's a political choice. It's actually a tough choice. I do understand what you're saying. I don't think it will lead to lots of people going to state education. We have done some analysis on this, but it's a choice. I think every single child, whatever their background, wherever they're from, should have the chance and to believe, genuinely believe, that success belongs to them. Yeah, of course.
But this would mean that you would tax the working parents who send their children to private school, because the super rich will continue doing that. And it's only the working parents who will have to make a decision or pay the taxes.
The position at the moment is there's a tax break.
He's right.
So you pay VAT on other services, but you don't pay it for private schools. Now, I understand why that's been in place, but it's a tax break that we are removing. It's not an introduction of a new tax. We're simply saying we need to find the money to properly fund our state secondary schools so that in maths, to take an example, it's not the only example, I want every child to have a maths teacher teaching them maths, because it's the Prime Minister says he wants maths to the age of 18. Let's first get the right teachers for every single child up to 16, because at the moment they don't have it. And I genuinely worry, if you don't get maths at the right level in your GCSEs, it's really difficult to go on to A-levels. It's really difficult to go on to apprentices, and that child will be held back. Now, this is difficult stuff, but I'm not going to tolerate the fact that we haven't got the right teachers in our state secondary schools. That's the position we're in now.
He's literally sitting in front of all these people being like, I'm going to make your lives shittier. I'm going to do that. And you know what? It's for the greater good, though. And then someone's like, well, but, you know, what about in Scotland and Wales? It's not as shitty over there. Nah, I'm still going to make your life shittier here, though. Yeah.
Now, it's a disgrace in that position.
I'm going to interrupt you because I've got so many audience questions, and I'm going to be in trouble with them if I don't get through them, and you'll be gone, and I'm the one in trouble. So I've got Kerry from Grimsby. Kerry?
Yes, hi.
Kerry.
Hi. Good evening, Sakia. My NHS dentist practice went private and gave us a choice of either staying and paying private or finding a new practice. I've currently been on that waiting list for over a year with no idea of how long that waiting list is with my family. How would you fix this crisis and stop dentists from going to the greed of private?
We need to make sure that... this is a huge problem because we don't have enough NHS dentists for adults or for children, and some areas are deserts.
You know, there's a really easy way to fix that, and that's by making all of them public. You could do that. But no.
Now, where you simply can't get an NHS dentist. So we've got to fix this. The two things that we would do, three things.
Theresa May is not a great example of the power of state schools.
700,000 urgent appointments in NHS dentistry, including 100,000 for children, which is desperately needed. The second is to incentivise newly qualified dentists to set up as NHS dentists by paying them money to put down their roots in the areas where they're most needed, so we can recreate those NHS dentist practice. We have to do this. In addition to the people who are frustrated in the way that you rightly are, I was genuinely shocked the other day. I went to Alderhay Children's Hospital. This is a brilliant hospital. Do you know what, for 6 to 10-year-olds, the most common cause of admission to hospital is rotting teeth, to have their teeth taken out because they haven't seen a dentist. It's a disgrace in 2024 England and Scotland and Wales.
It is, and you're not going to fix it. Your proposed solutions are not good.
You are. Do you use a private dentist?
Well, we're at an NHS dentist practice, but I'm private because I'm an adult and therefore don't get it on the NHS, but our kids get NHS dentistry, and I believe in it.
Okay.
Then you make it viable for adults. Why should it... the UK is a silly place, man. The UK is a silly place that makes no sense to me. And I'm an American. Arguably even sillier place.
Okay.
The nearest one available is somewhere further than home.
Yeah, and that's the problem. You've got these vast areas where it's not just how much it is, it's also there just isn't a dentist there, which is why, and that, you know, how have we got to this state in 2024 where basic things like dentistry are a problem in our country? I mean,
that's easy.
what
It's
on
the
earth has
privatization of
happened
public
to get us to
industries.
this place? We've got to fix it. I look forward on the first day we get into government to starting on this job.
How have we gotten to this state, he says, having talked ad nauseum now in this town hall about the evils of going public with their public, or private with their public system. Like, come on, man. You know how they got there? Come on. I just want to make this jump.
Find all of that much more
Hey, Madeline
interesting
Gibson.
than all the sort of
Incoming
talking about what you're
raid?
going to do. I just want to get on with the job.
First day we get into government, bold. Okay, next question is from Cayman, who's from Yorkshire. Cayman, where are you?
Hello.
Please go ahead.
Hi. I admired how in touch you were with the public when you were obviously a solicitor and then you became Director of Public Prosecutions with
Vosh,
CPS.
right?
But
Oh,
over the last year, I
Vosh.
feel like you've formed
Thank you so
into
much
more
for
of a
the raid.
politician than the person that I would
We are
have...
currently dooming about the state of UK politics. This is, I want to say, British peeps in chat, I'm sorry. I think you guys might be cooked. You might be cooked for a little while. I don't know a single politician or political movement in the UK right now that I can like get excited about as like a left-leaning individual, you know? Also, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Very knifey, Duck.
Snipe.
Thank you very much for gifting a sub to Bisadu. Welcome, folks. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I was a video game journalist for like a decade. I'm a trans lady. I'm a socialist. I also professionally organize politically. I political organize. And I work with Progressive Victory to set up like some of their events. Yeah. Also, if you're not already planning on it, consider coming on down to canvas with me out in New York. We're doing a canvassing event, not this weekend, but the weekend after that. And I'm gonna be there. You can say hello to me in person. You can say hello to Vosh. There are gonna be a lot of other content creators out there, and I'm going to be I'm gonna be helping to coordinate on the ground there. So come on out. Let's knock on some doors for Bowman, because right now his polls look a bit weak, and Hillary goddamn Clinton is on the warpath. Okay, the knives are out for Bowman. So you guys need to come out for him, all right? The only way we win this is if we get enough people knocking on doors. Phone banking the next 2 Sundays. Excellent, OS Crane. Let's go! I know that Sunrise Movement has phone banking opportunities. I know that Progressive Victory also has phone banking opportunities. If you join up to you can volunteer on like progress.win, I think is the website. You can also, I believe, Jewish Voice for Peace is also phone banking for Bowman. So you have a lot of different options out there. Go with whichever one suits you. I am just partial to Progressive Victory because they reach out specifically to this space. And also they pay me money. Howdy, you little Morphe Nanny. And Raiders, make sure you hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream. And if you've been enjoying the stream, because we've been going almost 2 hours now, consider dropping some subs, donos, memberships, super chats, bits, whatever. Consider dropping those, because those are what allow me to continue to do what I do. This show is brought to you by viewers like you. and I appreciate that. It's what allows us a small-time streamer like me to make it in this biz. Saw you were on Elden Ring. Have you tried the butchering knife? I have not tried the butchering knife, though I'm not doing a bleed build, so I'm not sure if it's going to be, like, super good. I'm trying to use, I'm trying to go through with, like, great swords or, like, great hammers and stuff, in this run. But, yeah. Money, they pay you money. I know, it's crazy. It turns out that I'm good at what I do, and, yeah. Homo Crygoat, thank you for the follow. Also, yes, also, I am cute. Or if you're transphobic, I look like Buffalo Bill, you say repeatedly as you furiously masturbate to my selfies on Twitter. You've returned from the war. Good job, the guy. And folks, it is Pride Month, so if you want to be if you don't want to be homophobic, if you don't want to be transphobic, consider dropping those subs and donos. There we go. That's my plug. Let's see if any of you take me up on that. All right. If you want to be absolved for your past homophobia and transphobia, I'm here. I'm selling indulgences. Not subbing is homophobic. True. Also, this is the most incredible town hall I've ever seen. Keir Starmer is getting eviscerated by the most basic questions, and he is I don't know how this is the leftist guy running. He's the leftmost candidate that has a shot at winning, and man, dog, you guys are cooked.
To run the country.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of issues around indulgences, all right? I will have to say, I apologize in advance if me selling indulgences leads to some kind of 500-page theses being nailed to your front door, okay? I apologize in advance if that happens. My intent is not to schism the church, all right? That was a history joke for some of you, or a religion joke for others of you.
You seem more like a political robot. How are you?
Holy shit. This is one thing that the United States needs to take from the UK. We need to allow audience members at town halls to absolutely roast candidates, okay? Allow the people, we the people, demand the ability to roast Joe Biden and or Donald Trump to their faces on national television. We used to be a great country.
Going to convince others like me to vote for you?
Well, the most... look,
holy shit, he's stumped.
I went to run the Crown Prosecution Service. You referenced that. I was the chief prosecutor for 5 years, effectively bringing in every criminal prosecution in England and Wales, including here in Grimsby, in our courts to make sure that where people broke the law, they were prosecuted and you were kept safer as a result of that. Working, of course, with
holy
my
shit, this
staff.
was not worth it.
I worked before that in Northern Ireland, so I've had this constant theme in my life of trying to serve the public. That's why I worked in Northern Ireland. That's why I worked in the Crown Prosecution Service. That's why I took the decision to go into politics. I came into politics quite late in life. I'd done other things beforehand, but I took the decision that I couldn't take the issues, make the changes that I thought were necessary unless I went into politics. I was frustrated.
Do you think you've changed?
Well, I've been much clearer in my own mind that the country must come first and the party and party politics second. I'm really, I don't apologise for that. I think that's really important. I think it probably is a result of coming into politics late because I'm not tribally political. I actually do believe there are good people who vote other than Labour who want their family, their community and their country to go forward. And that's
reaching
why I've
across
said,
the
if we
aisle
are
to make
come
himself
into,
more conservative.
Power, I want a decade of national renewal, and I want everybody who wants the country to improve to feel that there's a place for them, whether or not they traditionally voted Labour, because I actually genuinely think
We need
vast
Kyle
majority of
moderating,
people in
we
this
do.
country are reasonable people. They're
We do.
tolerant
Goddamn
people,
Kyle Clark.
Who
He's
sort
a
of live and
treasure.
let live.
I'm seeking out more of
if
his
given the chance,
interviews,
would
by the
pull
way, to
together
do segments
to
on, 'cause
advance
he's
their
a delight.
community, to advance their family, and to advance their country. And I don't think you need to be tribally Labour for that.
Look, us Kyle Clark heads, okay? Us Clark heads, we can't get enough, okay? He's a treasure, a national treasure who deserves to be loved and known by all. He should be the moderator on the national stage. I'd give my left nut to see him moderate.
I think you can actually pull the country together.
I'm gonna
and that would be a
have to
real
interrupt.
moment for us.
I'm going to have to, because I'm...
Yeah, of course, that was a bit long. Apologies.
Cayman, did he convince you? Yes or no?
I hope you don't answer the questions how you answer the questions, and I hope you never answered them the way that you did when you were a solicitor, because you don't seem to answer the question.
Okay. I'm gonna...
Damn, son. Oh, he got claps for that.
Okay, well, I'm going to need a speedy answer because we're out of time, but I have Kieran from Guildford. You've got under the line. Where are you? Please, go ahead.
Good evening. Young people in this country have grown up knowing nothing but conservative austerity and political chaos. We didn't have the chance to vote for Brexit in 2016 because we were too young, and now we're inheriting that economy. We're graduating from university, aren't less likely to own a home than our parents, or paying a higher effective tax rate because of student loans that wasn't a thing generations ago. How can you convince us that you are truly going to be different and actually effective at making change, not just in terms of the economy, but also to improve our trust in political institutions?
I need a quick answer, please.
First, by absolutely being clear that I understand the challenges that you are setting out. And that's because I do something which I think is underrated in politics and leadership, which is to listen, to use these, to listen to the challenges that people are talking to people. I go around the country the whole time. The most important thing I say to everybody...
Okay, but what value is it that you listen to all about all these people's struggles? What value is it to the nation that you want to govern that you listen to people's problems? Because it doesn't matter, you can listen to an infinite number of people and still have terrible policies. Like you, my guy, if you're still at the end of the day gonna privatize the NHS, like it doesn't matter how many people you listen to. I listen to everyone and only value the feedback I get from the wealthy.
I meet, please tell me the change you want if we're able to come into government, and I will mull that over in my mind on the train or in the car on the way back, because you have the right to put your fingerprints on what comes next. But just to address the specific things, we need good quality, high-skilled jobs for the future for our young people. That's why I was so impressed in, when I saw those apprentices here in Hull who had skilled jobs that they were proud of doing with a future to them. We need to make sure that we're building enough houses so that young people can get on the housing ladder. At the moment, the idea that you have to be in your mid to late 30s before you get your own roof over your head is a sign of a broken system, because...
yeah. As an American, I would be shocked if, barring like this channel really truly taking off, I am ever able to afford a home. Yeah, by my mid-30s. Yeah, exactly.
Because I know from growing up how important it is to have your own home as a base camp for your dreams, your aspirations, for the security of your family. So we will build those 1.5 million homes. That will only happen if we partner with business, if we get rid of some of the planning rules that are in the way, and if we have a set of arrangements with mayors and combined authorities to get that building done. Because otherwise, you simply will be in the same position.
I'm going to have to interrupt. Sir Keir, thank you so much for joining us in Grimsby tonight.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Well, that was Keir Starmer. Next up is the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak. Don't go anywhere.
All right. It's time. part 2. Look, the Olympics are happening at some point. Who cares? You're not getting me. Not getting me. All right, there we go. I don't think you're getting a house in your mid-40s. I mean, maybe not.
To the
I can
battle
hope.
for number 10 live from Grimsby.
Look, my hope is that maybe my life will be a little bit non-fucked in my 40s, and I'll be able to own a home. You know, like maybe I'll be able to like do that. That'd be cool. That'd be really nice. I'm still kind of an optimist.
Town Hall. We've heard from the Labour leader. Now it's the Prime Minister's turn.
Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining us tonight in Grimsby.
Good evening, Beth. Thanks for having me.
PM, polling day is 3 weeks tomorrow.
I bet that giant
but
curved
it's
screen
rough,
is a bitch
isn't
to
it?
move.
A poll out this week put the Conservatives on 18 points, just about neck and neck with Nigel Farage's reform. And your polling is now worse than in the dying days of the Liz Truss government. What's going so wrong?
Well, I've got to say, Beth.
Your polling is now worse than the worst Prime Minister we've ever had, who lost to a head of lettuce. What do you have to say about that? Well, I do say. I do declare.
It hasn't been an easy 18 months in general, so what I've done, though, is just keep going to try and do my best for people, and that's what I'm doing in this campaign. I'm excited to have the opportunity to talk to everyone, not just tonight, but across the campaign, out and about in the country, about our plans for the future, because I know we've been through a tough time. Of course we have, and I'm sure we'll talk about it. It's been tough for all of you here tonight, everyone watching.
Big room.
But I do believe we've turned a corner, and we've got a clear plan for the future to make a difference to people, to cut their taxes, to bring down immigration, to protect pensions. Those are all things that I think matter. I think those are things that people want, and so I'm going to keep fighting hard till the last day of this election.
PM, Liz Truss never recovered from that disastrous mini-budget. Do you worry that your fateful decision to skip part of those D-Day commemorations could prove as terminal for you?
Well, the last thing that I wanted to do was cause anyone, and particularly our veterans community, any hurt or upset. It was a mistake, and that's why I apologised unreservedly for that. And you know, I'm deeply sad to have caused people hurt and upset by that. I was privileged to participate in all the commemoration events that I did, to speak to many veterans, to thank them in person for what they did, but also make sure that I can demonstrate to them how committed I am to making this the best country in the world to be a veteran through all the things that we are doing in government.
And when you realised the mistake and you apologised, how were you feeling? Did you feel really awful? How was it for you?
Yeah, I was incredibly sad to have caused people hurt and upset.
Did
was
it
actually
feel
the last
bad
thing
when you were
that
an asshole?
I wanted to do, and as I said, I hope people can find it in their hearts to forgive me. When I realised I made a mistake, I apologised. I've asked for forgiveness, and also I have been speaking to veterans about the things that we are doing to make sure this is a good country for them after they've served, because we owe them an enormous debt of gratitude, and that's why I've made sure it's a priority to have a minister around the cabinet table to support them and focus on the things that matter to them.
OK. Prime Minister, let's go on to the Tory record. You say that you're the one who can deliver stability after all the turmoil, but for many voters, the Conservatives are the turmoil. In this Parliament, we've had 3 Prime Ministers, 5 Chancellors, 5 Home Secretaries, 6 Health Secretaries. How do we know that if you won the general election, you'd still be Prime Minister in a year's time?
Look, I can appreciate people's frustrations. Of course, we haven't got everything right. I don't think any government does, and I know it's been very difficult for many people. But what I can do is work as hard as I can to deliver the stability that I said I would. And I've had this job for 18 months, and I think particularly on the economy, as I'm sure we'll get into, people can see that inflation is back to normal, the economy's growing, wages are rising, and that's why we're having this election now, to talk about the future. And yes, I've got a track record over the past 18 months, which I'm sure we'll talk about. But also, I want to build on that and continue the progress we've made, whether it's cutting people's taxes, bringing down migration.
I love how those
or
marionettes can
indeed
just
protecting
pull
people's
these
pensions. These
gigantic
are all
ass
things
arrows
that now
out of
we're in
their
a position
asses.
to make more progress
I'd like to come on to that, but many people do view Liz Truss's brief period in office as the symbol of that Tory chaos. Has her legacy cast a long shadow for you?
Well, I think if people are thinking about that, they can think about what I did. I spent, and you and I spent some time that summer, you interviewed me, I did an event like this at the time, because I disagreed with her economic policies. And actually, it wasn't easy for people to hear what I had to say, but I believed very deeply then in what I was saying. And I went around the country then talking about it, doing events like this. We did one similarly together as well, and you interviewed me. And that's who I am as a person, even though that wasn't an easy thing, even though back then, actually, it was difficult for me and I was behind. I was talking about what I believe was right for our country, and that's who I am as a person, and I was right about that, and that's why people can trust me now when it comes to what I say about the economy today.
Well, look, let's get on to your pledges. Let's get on to you now. In January 2023, you made the British people 5 promises. You said, no tricks, no ambiguity. We're either delivering for you or we're not. So I ask you to judge us on the effort we put in and the results we achieve. 5 promises. Let's talk about the promises. Promises 1 and 2, halving inflation, growing the economy. You've done that.
Well, the most important priority was the first one, because when I got this job, inflation was at 11%. And I think everyone knows the last few years have been difficult, the impact that was having on all your bills. Every week, you were seeing the impact in your shop, and that's why my priority was to bring down inflation, so to ease that burden. And it wasn't a given, and it was 11%. Now it's back to normal, ahead of our competitors, which is the result of a lot of hard work.
Let's go through the pledges,
sir.
Yes, inflation is, of course, I know things are not easy. Of course I know that. They've been difficult for a while for all sorts of reasons, but what I was absolutely set about doing was making things that little bit easier.
Well, look,
that's why inflation was a priority. And it was precisely because the bills were continuing to go up that we needed to bring inflation down, and I'm pleased that we're able to do that.
Halving inflation, economy growing, tick, tick. Promise number 3, reducing national debt. It's gone up since you made the pledge, hasn't it? It has.
Yes, but it was always meant to come down over time, and that was always the time.
Okay. I want more than anything for there to be a Philomena Kunk where she interviews these people. I think she would be 10 out of 10. I think she would absolutely stump these assholes. All right? And I'm here for it. Right? Aw, fuck me. Nope. Okay. I need something that does bashing damage. That's right, bitch! There we go. I hate those guys. I hate those guys so much. Pro tip. If you ever have to fight them, just use a big ol' club. Bisadu, phrasing. Phrasing, for the love of God, Bisadu. I know that you're saying the W's to mean win, but goddamn, phrasing. Jesus Christ. God. I genuinely despise Sunak due to his ties to Infosys. I have no idea what that means.
I know, but what was it when you made the pledge?
But we measure our debt according to an independent body
But it's
measures our
higher
debt.
now than it was when you made the pledge, right? It's
Yes,
high.
it was always forecast to be high. Let me be clear, Beth. I was never saying it would come down overnight. I was very clear at the time.
You made the pledge in January 2023.
And when I made the
and
pledge...
you're going into an election, I'm just making the point that you failed on that pledge as you go to the polls.
No, because when I made, the pledge, I was very clear that we measure our debt reduction according to an independent body.
No tricks, no ambiguity.
No tricks, no ambiguity.
Good night, Ashley.
None at all.
Get good sleep.
We have an independent... I'm happy... And I'm happy to explain. So we measure our debt reduction independently. It's actually not me that does it. It's an independent body called the OBR. We set out the fiscal rules to bring debt down over 5 years, and that's how they measure it. And they have confirmed to every budget, and you can go look at it online, that we are meeting those fiscal rules. When I made the announcement, I think you were there at the press conference when I did.
Sure.
I actually was asked the question, and I explained then. They said, how are you measuring this? And I said, we're measuring it according to the independent body, which will adjudicate our rules. And we've met all those rules, and that's really important to me.
Let's crack on.
But no, just
Cutting NHS waiting list, that's pledge 4. When you made the promise, the list was at 7.21 million. It's now at 7.54 million cases. It's gone up.
Yes, it has. Yes, I'm very good. We've not made as much progress on cutting waiting lists as I would have liked, and that was something that I was keen to do, and it has proved more difficult, and it's been proved more difficult for a number of reasons. Obviously, recovering from the pandemic is not easy, but we are now making progress. And actually, the number that you gave is just over 200,000 lower than it was a few months ago, because now
it's gone up from when you made the pledge.
Yes, it has. It has. Yeah. I'm being very clear about that. But now it's coming down. Because we are now the plans are working. We've resolved the industrial action.
Largest Indian tech outsourcing company in the world.
Well, I think you had a question earlier from, I think there was a junior doctor here, and I think everyone knows the impact the industrial action has had. That's why we haven't made as much.
So it's the doctor's fault. The point...
They're literally booing him. That's amazing.
Let's not dwell on this, but PM, the point is that when you made the pledge, there were several NHS...
Okay, can we just note the camera guy had the camera ready to go back to this doctor? That's incredible, dog. 10 out of 10. Get the crew a raise, all right?
Industrial disputes happening at the time. Ambulance workers were on strikes, nurses had about strikes, junior doctors were balloting, and you still made the pledge, and the numbers are up. Let's move on.
But having resolved all of the industrial action except the junior doctors, what you're now seeing is that the numbers are coming down. And we are making progress.
Junior doctors.
I might have not done brilliantly at maths at school, but I know that 7.2, 1 million, 7.5 is going up. Let's move on. Let's move on, PM. Your fifth promise was stopping the small boats. Boat crossings are going up, aren't they?
Yes, they were down last year by a third. They're down over the last 12 months by a little less than that. This year, what we've seen is one particular country, Vietnam, accounting for the majority of the increase. But actually, the plans that we've put in place last year show that it is possible to make a difference to this problem, which, by the way, before I got this job, everybody said was impossible. Everybody said it was impossible to get the numbers down at all, but we showed last year that that was possible.
No one said
and
that.
now we have a clear plan to put a deterrent in place, and that means...
And I will come on to it, but look, crossings have risen by 40% this year against last year to 11,247 people crossing on small boats this year. It's going to be a record year. You have failed to deliver on this pledge. Please acknowledge it.
No, if you look at the sum total of the time that I've been Prime Minister, because you've picked one particular period, if you look at the sum total of the time that I've been Prime Minister, the numbers are down.
The numbers were down on last year. The numbers in 2023 were down on 2022.
It's because of the work that we've done.
Well, it's a record year this year. They've gone up by 40%.
But if you look at because these things are cyclical, because what you've seen is one new country, Vietnam, accounting for a lot of the new arrivals.
All right.
And just as we dealt with Albania...
New country, Vietnam.
Let's go back to basis. You
Vietnam
said you were
didn't exist 5 years ago, guys.
Boat crossings are going up this year. Let's talk about Rwanda. You acknowledge that, don't you? Okay, let's move on. You will get the flights off the ground in July. You promised that.
Yes.
flights off the ground, no if, no buts. How many flights and how many people are you going to send over the summer?
Well, what we've done is already started detaining people. Airfields on standby, planes are booked. The date for the first flight is out on the 24th, I think it is, of July. We haven't given more details beyond.
This is the dumbest policy I've ever heard in my entire life. Like, this is the kind of policy some KKK member would have. Just like, oh yeah, you know, just ship them back to I don't know, Timbuktu, and like instead of dismissing it for like the racist, xenophobic idea that it is, Rishi Sunak and the conservative branch of the UK's political system are like, yeah, actually that's an excellent idea. We should go through the immense expense and effort of shipping people halfway around the world. You're right. That's a good idea. They're coming from Vietnam and speaking languages no one has ever heard before. Yeah. So let's put them in let's put them in Rwanda? Question mark. He's a perfect fit for conservative. Yeah. Person of color, spent years at Goldman Sachs, Fulbright scholar, Oxford Conservative Union, conservative backbencher, was a cabinet member but relatively unknown as an economist when he stood. Yeah, of course.
Beyond that, to not compromise the operational security, but there will be a regular rhythm of flights, not just one. And the important point here is this is about establishing a deterrent, because I believe that if people come here illegally, they shouldn't be able to stay. We need to have somewhere safe to remove them, and that's how we will stop the boats.
Yeah,
and
so
that's
we'll send them
what
to
Rwanda is
Rwanda.
about.
That's not a logical
can I just ask you
conclusion.
one thing? If you were so confident about getting these flights off in July, that this was the apex really of stopping the boats, why did you call an election before voters could actually see it was happening? Why? Because
an election is an important moment for our country, and my priority when I got this job was to restore economic stability. And we talked about bringing inflation down and getting the economy growing, and then being in a position, as we are now, to cut people's taxes. And for me, with that economic foundation established, it was the right moment to have an election to then discuss the future of our country. And this election is about the future. And you're right, on migration, there is a choice at this election, and elections have consequences. I've got a plan about what I want to do.
And I'm going to come on to that.
Keir Starmer doesn't agree with that plan.
Okay,
and can't tell you what he would do with illegal migrants. And that's a choice for everyone here and everyone watching. If you want to stop the boats, there's a choice of how you think that needs to be dealt with, and I'm the one that's got an answer for you.
And I would like to talk to you about a bigger issue that people are concerned about, which is legal migration. For many years, people were frustrated that immigration kept going up. It was the #1 reason for voters in the run-up to the EU referendum, one of the main reasons for Brexit. That's right, isn't it?
Immigration is too high.
No, one of the reasons people voted for Brexit was to take back control of our borders, right? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah? OK. Yes. OK. Well, let's just go and look at the record. Because what was the total net migration figure into the UK in the past 3 years?
But you'll have it there, so...
But the audience, do you want me to tell them? Because they won't know.
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head for the past 3 years.
It's 1.9 million people in the last 3 years. What was the total net migration figure in the last 3 years running up to the 2016 referendum when we had freedom of movement? Do you know it?
I don't have it offhand.
It was 836,000 people. And I'm sure many people in this room would have voted for Brexit. 70% of people in Grimsby voted for Brexit. How do you think they feel about that when they hear that net migration into this country has more than doubled in the last 3 years from before we left the European Union?
Yeah, I'm sure it's too high. I've been very clear that it's too high, and I'm sure people feel frustrated and angry about it.
You were the original Brexiteer, weren't you? Well, you were one of the...
Yes, I did support
Brexit. You were always a Brexiteer.
Yes, and I believe that was the right decision for our country.
Frustrated, cynical,
absolutely.
betrayed?
I just said I'm sure people feel frustrated about that. And again, the numbers are too high. Of course they're too high. What I can tell you is what I've done since I've had this job, and that's last year. Yes, and the numbers are too high. I'm not making any bones about that. The numbers are too high, Beth. But what I can tell you is, what I've done in the time I've had this job is already start to bring them down because we've taken action to change things. So last year, the numbers were down by 10% already. And this year, the number of visas that we've issued is down by around a quarter. And the forecasts show that we're on track to halve net migration in just over a year's time. So that shows and hopefully gives people some confidence we're now heading in the right direction. To give you an example of some of the things we've done, we've clamped down on abuse of the social care visa, tightened up the number of dependents that students can bring, and also raised the salary so that you have to earn £38,500 to come here on a work visa.
Okay.
Now, these measures are now starting to have an impact. You've seen that this year, as I said, numbers down by a quarter.
As you can see,
Forecast
we've
to
made life
fall
worse
by
for people
half
in
overall for net
the
migration.
UK.
So you're going to,
That's
are
why
you
you
making
should
that
vote for
pledge
me.
now? What's your promise to drive net
So
migration down?
yeah, well, what we've said we'll do is have actually a migration cap that's voted on in Parliament, so all your members of Parliament will vote every year on the number of migrants that will come. Well, that's, I said, the forecast at the moment is the numbers to halve, and then what we want to do is continue reducing it every year thereafter. But the key thing is here is there will be, for the first time, a legal cap on all migration so that we can guarantee that the numbers do continue to come down.
David Cameron, 2010, tens of thousands, reduced net migration. May 2017, Theresa May reduced net migration to tens of thousands. Boris Johnson, 2019, committed to making sure overall numbers come down below the then net migration figure of just over 250,000 people. Why should anyone believe anything that you say on immigration?
True.
And I can completely understand people's cynicism about this, but what you can add to the end of that list, since I've been in charge, numbers down 10% and visas issued this year down by a quarter. Right, so that's I've had this job for 18 months. Numbers were down last year, they're down considerably at the start of this year, and they will keep coming down because of the measures that I've already announced.
1.9 million people in the last 3 years. Okay. But it's, you know, that's the record. Let's go on to tax. You say that you will cut taxes. I was at your manifesto launch yesterday. Our economics editor, Ed Conway, calculates that the tax burden on the country will be higher than it is now under a future Conservative government, even taking into account your proposed tax cuts. That's right, isn't it?
No, I haven't seen that analysis, and I'm not sure that is right. What we announced yesterday...
Is Ed wrong?
I haven't seen his analysis, so I can't comment on it because I haven't seen it. But what I can tell you is what our manifesto announced is, you know, tax cuts for people at every stage of their life, for people in work, for people who are setting up small businesses and self-employed, for those young people who want to buy their first home, for pensioners, and for families. So tax cuts for people at every stage of their lives, because I believe people should keep more of their hard-earned money. That's how you build financial security. And again, that's a choice for people at this election. I believe in cutting people's taxes. Now that we're in a position to do so, having restored economic stability.
Can I just have a moment of honesty about this, though? Because today, taxes as a proportion of national income are at 36.5%. They will be at 36.7% of national income by the end of the coming Parliament with all your changes. So I know that you have introduced tax cuts,
the most
but
British
overall,
insult I can
taxes
call
will
this
still
guy.
be going up, won't they?
Probably
under a Conservative government.
Well, the tax
but
burden
they take it less seriously
is too
over
high,
there,
and
so
that
it's
is a
less
reflection of the
decision.
decision.
Is it going up in the next Parliament? It will go up.
Taxes for people will continue to come down. That's the manifesto that we've announced. I haven't seen Ed's analysis. It's very hard for me to comment on it there. But what I can tell you is that the tax cuts that we've announced reduce the tax burden by about 1 percentage point of GDP a year compared to the spring budget last year. So again, I haven't seen his numbers. I can tell you my numbers, but I can give you...
So hang on, just to be clear. You're saying that taxes as a proportion of national income will come down at the end of the next Parliament under a Conservative government.
The tax cuts that we announced yesterday...
It's just a yes or no.
But I don't have a forecast for the economy in 5 years' time, but what I can tell you is stamp duty for first-time buyers, abolished. National insurance for self-employed, abolished.
Cut him
Further
off.
cuts for national insurance, the triple lock plus to cut taxes for pensioners.
He's
But these are the practical tax cuts that will be delivered, and they'll impact everyone in a slightly different way. But the choice at this election is clear, because I want
Man,
to keep
her
cutting people's
attempts to
taxes.
try and, like,
and look, you did mention the
get
tax
them to
burden.
shut
and
up
actually,
so she can
have a
continue
second to
asking
address that. Of
questions
course
is
it's high, but that's because
weak as
I had
hell.
to take decisions that were difficult as Chancellor after providing the support that we did during the pandemic for the NHS, for furlough, but also for energy bills. And the reasonable thing to do, the right thing to do for the country, is to make sure that we secure our future and pay that back, and that requires difficult decisions.
Isn't the truth that your problem is broken promises, and it's deeper than the last couple of years? It's Brexit too. It's migration. It's migration. The NHS was meant to get better. We were all remember 350 million quid on the side of a bus, don't we? It's levelling up. It's a catalogue of broken promises. You must surely see why so many voters think it's time for you and the Conservatives to get your P45.
Well, I can absolutely. Of course I can understand people's frustrations. It's been a very difficult few years. We've been through 2 once-in-a-century shocks, which have had an enormous impact on everyone, on public services, on people's standard of living. Of course it has. When energy bills double, when inflation goes up to 11%, when a pandemic shuts down our economy, with all the impact on everyone's livelihoods, of course that's taken its toll. But this election now is about the future, and I do believe that we've turned a corner. And when I appreciate that people want to see positive change. And my only point would be that you don't get any change unless you've got a plan and you're prepared to do bold things. And that's what our manifesto sets out, a way to do that.
Let me just ask you, we'll come to you in a moment. I've got running out of time. Now, I just want to ask you one more thing. You were once popular, you were dishy-rishy. Do you remember? Can you tell our audience something about you that might make them like you a bit more again?
What does that mean? Why was he dishy-rishy?
Actually, funny enough, people seem to think I have a very kind of healthy lifestyle, and I go to the gym and this is the obsession about my fasting. But I actually have an appalling diet because I eat an enormous amount of sugar, and I'm very unhealthy in that regard, which I was talking to someone today about. They were completely shocked. I'm not sure that's not really something that someone needs to like me more or less, but that's something I was talking to someone today, and they're genuinely surprised about the amount of Haribos, Twixes and everything else that I get through, particularly during a campaign. So contrary to popular belief, I don't have that healthier lifestyle or diet.
Okay, a sugar fiend. Prime Minister, thank you so much for the interview. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
Well, you've just heard there what the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, had to say to our political editor, Beth Rigby. He told her many things. He said he was deeply sad to have caused hurt and upset when he left those D-Day commemorations early. Rishi Sunak also admitting tonight he hasn't made as much progress in cutting NHS waiting lists as he would have liked, suggesting strike action was to blame. And Mr Sunak conceded immigration to the UK is too high. And he understands why people are frustrated and angry. Well, now it's our audience turn to put the Prime Minister under the spotlight. And just to remind you, we're joined tonight by voters from across the political spectrum, independently chosen from here in Grimsby and right around the UK. Beth, it's over to you.
Thank you, SJ. Well, our first question from the audience comes from Ian. He's a retired teacher from Grimsby. There he is.
Good evening.
Hi, Ian.
Following Liz Truss's disastrous mini-budget...
Oh my God, it's Vosh.
...with its unfunded tax cuts, mortgages have become much less affordable, particularly for young people, such as my daughter.
Gets around.
Why has your government spoilt their hopes and dreams? And how do we know you won't do it again?
Well, Ian, how old's your daughter?
That crowd looks very
She's
white.
19.
They are very British.
And did you say she has a mortgage, or she's looking to buy a home?
She was kind of hoping to buy a home until you put the mortgage rates up and you failed to meet your housing targets, and she's struggling to find a property that she can afford.
Well, look, I want everyone to be able to own their own home. It's a really magical thing when you can, whether your daughter and everyone else. And the best way for us to do that is to get interest rates down again in the first instance, and that's why I made a priority to bring inflation down. because that's how we will enable the Bank of England to then start cutting interest rates. And as you can see, inflation is down from 11% back to normal. So hopefully we're on the right path then, and you will see that reflected in mortgage rates. But actually in our manifesto, there were a couple of things that will help your daughter.
Looks like an
and hopefully you can tell her about them, and hopefully she's watching. One of them was stamp duty.
What?
So what I will do if we're re-elected is to abolish stamp duty for first-time buyers, like your daughter, buying homes up to £425,000. And
to be honest, Mr. Sunak, I don't think she was thinking of buying a house that expensive.
No, it's up to, for everyone, up to that amount. So that's a tax cut that's worth thousands of pounds of deposit that she otherwise wouldn't need to save for. And alongside that, we will also reintroduce a new version of Help to Buy, which allows her to buy a home with just a 5% deposit, because when I talk to people like your daughter, what they say to me is, actually, I will be able to probably just about afford the mortgage, but what's tricky is the time it takes to save up for a deposit.
Yeah, so let's just make riskier loans. Gee, when have I heard that before? Cue Vietnam-style flashback to 2009 subprime mortgage crisis.
And we saw with the previous version of Help to Buy that it makes a big difference,
2008.
because it saves a young couple or a young person years in having to save up for that deposit, because the Help to Buy loan steps in to plug the gap and saves people an enormous amount of money. So Help to Buy, together with a stamp duty abolition for first-time buyers, essentially, will help young people like your daughter, because I believe in a society where everyone can own their home, and if we're elected, we can cut taxes and build a home, so that's possible.
Okay.
Grimsby is 95.7%
Our next question is from
white.
Hamza, who works in the NHS. He's from Hersham. Hamza, there you go.
Good evening, Prime Minister. As a proud member of staff in the NHS and a patient, I've seen firsthand the chronic effects of underfunding and staff shortages, especially post-Brexit. Recruitment and retention is very difficult, and staff are continuously burnt out with waiting lists seeming to never end. And I've personally experienced being left on a stretcher for 8 hours in my local A&E department while in pain, just in the corridor. Going forward, how can you convince me that you'll restore our NHS to an institution that we can be proud of?
Yeah. Well, thanks, Hamza, first of all, for what you do and all your colleagues do in our incredible NHS, and I'm very sorry to hear about your experience. I think the first thing to say to you is I come from an NHS family. So like you, like my parents, they worked in the NHS. Then my dad was a GP, my mum was a pharmacist, and they dedicated their lives to helping people. And I was surrounded by that growing up. And actually what they instilled in me was an importance of how we can continue to help people. And I worked for my mum
first
doing
girlfriend was from
exactly
Grimsby.
that. So that's
Oof.
the first thing you need to know about me when it comes to the NHS. And that's why we've put record funding into it. But your point is
Hey,
the right
T.S.
one.
Kristen.
What we have not done for not just years, but for decades, is train enough staff and then be reliant on having to bring people here from abroad. And in the NHS's 75-year history, it has never, ever had a long-term workforce plan. But for the first time, it does, because I thought that was the right thing to prioritise. And we announced it together. It was the NHS's plan that the government has fully backed. And I said to them, look, this is the right thing to do, because we need to train more doctors, nurses, dentists, physiotherapists, everything today, so that in years to come, the NHS will have the staff that it needs to ease some of the pressures, reduce reliance on staff from overseas, and make sure it's a fantastic career for everybody. And look, candidly, we're the best one in the world. You know, I won't be here in the 14 years that it takes to train a consultant that we're paying for today.
Oh, man.
But I thought it was the right thing to do to strengthen our NHS for the long
so
term, because
convenient
people
for
like you are brilliant. We want to make sure we train as many of you as possible, so you have lots of colleagues, ease the burden, and get everyone the care that they need.
But just coming back on that, if you look post-Brexit, when we lost a huge majority of the staff that we had in our NHS, there wasn't a plan to fill those gaps and led to chronic shortages. Then we had the COVID pandemic that this country was not prepared for, and I worked through and saw the amount of people that were affected, burnt out. I had a close family member who was going through the COVID pandemic and now is living with long COVID and had to wait weeks to even get on a ventilator. And then the economy, under your leadership as Chancellor and under Boris Johnson, who you supported, we tried to get back as soon as possible, not thinking that this was still an ongoing pandemic. Boris was too late bringing in the lockdown rules. You were really quick to open up lockdown again, which led to another spike in COVID cases. And this is what has led to continuous, this is what has led to this long term of trying to rebuild the NHS. Now, you say that you're coming from an NHS background and you have this instilled value of caring for the NHS. How are we going to do that if you try and undermine it at every level?
With greatest respect, that's not what we're doing. We're
That is
investing
exactly
record
what you're
sums
doing.
into it. We're training more doctors and nurses than we ever have, and there are more doctors and nurses in the NHS today than it's also had. But we also need to do things differently. And it's whether it's things, and you'll know this from, and what's your particular specialty?
So I'm a physiologist in cardiology.
And you're a cardiology, right? So you'll know that we're doing things like elective surgical hubs, virtual wards, community diagnostic centres, of which there's one right here in Grimsby. And those are all new innovations that you and your colleagues have pioneered, that we have supported, that will actually mean that people can get the care they need quicker and secure the NHS for the long term.
We're going to take from the hospitals to the hubs to staff them, because there's shortages of the staff already.
Get 'em.
We're short of radiographers.
Get 'em.
All the trades,
You weren't even
all the
supposed to
different
ask a question.
specialities
Get 'em.
throughout the hospitals. We're short of staff. So building another building that's going to move it from the hospital is not going to cure the problem. It's just going to make it worse.
Get 'em.
Thank you.
I just answer that. So, ma'am, we are recruiting and training more doctors, nurses than we ever have in our history, and there are more today. And I know we need more, and that's why we've made those investments. But
I'm going to wrap this.
But I will just pick
I've got so many questions.
But I think that that's very important. Where I just very respectfully disagree with you, actually based on the clinical advice that we have from all our leading medics, is that we can improve care for people by doing things outside of hospital. And the Community Diagnostic Centre, one of which is here, is a great example of that, where you can get your checks and tests and scans quicker. Another example of that is pharmacies. Right? Because I think that you should be able to go and see your pharmacist to get treatment rather than your GP for common ailments. That's a change that we've brought in that already millions of people are benefiting from. And again, it's just an example of doing things differently to get people the care
All right,
they need.
Tibia
Look at all
Mariner.
these questions.
Well,
I'm under pressure
I
here.
was not familiar with your game.
Christina from London, please.
Hi. There are people who grow up in communities like mine that are concerned about policing. Statistics show that systemic racism, sexism, and misogyny are still prevalent in UK policing. Do you accept that these issues are in fact systemic? And what are your plans to improve relations and build trust between the police and our communities?
Well, misogyny, racism, discrimination has absolutely no place in our society, but particularly when it comes to the police, because they're people that we look to protect us and trust, and all the things that we've seen and read about over the past year or two have been really appalling and shocked us to our core, because we thought, hang on, the people that we put our trust in, they're a small minority, and we shouldn't tar the entire police force with the actions of a small minority, but a small minority of people who were behaving in a way that was completely reprehensible. And it's right that those people are held to account. Now, the Met in particular, there are issues, and actually we instituted a report which was done, which now the new Met Police Commissioner is working through to improve relations and make sure the Met is focused on policing in the right way. But I also want to make sure that our communities are safe. Safe for you, safe for everyone else, safe for my two girls to walk around in, which is why we're putting more police officers on the street, giving them the appropriate powers they need, and toughening up sentencing, particularly for the most violent crimes, and focusing especially on violence against women and girls. So that's what we're doing on policing.
Nice try, kid.
Police numbers today are at a record high, and if we're elected, then we'll put 8,000 more police officers on the street, warranted officers, which one extra one for every neighbourhood, because I think to that lady's point, that neighbourhood policing is really important, and having police officers who know their communities well, and I was out with some not that long ago, where they can build those relations is really
What's also important is accepting that it is a systemic issue. First, you accept that, and then you can plan to change the things so that these things don't happen again. It's not just bad apples if it happens over and over again. Does that make sense?
In the Met in particular, as I said, there are a range of issues. We instituted a report to look into them, and the new Met Police Commissioner is there and is reforming the Met so that it can actually look.
Oh, man. If looks could kill, he'd be dead 10 times over. You know, like, my God. Like, he's so full of horseshit on this, guys. Oh, yeah, we recognize that discriminating against a minority is bad. ignore what we're doing to the Vietnamese who are coming into the country that we just talked about how good it is that we're sending them to Rwanda for some very racist reasons. Like, just ignore that. Just ignore that and listen to the nice tone of my soothing voice. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Learn from the mistakes of the past and let's make sure that these things don't happen again.
Right, thank you. Our next question comes from Amy from Leeds. There she is, please, Amy.
Hi, Prime Minister.
Hi.
My name's Amy. I'm a former Conservative Party chair and a lifelong True Blue. But in this election, I find myself an undecided voter. Actions taken by this government actually make me feel ashamed. You left David Cameron at the D-Day celebrations to represent our country. To me, this feels like a deliberate action, as you know that your ratings in the polls are so low. How do you plan to rebuild the public's trust in you, or is it already irreparable?
Well, Amy, thank you. Well, thank you for all your previous volunteering and service to the party. And when it comes to D-Day, as I said, I absolutely did not mean to cause any offence or hurt. That was not my intention. I made a mistake, and I unreservedly apologise for it, and all I can do is ask for people's forgiveness. And when it comes to trust in my commitment to our veterans...
Yeah, so basically, Foxbat, he left the D-Day, like, commemoration event. He left it very, very early, and people were like, this looks really bad. It's like imagine Joe Biden leaving like the D-Day Normandy press event he did and just like wandering off in the middle of it. Like that's what he did. And so people are like, why the fuck did you do that? And now he's also like trying to say, oh, I'm so sorry. I had no idea people would get upset and offended by it. Except that, like, literally no campaign manager would ever, like, give you the go-ahead on that. You know, like, no, it's such, like, an easy layup for a politician in the middle of a campaign to do, that basically a lot of people are like, you only left that because you're doing so badly in the polling numbers that you thought it wouldn't matter whether you, like, stayed or went. You know? I have no idea if you went to the beach or not.
Community and the pride that I have and what they've done for our country. You know, what I would say to people is you can look at the things that we've done. There is a veterans minister sitting around the cabinet table for the first time with more funding than we've ever had, focused on supporting veterans with their mental health, physical health, employment opportunities, housing, because it's something I care deeply about. But more generally at this election, as you said, you're undecided. And this election is about the future and the future that you want for our country. And I believe that the manifesto that we put out yesterday contains a very clear plan, a bold set of actions that will deliver a more secure future for you and everybody. And that starts with cutting everyone's taxes, because I believe people should keep more of their hard-earned money. It means bringing migration down. It means a more sensible approach to net zero that prioritises our energy security and your family bills. And it means protecting pensioners, because I think if you've worked hard all your life, you deserve dignity in retirement. So those are some of the things I talked about yesterday. That's a choice at this election. It's an important moment for our country, but given the opportunity, I can deliver a secure future for you and everyone else.
Amy? And I would, yeah, thank you so much. I would usually agree. I just think that, and I'll be very honest here, that picture of the Queen, our late Queen, who was left to bury her husband on her own during COVID, following guidance that we all followed, and knowing what was happening in Downing Street, and you were part of that, and you had a fixed penalty notice, and you've apologised, and I understand all of that. That's where the trust broke down, and I just think we have long memories in this country as a public, and you really will have to go some, and I appreciate the apology tonight, thank you very much, but that you have to realise that there is a long way to go to really rebuild that.
Yeah, no, those rules were difficult for everyone to follow, and the government should absolutely have gone above and beyond in following them. And I deeply regret what happened. I apologise for it at the time, and it was an extraordinarily difficult time for our country, and I know that, and I know that people will remember that, and all I can say is, look, trust takes time to rebuild through actions, and whether it was what we did during COVID to support the NHS, roll out the vaccine, support people's jobs, what I've done over the past 18 months to deliver on restoring economic stability and start making progress on bringing migration down. That's how you earn trust, through your actions, making progress on things that matter to people, and that's what I plan to talk to people about through the rest of this campaign, and yesterday's manifesto sets out a direction of travel for the future.
Should Amy and other Conservatives vote for reform?
No. Very simply, no.
Why not?
And the reason for that, and I'm glad you asked the question, right? The reason for that is a vote for reform ultimately is a vote to put Keir Starmer into number 10. So if you're someone who cares about cutting taxes, if you're someone who cares about cutting taxes, protecting pensions, a sensible approach to net zero that prioritises security in your bills, or indeed bringing migration down, both illegal migration and stopping the boats, I'm the person that is going to deliver that for you, not Keir Starmer. Keir Starmer doesn't have a plan to tackle illegal migration. Right? Keir Starmer is not going to cut your taxes. Keir Starmer is going to reverse all the reforms I made to getting us to net zero in a way that saves you money, and that's going to put up everyone's bills. So that's the choice, right? And Keir Starmer is certainly not matching the triple lock plus, which is going to protect pensioners, and instead there's going to be a retirement tax for every pensioner in our country. So that's the choice for you and for everyone else thinking about it on the issues that you care about, who is more likely to deliver for you, and a vote for anyone who's not a Conservative is just a vote to put Keir Starmer in number 10.
PM, I've got another question. It's from William. Where is he? He's a student from Grimsby. There he is.
Hi there. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Take it away.
Given the recent policy announcements regarding national service for younger people, and you alluded to the quadruple lock on state pensions, as well as your record and the Conservatives' record in government, why would a young person today believe the Conservative Party has their best interests at heart?
So, William, actually on national service, I have 2 young girls. I'm incredibly excited for them to do it because I think it'll be transformative for our country. I really do, because it'll provide skills and opportunities for young people that will set them up for the rest of their lives, foster a culture of service in our society, bring people closer together, and contribute to our long-term resilience and security. And actually, everywhere I've been, people have been really positively talking to me about it, and actually parents, more than anyone else, excited about what it will do for their kids. But more broadly, so that's just one thing, right? A couple of days after that, we announced another big policy where I want to provide opportunities for young people, you and everyone else, which is why we're going to curb the investment into rip-off degrees, which let young people down, and take that money and use it to fund 100,000 high-quality apprenticeships, which actually can provide an enormous opportunity
Start throwing
for people.
tomatoes.
And the answer to the question, I think Ian's first question, wasn't it? Ian, there you are, Ian's daughter, with buying a house. Because when I talk to young people, that's the thing, they want a great job, they want to be able to buy their own home. And what we announced yesterday in the manifesto, a couple of days ago, is going to make a big difference, because it's going to mean that it's much easier for young people to get on the housing ladder and buy their first home. So whether it's an amazing apprenticeship, whether it's national service, whether it's buying your own home, actually what you're seeing are bold ideas that will make a big difference and spread opportunity around.
Just say no. Are you going to criminalise them? Are you going to set a generation of young people up with criminal records for just saying no?
No, of course not. Of course not. No, of course that's not the thing. And actually what we said we would do is set up a royal commission, which we haven't had in this country for actually about 25 years, and they're set up independently to look at big things like this. And there are lots of models from across Europe that you can look at to make sure that we have an appropriate mix of incentives and sanctions, and that's how other countries do it. And actually, if you talk to other countries around Europe, and when you talk to them, actually the percentage of young people that recommend it and love it is extremely high, and they think it's an incredibly fulfilling apprenticeship.
I'd really like to get a final question. William, very quickly, but I've got 2 minutes.
The national service policy, it might be popular amongst parents, as you said. The quadruple lock on pensions might be popular amongst parents and older generations, but it's not popular amongst younger people. Why are you moving your party so far away from younger voters when it's the key demographic that will be our future?
Okay, I'm going to go to the last question.
Oh, can I answer the question?
Well, I can't get the... Yeah, go on.
So
wanted to
William,
get
look,
some
I think national service is transformational and positive for young people. I think cutting stamp duty and help to buy to get young people their first home is really positive for young people. I think creating more high-quality apprenticeships is really good for young people. And when young people getting into work, getting a tax cut so they can keep more of their hard-earned money is really positive for young people. And actually, I don't view society as an us versus them, because every young person also has a grandparent, and I think they want their grandparents to be looked after when they retire, and that's why I think it's right to do the triple lock plus 2, and I think you agree with that as well.
Happy with that? You happy with that, William?
Yeah, but I think we can do both at the same time.
And we are, and that's the point, we are doing both. We're cutting taxes for young people buying their first home, creating new apprenticeships, and the triple lock plus to protect pensioners who have worked hard all their lives and are grandparents to those young people. We are doing those things, and as I said when I was sitting there, we can cut taxes for people at every stage of their life. That's the type of country I want to build.
OK. OK, I'm afraid we are out of time. Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining us here in Grimsby tonight. Thank you.
Oh, darn. Ah, shucks.
Well, you've heard tonight from the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and the Labour leader, Keir Starmer. Thank you to both men for being here. There are now just 22 days to go until polling day. We really hope our programme this evening has helped you make up your mind.
And thank you to our live audience here in Grimsby as well. I'm going to be getting their views in just a few minutes' time. But first, Sophie Ridge will have all the political reaction to what we've witnessed this evening from the spin room. This has been the battle for number 10.
The spin room.
There you go. If you wanted accountability, that is what you got. In my view, the most forensic hour and a half of the election campaign so far. And I want to take you from the debate room to the spin room, because this is where the analysis starts. We're going to try and cut through the spin. We're going to try and get the reaction.
What analysis could you
critically,
possibly do
we're going to try
on
and
this?
find out whether or not what just happened in that room that I've just left is enough to change the direction of the election campaign.
If only, if it was enough to actually change the direction of the election, like, you guys would be electing someone else who was not on that stage. Like, that was a joke. It was so bad. It was so bad. It made me, like, lose hope for, like, the British people. Like, my God. It's the spin room because it's named after Keir Starmer circling around his positions and Rishi Sunak circling around the answer to every single question. Now look, we can't blame Rishi Sunak too much. We can't blame Keir Starmer too much, okay? They grew up in the era where you had to, like, put a rubber band on your controller to make sure that the Katamari Damacy controller spun around and around and around and around without you having to hold the button in a certain direction. That was a really deep cut. I don't know if any of you got my reference, but I hope at least 2 of you did. Now you know how we feel about the US? Yeah. Except at least in the US, like, there are, like, some politicians where I'm like, oh, look, somebody who's not entirely dedicated to eating babies. There we go. Got him. I never did the rubber band trick, but used to carry a padlock with me because the original Doom didn't have a run lock. Damn. Thank you, Cubed Meat. I'm glad someone else recognized it as well. Katamari Damacy deserved better. I know they're still making Katamari Damancy's, but like more of you guys needed to love it. Oh, it's the Church of Awakening. Chat, we're about to meet Turtle Pope. Turtle Pope. Turtle Pope. Doesn't actually do the things a Pope does. Turtle Pope. Turtle Pope. Bringing all the peace to the world he does. Forget, is there an invasion here? I feel like there might be. Turtle Pope. Turtle Pope. Turtle Pope.
You're tarnished, aren't you?
Yep.
I am Muriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies for the unseemly state of affairs. Do you know the origin of this place? How it came?
Is Turtle Pope ever explained in the lore?
But who can blame you?
There is at night.
Has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd Tree and the Moon were joined by the matrimonial bond between red-haired Radigan and Renala of the Full Moon.
He's just a turtle who happens to be a pope. Well, I guess there aren't any rules against it in the Catholic Church, so I guess we have to let a turtle be pope. He won the election of cardinals.
Oh, was there something you are free to? I would say if you find anything, unless in which case I will.
Da 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 da.
Do you possess any? Then I would like concerning the miracle. Radigan once repented his territorial aggression. The order of the Erd Tree. This miracle blesses, and so you need to restore any bond. However, my faith does not waver. The miracle rooted in these grounds will once again mend the world, and this time its bounty will not.
Yeah, Lady Domina, the game streams don't bring in the viewers, and you know that's okay. That's okay. I don't really expect them to. Too bad this game doesn't give him your hat. Doesn't give him your hat. Yeah. Doesn't give you his hat. There we go. Boom. Nailed it. All right. Let's do this invasion real quick. Wait until nightfall. All right. Down here. Okay, I don't think the timing is quite right for this invasion. Currently stuck at the fire giant up the mountains. Whew. That is a ways farther than I am right now. I mean, I guess not. Okay. Okay. We don't need an invasion. It's fine. It's fine. Oof. All right. We got the Church of Vows up here. Forget if there's anything useful around here. Turtle Pub can bring in the viewers. If only I had faith. I'm more or less done and waiting for the DLC. Watching Monster Hunter videos, getting way too hyped. I need to give the Monster Hunter series another try. Feel like it's gotten a lot better since the last time I tried. Pardon? Oh my god. Oh my god. Got some snipers down there. Goodness. You have to rest, make it night again, rest, and then fight the boss? That's so weird. Such a weird mechanic. The time, I like the concept of time cycles in this game, but like, it seemed kind of half-baked. I feel like they could have done a little bit better with day-night cycles. They look gorgeous. Just the timing of some events is weird. We doing this? We doing a fight? Beep boop 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 ba-doop boop ba-doop ba-doop boop ba-doop 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 boop ba-doop. Okay. Can you imagine how irritating it would be to live in this place? There's no sun, there's just like a goddamn giant tree. Like, it's the middle of the night right now, it's just bright as day. All the time. Good night, Robert Ad said. Get good sleep. You silly little goose. The problem is From Software's engine requires reloading in order to load new events. It doesn't have dynamic environments whatsoever. Huh, interesting. Interessante, even. Makes a joke about how they didn't even see it coming because they blinded themselves. There we go. People keep saying this game's hard. It's not hard. Giggity. Oh, look at that. Look at that, it's some gigantic asshole. Hey, nerd. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Hey, spicy diarrhea, how you doing? Hopefully not too spicy or too diarrhea-y today. Is this character level 1? No. I get no pleasure out of even the vague idea of doing a soul level 1 playthrough of these games. It's probably more impressive to watch, but I don't want to do that. We doing... Oh. Alright. I guess. Supreme magic power, huh? Alright. Cool. Oh. That's a bear. Well. Oh, you know, goofs were goofed, okay? Oh, rip. I'm actually shocked I survived that. Damn. Come for the streamer, stay for the chat. It's a good policy. It's a good policy. Haven't played this game in 2 years. I guess I'm going to back in cold when the DLC comes out. Yeah, I'm trying to get to the point where I could start the DLC right away. You know, that's my goal. It's just a fair bit into the game, frankly. Also, chat, we've been going for almost 3 hours now. I know I'm not doing the heavy-hitting content I usually do about Trump farting on camera or something, but consider supporting the stream by hitting the follow button, hitting the subscribe button over on YouTube, liking the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos, memberships, etc., etc., etc. Consider, if you will, the humble dono. For those donos, believe it or not, allow me to continue making content. Crazy, I know. Do I want to pay $70 for a combination of a bunch of games I've already beaten and games I probably won't play? I don't know. Which games are they? I'm gonna go down and hit a travel point. Yeah, I made it to where I can access Moog's area. True. I don't think I've interacted with Mo yet. How do you do that? You have to find your way into the underground, and then there's like, well, there are multiple ways, but one is you go into the underground. That's the most common way. The other common way is you do Vare's quest, and Vare will give you like a shortcut that takes you to Moog's area. Otherwise, it's a very high-level kind of end game area, kind of. It's also like one of the best places to farm experience in the game. Is it just gonna let me walk by? What a homie. Yeah, otherwise you gotta get to the consecrated snowfield, which is hella far into the game. Let's be real. Those guys worth a lot of souls? I did not see how much they were worth. Oh, okay. I mean, that's cool too. That's fine. I also one-shot things. I see you've also learned the way of the one-shot. My build is a little all over the place. Strength, dex, faith. I think this, one thing that this game does really well is encourage, like, diverse build styles. You know, I like it. Okay, they're not actually worth that much souls-wise. Alright. Good to know. Okay, and I can one-shot them with just the light attack. That's nice. Well, good night, Lady Domina. Thank you for stopping by. I really hate the realistic giant ants. I've been inoculated to realistic giant ants because I played Earth Defense Force 2025. It's great. 10 out of 10 game. No notes. You beat Renala? Hell yeah! Congrats, Snuggle Kitten. Got a whole lot of Smith and Stone 3s to be found, I guess. Okay. Let's go. Let's go back up top. I have no particular desire to go do this area today. Instead... Let's see, do we have a full thing to throw on here? Do I got anything? Don't judge my recommended, okay? Don't judge my recommended. Don't you do it. Fine. Fine. Tim Pool. Always good. Always good on the Tim Pool channel.
Emory University Economics.
What is Tim Pool doing these days? Let's see. Seven months ago, he had Jenk on. Oh, God. Guys. I know what we have to cover. And I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it, but I feel like we have some level of obligation to do it. We don't have to. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. And this is the unfortunate reality that we find ourselves in, Very Knifey Duck. On the one hand, I would love to just do video game streams at times and still be able to make enough money to pay my rent. On the other hand, the things that you guys pay me for are unfortunately when I inflict massive amounts of critical damage and suffering. And to that end, this seems to be the only feasible monetary decision I can make right now, okay? Aside from throwing away my life savings in crypto. I need to go use the bathroom, but when I get back, we're going to go through the Trigonometry episode with Brianna Wu. And I can honestly say I might just rather like stab myself in like the thigh than do this, but anyway, here's the trailer.
I used to think you were completely full of shit when you talked about cancel culture, and now they've run this playbook on me. The fact that the progressive fringe is now standing with the literal fucking terrorists, like, what the hell are we thinking? Look at what we're doing with the trans children debate. What is the progressive left's answer? to any parent that has a question on any of that.
I
It is
watch
shut the
streams
fuck
to
up.
get
We've got to
uncontrollably
move back to
angry.
science and back
There
to
we go.
reality. People perceive progressives as assholes.
Dylan,
a decade ago during Gamergate, people thought the white male gamers were the assholes. I've got news for you. Today, it's trans Twitter, it's socialist Twitter, it's terrorist sympathizer Twitter. It's us.
Yeah, you guys know. You guys are all familiar with Shuffle's notes. Terrorist sympathizer Twitter. That's a thing. That's a thing that absolutely exists. God. This looks like a fake ad for a right-wing grift network. It really does. See, Jack delivers the goods. I deliver the goods. Whether it's analog horror, which, by the way, I've been looking for like a new series. If anyone has like an analog horror series you guys would like me to take a look at, I'd be happy to do so. OMG, completely deranged and probably performatively so, which is worse. I mean, the irritating thing about Brianna Wu is you can never be sure how much of it is like performative and how much of it is genuine. Like there's the distinction is very thin. Anyway, I will be back shortly. I need to go use the bathroom and such, and when I get back, we'll do this. Ew, what was that? Oh, my headphones are starting to like fray a little bit. Like I need to get new padding for them. Ew. I do not like that woman, Brianna Wu. I do not like her shitty point of view. I do not like it when she tweets. I do not like the conservatives she meets. I do not like her leftism is true. I do not think her leftism is true. I do not like her, Brianna Wu. True. A haiku for the ages. Think I'm gonna try to sleep? Good night, Jonathan. Alright. BRB, folks. And by RB, I mean SB. BSB. Be soon back. That sounds suggestive, but it's not. It just sounds that way.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack, 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 Viva Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream, oh, and he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascist say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. Under guy, they defend the genocide. They have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as surrounds a can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To exist as surrounds a can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they win, they can't
Hey, folks. I'm back, baby. Thanks for being patient. I appreciate it. And, let's see. Just want to say thank you to the folks who've supported stream today. Thank you, Salmon Moose. Thank you, Very Knifey Duck. And I think that's it. Thank you to both of you. I appreciate you little guys. You little goons. Let's go. The songs are so good. I'm so grateful that Diego, you know, frontman for Sweet Myths, allows me to use their music for my streams. It's really wonderful. I appreciate it so much. And I also really appreciate Jazz Dog for letting me use their tracks. Like, I love both of them, and so great. How's the car? The car is great. Had to have a few things replaced, but it runs great. It doesn't run perfectly because I wasn't able to replace everything, but that would have basically added another $1,000 to the bill, and I can't pay that. So here's hoping. I had the lady at the front desk like rank the things that were most important. So I got the top 2 things fixed, and the other 3 or 4 things are not fixed yet. But hopefully in the near future will be.
Just a little something before I go. EP sleeps in a little bit. People hug.
Little Morphine Annie, thank you for the $5 dono. You little Morphine, you. I was about to say like little goon, but then I saw that you were a morphine. All right. Okay. Folks, it's time. It's time for us to dive into the wild world of Brianna Wu's How I Left the Left video. Because, I mean, that's essentially what this is, right? Like, if you're going on to a conservative show to rail against the woke mobs, like, you're basically doing the Dave Rubin thing. You're doing the Dave Rubin Dougie, I wanted it to alliterate a little bit, like the Dave Rubin Dougie, the Dave Rubin. What other dance? I guess the Dave Rubin dance. Anyway, moving right along. Here we go.
Brianna, well, welcome to Trigonometry. We've been working on this.
Oh gosh, I forgot that Trigonometry is also British.
We've got a bunch of questions to ask you, but first of all, lots of people told you not to come on the show.
Oh my God, I announced this, what was it, 2 days ago, and my DMs have been nothing but people calling you transphobes and Nazis and racists. And I'm always like, can you show me a clip of what they've said to like make you feel that way? It's always the most silly thing. It is, I don't know. It's like
just
no one
me doing a Hitler salute.
Yes, exactly that.
Silly
yeah,
stuff
the
like
KKK
that.
costume I think was a little much.
It was a nice
maybe.
party.
Yeah.
What can you say? But anyway, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. I've been following a lot of the things you've been saying recently, and it was very interesting for us to get you on the show to talk about them because I don't know if you saw, I wrote an article very shortly after October 7th for the Free Press called The Day the Delusions Died.
Wow.
And my argument was that I thought that it was no longer possible for a lot of good people on the left to pretend that the extremes of the left were not going off the rails.
Yeah.
And you are someone who is outright progressive, Democrat progressive, raising money to fight Trump and all
My
the rest
literal job is to get Democrats elected.
Right.
Like, I'm on the team.
Yes, you're on the team. And I see you now being one of the very few people who's willing to stand up against the anti-Semitic extremes on your own side. Not just anti-Semitic, but there's also large elements of anti-whiteness and all sorts of other stuff going on there. So why have you suddenly taken this position?
I think the better question is, where the hell is everyone else? This
Finally,
is the most
someone
obvious
who will
moral
fight for the
position
rights
in
of
the
the white
entire
people.
world to take. You know, like Hamas, these are not good people. Hezbollah, you know, the Houthis, these are not good people. So the fact that the progressive fringe is now standing with the literal fucking terrorists, like, what the hell are we thinking? This is not...
No, look, if you are looking at the widespread movement to protest the slaughter of Palestinians. And your statement, damn it, is that, oh, well, that's because they support terrorists. No, they just don't want innocent people, predominantly children, slaughtered. That's it. You know, at the end of the day, that's it. The vast majority of people don't want that to happen. They are not protesting in favor of Hamas. Okay? Like, the idea that they are, I would argue, is deeply, deeply, willfully ignorant. Or malicious. There's not really an in-between here. It's one or the other. And, well, frankly, the only question I have is whether or not she knows which it is. Because either she's, like, blissfully ignorant, or is an incredibly bad faith actor. And I genuinely don't know which it is.
Very difficult. So for me, it's really been a realization, because there have been so many things over the last decade that I've just shut my mouth about and I've gone along with.
Also, as your local trans streamer, I do not give you guys approval to call this woman names, okay? Be at least relatively respectful. Don't get my, you know, don't be like TOSing, all right? There we go.
And it's really at a point now where it's gut check time. This
She
is
refuses to look
principles
deeper,
time.
so just follows her
Whose team
biases.
are you on?
Yeah,
Are you
I can
on
see
team
that.
democracy, or are you on team burn everything down? And it's been really disillusioning to see just how few people on my own side have principles. I always thought that what we were doing was about making the world better, and it's been very eye-opening to see it's actually about personal power.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question that will sort of sound a little bit like an I told you so or anything, but it's not intended in that way. I guess a lot of people who are in our position, Francis and I both always thought of ourselves as liberal and on the left, and we worked in a very progressive comedy industry in the UK. And what happened with us is we said what you were...
Wait, are these guys comedians? Genuine question. I have no idea who these guys are. Good night, Stardust Valkyrie. I understand. I mean, ultimately, to me, it doesn't matter if she's, like, genuine or if she's willfully ignorant or if this is, like, a malicious thing. Like, at the end of the day, she's doing what she's doing, right? But like, are they comedians? Like, who the hell are these people? Oh God. What's the show? Trigonometry? Seem to be in possession of one chin between them, yeah. Lost an S- Mundo game? Oof. That sounds rough, I'm sorry. Never noticed what before.
Saying now,
Right.
6 years
They-
ago.
yeah. Their
And we
bias suggests
became,
that
you know, Nazi
comedians-
terror
And to
far
be
right.
fair, I was part of the crowd that was shouting you down and calling you those names.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, well, you weren't
Yeah.
shouting me down personally, but
I'm talking about
yeah.
people like you saying that stuff.
Right. So I guess I'm curious what you think is going to happen, first of all, with you now, because it's sort of the way it has happened today is anyone who was willing to challenge that fringe that you're talking about, which is anti-Western, it's anti-male, it's anti-white, it's
That's right.
anti-Jewish, etc., would say what you're saying, what we've been saying for years, and they would immediately become evil right-wing Nazi far.
Man, who would have guessed that the best way to mobilize victory for Democrats would be to checks notes, agree with this disingenuous, like, conservative framing. My God. It's anti-West, it's anti-man, it's anti-Jewish, it's anti... Like, come on, dude. This is insane. Actual insane nonsense.
All right, etc. And that's kind of it. And
The
no
Jewish
one else would
Chronicle,
stand up and
described
say
Kissen
anything
as an
That's right.
as
antagonist
has
and rated
happened.
the
So
show
what,
2 out of 5.
like, what
Oh,
are you
he was
expecting
rated
to
as an
happen?
anti-Semite.
Well, I've
Oh,
lost
interesting.
more friends than I can count, right? So I'm very much trying to make new friends. I think the long-term path of this is progressivism and socialism in the United States. It's a cultural dead end. This is not going to go anywhere. There's no universe where like progressives win power and manage to get a ton of Congress, you know, congressional seats and pass the legislation that I believe in. It is devolved.
Oh, okay. So you just gave up. You're just giving up. Yeah, she's just like, oh well, I don't think we could get it, so I guess it's time to go conservative. Come on now.
Into
Oh, boo-hoo.
exactly as you say,
It's
a bunch
hard.
of culture war nonsense that is not about policy.
I'm sorry. Again, I've said this before, and I'll say it as many times as I need to, right? But like, imagine having like the actual like audacity to be like, ah yes, I'm going to be the one to herald in socialism in the United States. Like, imagine how deluded you have to be to think that you're going to be the one to do that, right? Like, how do I even say this? Like, billions of people have lived and died underneath feudalism. And they had to do, they did that. Many of them operating against the system that dominated their lives. Day after day, lifetime after lifetime, generation after generation, they labored, they worked, they died, they tried to make things a little bit better. And we're not special, you know? It is our burden as beings that exist at the present time to continue that great work, to continue trying our best to make it happen every day. And like, I'm sorry, but to just like take a look at this and be like, oh well, I guess it's too hard. Time to veer hard right in my advocacy because it's just too hard. Oh, like I'm sorry. You're gonna start like, it was just too hard, so I veered towards monarchy. What are you talking about? You know, like, this is absolute capitulation and hogwash. And I have no respect for it. It is the sign of a weak and timid ideology. Now, of course, she would probably counter by saying it's all just, you know, you got to play the hand you're dealt. And I agree that you have to play the hand that you're dealt, but that doesn't mean giving up and selling out your principles. You find new ways to forward and to like push for your principles. If you run into a brick wall, you work to get around the wall. You don't just shrug and go, "Oh darn. Well, I guess I gotta start laying more bricks to make that wall taller." Looks at a system based on collective struggle. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like we're collective creatures. We have a society even. And like I don't know, I think you kind of have a moral duty to fight. You know, you fight the unbeatable foe. Like you go out there and you bash your head against the world until the world breaks. It's not, you know, we like to glorify it. We like to make it, we like to gussy it up. We like to make it look a lot prettier and seem a lot more heroic. But like at the end of the day, the day-to-day work is grinding. But I think at the end of the day, we, the people, the working class of the world, will win. But I have no respect for the people who capitulate because they think it's too hard. Absolutely none.
And now literally siding with terrorists. So, you know, I've had so many conversations with friends about this because every single progressive activist that I know is really frustrated with this destructive tendency that we have. And all of us are going, what can we do? You know, your industry has audience capture where you kind of get into a lane and you can't challenge your own audience because your numbers will drop. I think in the progressive space, there's very much the same thing where there's this tendency to go lefter and lefter and lefter and lefter. And now we're at a point where we can't even say things like trans women don't have periods without people getting really upset about that. Look at my mentions literally right now. So someone's got to stand up and go, this is not right. This is crazy town. I didn't get into progressive politics to talk about trans women having periods. I got into progressive politics to pass fucking health care. So we're either serious about course correcting on this cultural dead end, or Donald Trump and MAGA are going to win everything, and the pain for the Democratic Party.
Why do this? The right wing doesn't accept people they deem other. This hurts people. Frankly, the reason that she is doing this is because her deeply, deeply flawed calculation, at least this is my impression, is that she will be able to convince conservatives to become liberals. You know, she'll be able to pull, and I mean, I guess very technically conservatives are liberals, but like, you know what I mean, pull conservatives to the left. That is her calculation. It is incorrect, but that is what she believes. To the best of my ability to understand what the hell she's even trying to do. This is weakness, it is fear, she's a coward. Yeah. It is an attempt to play both sides. It's not going to work. Conservatives are not pulled over to the left by this kind of rhetoric. All that it does to them is signal that they are in fact correct, that they are winning over the left to their position. That is all it signals. No one is pulled over by her trying to seem more reasonable, you know?
party is going to be extreme. We've got to start talking more to people in the middle, and we need to be reaching out to sane Republicans, in my view.
Brianna, don't you think part of the problem is when it comes, look, and both sides suffer with this, but I think the left suffer with this more. It's this purity ritual that you have. You have to, you are not left unless you do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, da, 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 da. And all of a sudden, the moment you challenge one of those tenets, you're out.
That's exactly right. I mean, again, look at my mentions. You can see this firsthand. It's not enough to, like...
Are there people who will, like, disagree with you in the left and call you, like, a bad person? Absolutely. Do they represent, like, the vast majority? No. Are you going to get broadly canceled by the left for, like, questioning or just having, like, hey, what's going on with these ideas? No. Are you going to get broadly canceled by the left if you start spouting off, like, white supremacist propaganda or, like, genocide denial? Yeah. Yeah, you will. I think Jack is being way too charitable. I frankly also feel like I'm being way too charitable. I knew Brianna when she never stopped trying to get attention, peddle her awful video game back in 2014. I think she's just an attention seeker who knows she was never going to make it as an indie game developer and is trying to pick me trans for attention. Maybe.
I am as progressive as you can get. Universal health care. I want structural solutions to heal this gaping wound of racism that's existed in our country since slavery. You know, name a progressive policy. I'm very much in favor of it. But when it comes to the optics, right, we've got to start having more serious conversations about how people perceive us. People perceive progressives as assholes. That's just the truth. A decade ago, during Gamergate, people thought the white male gamers were the assholes. I've got news for you. Today, it's trans Twitter, it's socialist Twitter, it's terrorist sympathizer Twitter. It's us. We're the ones doxing people. We're the ones sending death threats. We're canceling everyone in sight.
Citation needed?
And at the end of the day, people are not going to trust assholes with power. I'm sorry. It's just the truth.
And you said at the start of this conversation something that I found very interesting. You basically said that you had
I do like that she's attributing an entire ideology to assholes. Like, assholism is an ideology as opposed to, like, an actual ideology.
Reservations about things that had happened before October 7th. What were those things that you shut your mouth over? And the second part of that question is, do you regret it now, seeing what it's become?
I definitely do. So let me give you a really specific example. When I was running for Congress in 2018, right, you had the Women's March, and you had elements of the Women's March that were out there with this pro-Palestine, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic nonsense. Very anti-Israel and veering into the most anti-Semitic language that you could possibly have. That was wrong.
I love Elden Ring, man. You can just get summoned to invade a 1v3 situation. Amazing. 10 out of 10
I
game.
made the decision to keep my mouth shut, which was a tremendous error in judgment. And because people like me shut up in those years, it kept getting worse. And those seeds kept growing, and now it's basically taken over the entire progressive movement. I don't know if it can be saved in time. And you can go into any number of issues, like, you know, self-ID with trans people, or, you know, I remember during Gamergate, you know, there was this expansionist thing that it wasn't enough to talk about the number of women we were hiring in the game industry. You know, now we had to obliterate whiteness as something that we were featuring in games. And I'm like, it's a little bit extreme, but we'll go.
Okay. As somebody who was a game journalist for 10 years, she's talking bullshit right now. Like, I covered video games for a decade. She's trying to argue that, like, oh man, white people can't even be in video games anymore. Are you fucking kidding me? Most characters in video games are white. This is just regurgitating, like, quartering bullshit. If you really wanted, like, non-woke, like, representative, like, oh, here's most population in the world, you would have, like the predominant characteristic, like, racial trait across video games would be, like, Chinese and, like, Indian. Like, that would be what is going on there. But that's not what, it's still mostly white. It's still mostly white. And you know what? No one's saying, like, oh, we need to get rid of all white people in video games. No, they're just saying, hey, let's have some more, like, you know, non-white characters in video games. It's really not that difficult. It's really not that difficult to wrap your head around unless you're being disingenuous. Unless you're being willfully obtuse. Which, you know, I got a feeling here that might be the case. Oh, her game isn't available anymore? I'm shocked.
Along with it, so it was just one more step after another. And now it's 10 years later. Look at where we are. We are completely unelectable. This strategy.
Why is Chud Media always an idiot competition these days? Frankly, it's because they've got nothing left. The only cards they have to play are bigotry. And frankly, the only way to get attention in that regard is to be the biggest bigot, which often requires you to be the biggest idiot. And so that's what they have left. You know? Wild. And honestly, OS Crane is correct. Fascists idealize idiocy.
Strategy is failing.
I suppose the question that I'm curious about,
Not that I know that any
I
of
hear
these people on the screen are fascists,
on left
mind
and
you,
right
but-
saying this often, and I don't understand why they say it. So, and you did say it, so I'm curious to explore this. You called the culture war nonsense.
It is.
Well, you say it is, and I suppose it depends. What exactly do you mean by that? First of all, before I jump in with my
So
opinion.
we have different jobs, right? You are a public advocate and a public figure, and you have a very specific agenda that is pro-free speech, one I agree with. But my job is different. My job is public policy. My job is to get candidates elected, and my job is to back-channel specific bills to get them passed.
Right.
So in my view, as soon as you get something like family medical leave and you turn it into a right versus left culture war, you have automatically lost the conversation.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with you about it. I guess the reason I ask you, Bran, is that the way I see what's going on, and I'll lay it out for you the way that I see it, and you feel free to pick away at it, challenge, whatever, is here's my conception of the culture war as it happens. I feel that there is a determined, organized attempt to undermine the basic building blocks of our civilization.
Yes.
And those of us who are willing to A, see that, and B, say something about it, are called culture warriors. That's what people say about me, for example. Oh, he's just a culture warrior. And my view is, our culture is really important. Our culture is why we are where we are. Our culture is why we're successful. Our culture is why our civilization is rich and powerful and dominant around the world.
Sure.
Because of our culture.
Yeah.
So if people on the progressive left, and it is people on the progressive left, there are some on the right now too, in response, I think. If there are people who want to say that those building blocks are evil or wrong or bad, I think it's important to push back against that and to prevent them from succeeding.
Yeah.
That's how I see the culture war. So to me, defending our culture isn't nonsense. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So if you're defining it that way, I'm 1000% on board with you. I think there's a growing tendency on the progressive side to try to burn everything inside down. They're the mirror image of MAGA. They're accelerationist. They want to burn democracy, like our institutions, our news, everything in sight to the ground, right?
See, here's the thing. She would be correct if she was talking about MAGA communists, you know, the red shirt alliance that gets formed by fascists. But she's not talking about that. See, the thing is, she's not talking about MAGA communists. She's not talking about tankies. She's not talking about that faction. She's talking about, like, you know, your average left-leaning Twitter account. You know, that's what she's talking about. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, all right. Let's we'll give this a shot. Maybe this will be our new go-to. Oh, fuck, that's cool. All right. New weapon acquired.
They want to burn the idea of gender to the ground itself. This is not a way for a culture to...
Again, the idea of gender isn't required to be burned down. When people are gender abolitionists, they're talking about freeing people from the burden of gendered expectations. The idea that they should be required to act or look like a certain way in order to be a man, a woman, or anything else. Like, gendered expectations are absolutely bullshit, and they always have been. Like, this is just backed up anthropologically, historically. But no one's saying, ah, yes, we need to destroy gender because, well, we hate Western institutions. That's not the logic.
To survive. Like, they think the United States is the biggest evil in the world. Like, they just don't, do they not know what has happened in Syria over the last decade? Like, they just have so little information. So I fully agree with you there.
Yeah, I wonder if the United States has had anything to do with any of the events transpiring in Syria. I wonder if the United States has ever geopolitically been involved in countries across the entire globe by imposing our bullshit on other countries. Yeah, I wonder why people talk about the American Empire. I wonder why George Lucas based the Empire in Star Wars off of America. Really makes you think. Too bad we'll never have answers.
What I'm saying is, if we are serious about public policy, it makes a lot of sense to stop treating everyone on the other fucking side like they're your enemy. We've got to get buy-in from more people. I think...
You know what? No. Treat your ideological opponents like ideological opponents. You know, that doesn't mean you have to, like, you don't have to go and start, like, fist fights or whatever. But, like, you don't have to be friends with people who think you don't deserve civil rights. You don't have to, like, agree to disagree on, like, whether or not race science is bullshit. Like, come on now. There are limits to these things. You can disagree with people and you can fight them. And we have a system set up that allows you to fight people. That's what democracy is. Democracy is a way to fight people without violence. This is a cool move. I've never used most of the big swords. Yeah, there's a huge stat buy-in for these. And I've never used this sword, but it always looked so cool.
My theory of change from here is I think there are a lot of Republicans and moderates out there that think that the corporations are screwing over normal people and they will stand with you on policies that address their actual lives. They're not going to do that if they've got to pretend all this crazy stuff is true at the same time. We've got to get buy-in from them.
I think part of the problem behind it, and look, I'm going to be absolutely honest with you, when my frustrations with the left is that I see the crazies on the left.
Yeah.
And I see the moderates, the people who I would listen to, the people
Wait, Foxbat, can you explain these brainworms? These are the actual fascist brainworms. Tell me more. Explain. What are your thoughts here? democracy in America is rigged. Yep. And you know what? Every other system has always been rigged against the working class, all right? It doesn't matter. We use whatever weapons we have, sticks, stones, you know, rigged electoral colleges. It doesn't matter. The fight has always been unfair. It always will be unfair until we win. Crying about it doesn't make it go away. It doesn't make it not so. Fancy a point, mate? You know, I'm disappointed in you guys. We watched an entire British debate, and not one of you used the colonialism emote. I'm disappointed in all of you. So, like, going back and reading Mussolini and Evola and shit, you get these crazy notions in your head that you need to create class consciousness via socially conservative socialism because the working classes are socially conservative. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's more of that red-brown alliance shit. It's kind of the fascist brainworms that lead towards that. I see what you mean. Despite being someone living in a colony, I feel bad given our country is still doing a colony. Yeah. I like that Australia was like, hey, you know what? We put criminals on an island, and you know, we turned out fine. It's time to put more undocumented immigrants on an island. They'll probably turn out fine too. You know, our past mistreatment justifies current day mistreatment, etc., etc. I was not prepared to give a presentation tonight. Sorry, I just found it very fascinating. What you said. It's okay. You don't have to give a presentation.
I think actually you've got a real point here, particularly when it comes to economics. And then I'd see them not do anything with the nutters over there, and I'm like, well, here's the thing, mate. If you're not going to deal with the nutters over here, how are you going to deal with Apple?
And we did this to MAGA, right?
Whoa,
You had the Nazis marching in Charlottesville. My side said every single Republican was exactly the same as the Nazi marching on Charlottesville. That's exactly how we treated them. Why does the right have to keep their crazies in line and we don't have to do that? You're completely right. This is a double standard. I need help pulling this around, and I can't. I can't do this by myself.
Well, I guess my point is, why is there not more? Why is there not more backbone within the left to be able to come and stand up? Is it because they're scared of them? Is it because these people actually have a disproportionate sense of power? Is there something else going on? And this is a genuine question on my behalf because I don't understand why.
Do you want the real answer or do you want the political answer?
I want the real answer.
I used to think you were completely full of shit. When you talked about cancel culture, I was like, just get over it. You've got every privilege in the world, and now they've run this playbook on me. I understand what happens when they go after your livelihood and your friends, and they make a price to just speak your mind and stand up to them. These are cultural bullies, and the truth is there's every incentive to keep your mouth shut and just let the movement get crazier and crazier. So this is hard choice time. This is gut check time. We either stand up to these crazies, we get back to basics. That means liberalism in the sense, if you want to make an offensive joke, God bless. That's what the First Amendment is about. We've got to be willing to talk to people we disagree with. We can't just, every time someone has a different opinion than us, load it up with moralistic language so we win the argument and they're a terrible person and call it a day and never have a discussion about anything. There's no incentive to do this. Look at what's happened to my reputation since October 7th. It's been brutal. I think it's almost a character flaw.
But there comes a point, Brianna, where you either let this kind of nonsense continue and you see the decimation of everything that you believe in, or you stand up. There's got to be a time, because you can't keep being supine about these issues and expecting them to go away.
I completely agree. Look at what we're doing with the trans children debate. This is such a good example, okay? Y'all may not agree with me. I think there are some children that need access to health care to transition. Don't think the system is working well now, but I think some need to get through. We need to look at this system and patch the holes. What is the progressive left's answer? to any parent that has a question on any of that. It is shut the fuck up. Is don't ask those questions. These questions hurt our feelings. We're talking about public healthcare policy.
Oof, they got me.
We've got to move back to science
You know
and
what?
back to reality.
I feel like I did pretty good there.
And I guess, like, from your point of view, what is wrong with progressives that we're not doing this? Why do you think I'm one of, like, 5?
Well, I think you put your finger on it when you talk about the consequences for you. By the way,
Well,
this
again, it's because you're not progressive. Going out there and like talking about how, you know, the law, the man, and by the man, you know, referring to like minorities in America are trying to keep the white man down. Like, I don't think you're I don't think that's a progressive view. Like, you're pretty explicitly not being progressive there. Like, I don't know, like, it seems pretty straightforward to me how this is not progressive.
This happens on the right increasingly too. I
Sure.
wrote an article about my critique of. I praised him for.
Let's see, I don't know why Brianna Wu thought she was going to criticize the progressive left and be a trans medicalist and then got butthurt when all the progressive leftists weren't interested in her anymore. Yeah, like, I don't know, she got outed for, like, you know, not supporting, like, non-binary people. Like, her private group chats got leaked, and, like, turns out she was just shitting on non-binary people the entire time. And, like, talking about how, like, yeah, I don't remember the specifics, but there was also some stuff about, like, surgeries and whatnot, and, like, hormones, and basically your cut and dried trans medicalist takes. And yeah, she was just absolutely shocked and flabbergasted when it turned out people outside of her vicious little, like, social circle of conservative reactionaries who like to cosplay as leftists. Turns out people outside of that little group didn't like that very much. Fuck her, I love my MB friends. True. We love all our they thems in this house, okay?
For some things, but also critiqued his comments about Russia and Ukraine.
And
Tucker
other,
Carlson. I wrote an article called Tucker
xenopronouns
Carlson
or
and the
whatever.
Woke Right. And someone disinvited me from a party that and you're just going, you're just the mirror image. You.
Wait, what? Wait, Foxbat, that's the first time I've ever heard of that. Is that true? She's just picking out nutters and turning it into a generalization. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the same thing, like, people do about homeless people. Like, oh man, there was a crazy homeless person on the street corner threatening to, like, you know, attack people while, you know, tweaking. And, like, that's clearly representative of all homeless people. You know? I'll attempt to cite it and come back to you. Yeah, like, I have never heard that claim before, but that would be very interesting if true. Yeah, exactly. It's the same with people who, like, look at all of those crime accounts on Twitter these days and are like, all the people committing these crimes are black. It's a selection bias. But I don't get why you think a group not being pleased with you when you make the worst, most antithetical takes to their beliefs is cancel culture. That's not cancel culture. That's just people deciding you're an asshole. Well, it's people deciding you're an asshole and disagreeing with your virulent, bigoted ideology. Like, that's what that is, right? Susan's Place is like Autism Speaks for the trans community. I wouldn't say it's like that. It's more so like Susan's Place was like the only place to go for like trans advice back in the day, you know, back in the old days. And like, it was pretty heavily trans medicalist, like very, very much so. Because it was dedicated like to trans people in like the late 90s, early aughts. And so like for a lot of like trans people, like passing was of utmost importance to like try and like, you know, not die. But that has since kind of become less necessary, and some of the old attitudes persist over there. So now it's become more of like this trans medicalist haven of people fetishizing like how things used to be. You know, back in the old days, real trans women had, you know, had their neo vaginas, you know, stuff like that. I only ever heard of it secondhand. It was also like a gathering spot for like cross-dressers. Like there was like a lot of baggage related to Susan's Place, I would say. I did not find it a particularly helpful place to go or be or exist, but I definitely had like an encounter like with that website in the past. Like in my early transition days. This is the first I'm hearing of Susan's Place. Well, yeah, that's because like nowadays you can just like go and like get trans advice from literally anywhere else. But back in the day when like Maury Povich was like the only place you ever heard of a trans person, Susan's Place was like the only place that had people talking about transitioning, you know? At least as far as most of the public was concerned.
You don't believe in diversity of opinion.
Right.
You just want your opinion regurgitated.
We need an NB flag, people. We do.
Tribes generally enforce the whatever rules of the tribe through any means necessary in order to do that. So I understand that. The question I wanted to ask you, I guess, is you mentioned that 6 years ago or 10 years ago, it's one of two questions I want to ask you. People like you would have been criticizing people like us at the time or whatever.
That's right.
And would have said cancel culture doesn't exist until you personally experience it. And I've heard that from a lot of people who have the switch that you're going through.
Yeah, that's maybe a really good point to like kind of emphasize how things worked on Susan's Place. If you talked about being transgender, that was not okay, because that meant you weren't a real trans person. To them, the only real trans people were transsexuals. Transsexual being like, oh, you've had, you know, you identify in a either like trans man or trans woman, you know, none of this middle ground stuff, and also you wanted to or had already gotten bottom surgery and top surgery. You know, you had to have both. So it was like that for a really long time. What's involved in getting DLC ready? Anodyne Quinine, we gotta beat Radon, and we gotta beat Moog. That's what we're off to try and do here.
Be sure to try.
He's not. Let me in. Let me cut off my finger.
What was it back then that drove you to behave in that way?
Oh God, Foxbat, I hope you got a new
one. I thought that people like you had all the power, and I thought that we had no power, and I thought that it was the way to get to a better world. And you know what? We've tried my version of the progressive playbook for 10 years, telling comedians, telling jokes we don't like to shut up. That doesn't work.
No.
The left has had, like, look at what's happened to feminism. Do you know how guilty I feel about this? We've lost Roe in the United States and access to abortion. Feminism should be a very strong public force right now, and it's not. It's never been weaker.
And that's why we should appeal to conservatives.
Why is feminism so unappealing to so many people? It's because rather than talking about real policy that will affect people's lives, like
I didn't have trouble,
daycare for children, or
or
working wages, or reproductive health care, or access to a gynecologist, we've defined it to these boutique, like, luxury nonsense culture war stuff. So normal women are out there going, this is just...
Well, again, that's not a we. Like, the left didn't do that. The people forcing the culture war are conservatives. you can literally see it happen in real time. You know, Christopher Rufo openly talks about and takes credit for mainstreaming things like CRT into the mainstream Republican zeitgeist, or like trans kids in sports. You know, these are things he takes credit for, and they're things that our culture now focuses on. And he's a conservative op. Like, he's a paid conservative actor to, like, do this for a living, for the GOP. Like, falling for that, but from the left, doesn't make you smart. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Not relevant to me. So it's just it's.
And the other
it's
thing
a failure.
feminism
Yeah.
did as well is feminism is such a broad church.
Sure.
It's a hard word to use accurately, but once you start trying to convince at least some women that they're supposed to hate men, you're gonna lose the audience very quickly, because women generally don't.
Again, like, this is why people were mad you went on this show, right? Because you are absolutely not equipped, Brianna, to actually answer or engage with the framing he's presenting here. You know, the framing he's presenting here is like, yes, leftism, it teaches women to hate men. And like, no, it doesn't. It doesn't do that at all. Like, you're gonna have to put in a little bit more legwork here in that framing to try and get to the point you want to make. Yeah, feminism is not the hatred of men. Feminism is the empowerment of all, while eliminating the patriarchal standards that oppress all. Patriarchy oppresses men and women, not just women. Feminism is about hating the patriarchy, which is a system that oppresses everybody, not men. The conflation of patriarchy and men is something that disingenuous, bad faith conservative actors do.
Don't hate men.
That's right.
They want to build a life with a man and have kids and blah blah blah.
And she just like agrees and nods along with it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I'm fond of my husband, so
right.
I agree.
As am I, even though I'm not a woman. Second question I wanted to ask you, and this sounds like a therapy session for me and Francis, and we've earned it.
Sure. Yeah,
after 6 years of,
after what you've done.
I'm sorry.
After 6 years of... No, but I will tell you the moment I realized that the left stopped caring about reality.
That's right.
It was 2016. No, it was 2017. And I saw Steve Bannon go from talk show to talk show to talk show to talk show. And all he did was explain how they won the election.
Okay.
And nobody listened. Nobody listened to what he was saying. Because the agenda was the only way these people could win is because they're racist and because they're evil and whatever. And nobody listened to what he was saying. And what he was saying...
That's not what any serious person was saying about how the Trump campaign won the election. Like, the things that serious people were saying were, for example, mainstream media just gave Trump literally billions of dollars worth of free advertising, because it was constantly Trump story after Trump story after Trump story every night, so everyone knew Donald Trump. Like, it was that combined with, like, frankly, like a cult of personality that he'd built up over the course of his entire life. Like, he spent his entire life building up an image with the general public on his reality show, in his fucking video games, in his books, etc., of being an incredibly hyper-competent businessman. And then, turns out, conservatives believed that. So he had a built-in cult of personality. So when you combine a cult of personality with, like, frankly, uncritical, or relatively uncritical, because again, most people didn't think he was going to win in 2016, media coverage, you get basically the biggest steroidal boost to his campaign you could possibly imagine. Video games, say psych right now. Got bad news for you here. Let's see. Trump video game.
Everything's set for tonight, Mr. Trump. I wonder what Trump's game is this time. Trump's got a new game. Trump's got a new deal. What's your game, Donald? Trump has a new game. What is it? Is it an airline? A new convention center? Mr. Trump. Is it a convention center? Mr. Trump, please. My new game is Trump, the game. Trump, the game, where you deal for everything you ever wanted to own. Game. Because it's not whether you win or lose. It's whether you win. Yes! Play Trump, the game, from Milton Bradley. I think you'll like it. Mr. Trump's proceeds from Trump, the game, will be donated to charity.
Yeah, see, like, you have an entire lifetime of this kind of shit. I'm gonna go out on a wild limb. I have no basis for this. I'm just gonna say that the charity that was donated to is, like, I don't know, his personal charity that he could, like, spend on his projects. Trump real estate tycoon. There we go. There we go.
Welcome to Donald Trump's Real Estate Tycoon. Have you got what it takes to buy, build, and sell better than the best developer on the planet? Now construct new buildings in each of 5 cities. It doesn't matter which type.
Yeah, that's right. They got Donald Trump to record audio for a video game, everybody. You didn't know that until right now, did you?
You build or where you build.
Hey, Dad, Lydia.
The mission is won once you have at least one completed building in each city. There is a time limit of 24 months, so don't waste time.
Yeah, basically the worst kind of SimCity you can possibly imagine. Oh, I'm finally invading another world.
Tear down 3 buildings in Paris. The problem is you don't have enough cash to tear the houses down immediately. So earn money first by constructing smaller houses and selling off the floors. Finish your mission in 30 months. Corner the market in London in 60 months. This sounds easy, but you have to act quickly to earn the money required to buy up every building in London. Don't move without strategy. Now it's getting tough. Be the king of the skyline and create the tallest building in each of 5 cities. The buildings must each have 12 floors. Don't make any mistakes. You're short on time. The mission has to be completed in just 72 months. New York needs more offices. You have to change 20 condos into offices in 73 months to complete this final mission. Start buying condos and convert the condos into offices by renovating the building. This will take some time and be expensive, but as a good real estate tycoon, you know where to earn the money you need.
This is like COD SimCity, yeah. Time to destroy that affordable housing complex. Amazing stuff. Thanks, Donald Trump's real estate tycoon. That was, by the way, I believe every speaking line he had in the entire game. Anyway.
Is this country is in deep trouble. This country is a place where people feel so alienated from the economic opportunities that used to be available to them and their families. They feel so alienated from, you know, the general narrative about their country has now become negative, which is why the phrase "Make America Great Again" works, even if you don't like it. And I was listening to what he was saying, not from a perspective of like, oh, I'm so enthusiastic about this guy and his political leader being elected, but from the point of view of like, maybe there's something he's saying, having just won an election that nobody expected him to win, that people on the left need to take into account so that by the time the next election comes around, you've learned the
maybe
lessons,
that's the fault
you're
of trading
addressing people's
corporations for the
concerns,
poor economic
and now
Bingo.
you can come in with your message of, you know, how do we make America work for the working person? Like, that's to me the left-wing message. How to get America working for the working person.
That's right.
We'll get you back to the interview in a minute, but first... That, my friends, is the sound of another sale on Shopify. The all-in-one...
Fuck you.
We learned all the wrong lessons from the Trump years, right? The correct lesson that the left should have learned from Donald Trump was normal Americans that don't follow politics as closely as people like I do, you know, have 5 newspaper subscriptions, look at the polls every day, talk to donors, all that kind of stuff. Normal people don't think the system is working for them, and they want to break it, if you really want to get down to it. And instead, we took this, we believed this really comforting lie that half the country was lost and not worth talking to, and they were all racists, and they were disposable.
Not, again, no one believes that. What is the conventional wisdom, right, in organizing circles is essentially that if you're going to use your time to try and convince people en masse to take a certain action, it is better and easier to spend your time doing so among people who are closer to your ideology, right? So for socialists like myself, it is more worth my time to try and get people out to vote for Democratic candidates if they are liberals or left-leaning people like myself. Like, that's a better use of my time than trying to, like, debate lord every conservative I see into becoming a lefty. Additionally, this doesn't mean you shouldn't reach out to those people. If you're in a position to talk to a conservative and potentially bring them over, by all means do so. Just don't, like, stake your entire, like, existence on doing it, you know? And, like, doesn't mean all conservatives are racists, doesn't mean, you know, like, all conservatives are bad people. That's never been the point. Or the talking point, even. Like, the talking point has been conservative politicians are all bad, frankly. That is true, and I will stand by that.
The seamster at your service, master. Ready to make adjustments to your garments.
Hello, the sweetest little baby boy.
Oh, please do.
Bach is such a little cinnamon roll. I will protect him with my life. Also, folks, we've been going for 4.5 hours now. If you've been enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. Because that is how I am able to continue to live and make content for you fine folks.
And we stopped even imagining a way to live with one another. There's no future for the Democratic Party where we don't get goddamn serious about listening to the people that don't have faith in the system and earning their trust. And so much of that...
Yeah, but here's the thing. The biggest block of people who fall into that category are people who don't vote left or right. That's the thing that you're missing. They're the people who don't vote. Non-voters are the largest block in this country. So, like, the point you're trying to make here is falling on deaf ears. Because the people we need to be focusing our time and energy on, instead of ideologically aligned conservatives, are ideologically unaligned, like, non-voters. We need to explain to them why it's important to vote, what they get out of voting. And, like, I think that's a worthwhile endeavor. Oh. Oh, God. That was not a good play. Also, this sword is kind of bad on horseback. Not gonna lie.
It starts with the conversation, and we are failing. This is why Biden is losing. It's not that Biden himself does not stand for this stuff. I actually think he's been a really good president. But the culture of the Democratic Party is so elitist and arrogant and unwilling to listen to ideas that we don't agree with, and treating half the country like they are
letting me know
assholes.
that, Rainbow Krampus.
Like, this is not a
Hey,
formula
Cyanide.
for democracy to survive.
Do you know, I was reading this. I think it might have been you that said it, or it came up in conversation, that the #1 predictor for a marriage failing is not infidelity, it's not arguments, it's none of those things. It's contempt.
That's right.
And when I see, and it's not just progressives here, but also progressives in the UK, the contempt that they have for working class people, and let's be blunt about it, particularly in the UK, and I'm sure over here, white working class people, the way they talk about them, the way they address them, they're rednecks, they're stupid, they're racist, and then they go, oh, why didn't you vote for us?
Like they're some dumb animal to manipulate. It's insulting.
God.
So let me tell you what changed my mind.
I need to just get off my horse and fight these guys. I should not be just running around at the speed of sand on the horse.
Mind on this.
Oh, one thing I will also say is that, again, conflating working class people with being like racist. I don't think the left does that. They will say that about conservatives because of conservative ideology being racist, but they don't believe that about working class people as a whole. I think that's a disingenuous conflation.
Like the big reason, the thing that changed my paradigm on this was running for office, because it gets you off of fucking Twitter and out there in the real world where you've got to go knock on doors and just talk to normal people. And it's like, oh shit, the stuff we're talking about on Twitter is not what they believe. So I think there is a lot of theory crafting in progressive spaces where they've got a lot of academic ideas about how elections and how power works. And I think it's fundamentally divorced from reality. Now, to be fair, the Democratic Party has been really poor at bringing younger people in and showing them how our system works, how NGP works, how canvassing works, how data works, how, get out the vote works, like bread and butter election stuff. And that is very much a generational institutional failure. But at the same time, like, these people are not showing up. There's every single opportunity to do that. So go out there in the real world, actually talk to the voters you want to represent, and I think we can move forward.
Because I think what a lot of people are frustrated about with the left and progressives in general is focusing on culture.
That's right.
And actually not talking about the things that you touched on before that actually really matter, which is economics.
That's right.
The fact that people,
I'll just point this out here. Progressives and leftists aren't the ones introducing trans bills ad nauseum. It turns out that is actually conservatives. Conservatives are doing that. Conservatives are the ones introducing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of anti-trans bills. Oh god. Oh, that is so many rats. This rat is dynamite. There we go. God. Scary ass rat.
Gap between rich and poor is widening. It seems that, corporations are becoming, particularly big multinational corporations, are becoming more and more powerful. Governments are more in hock to these corporations. This is what the left should be doing. They should be challenging this.
100%. I think we don't understand how easy we could have it on the left if we stopped this nonsense and we were a party that unapologetically stood for all those things. For working class people, I think we would take the country for 2 generations. And we
what I really object to and find actually disgusting about this is trying to argue that the way you get and appeal to working class people is by essentially by being raging racists. Like that's the argument that's being made right now. Disgusting.
Just can't. So
do you think part of the reason for that, Brianna, is and please correct me if I'm
Sure.
wrong. This is just stuff people say. I don't know if it's true. I'm just
Go
curious
for
to
it.
explore it with you. The elite of the Democratic Party, it's probably true of the Republican Party to a large extent, but you'd expect that more, is in hock to the big corporations,
Yeah.
the big tech.
course.
They're all working, colluding together. So I guess what incentives do they have to take the correct position on all of
I
this?
think this is the problem with power. I can tell you when I ran for Congress, I spent 8 hours a day in a chair fundraising, like basically calling for money for my campaign. And, you know, you are very beholden to the donors that bring you money. This is why a policy I believe in is public financing of elections.
We
I
have
think
that
it
in
would
the UK.
Does it work for y'all?
Better than here,
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like something's got to change. You're right, the incentive structure is just not there. And there's a lot of incentives for Democrats to say the right things, but when the votes come up on the House floor, to not do the right things. So in my estimation, y'all may not agree with it. I still think we're better than the Republicans, but I think until that changes, people are not going to change their assessment of us.
And Brianna, you said that you think Joe Biden has been a good president.
Yeah.
And I know there's going to be a lot of people in the comments who are going to be, shall we say, politely disagreeing.
Sure.
Okay, why is it that you think he's been a good president?
So you talked about the value of institutions. I think at the end of the day, something I really value is our Justice Department working normally. You know, I value our military having a clear chain of command. You know, I don't know if you remember, but the State Department was changing hands. Rex Tillerson saying he had no faith. You had generals resigning under Trump. You had Trump trying to blow up NATO, something I assume you don't agree with. You know, there is a path to normalcy for the United States and liberalism, like lowercase liberalism and democracy, that in my estimation, I think Joe Biden stands better for than the competition. I don't mean to offend anyone in the audience, but it's really scary to me how much some of the Republican rhetoric is reflecting Vladimir Putin's talking points. Now, party aside, my left versus right politics end at the United States border. I'm an American, and I think Joe Biden has been so much better for our national security than Trump has been.
Well, that's interesting because I was actually, maybe it's a good opportunity before I jump in for you to lay out some more of the domestic policies that you're happy about, because my personal view, and we can get into this, particularly what you said about NATO, I actually don't think that that's what Donald Trump was doing. I think he was trying to get NATO to pay its own way.
You don't think Trump will blow up NATO if he's reelected?
My sense of what he was doing, you mentioned about the past, was he was trying to get the NATO member countries to pay their fair share so that NATO would be stronger, so that NATO would not be so reliant on the United States. And I thought that was, he warned Germany about taking Russian energy, he warned them about paying their fair share, and I think he's been proven entirely right. The one area of this that I feel that I do understand somewhat is the geopolitical dimension. I think Joe Biden's been a disaster.
Really?
His pullout from Afghanistan signaled tremendous
it?
weakness,
I don't think you do.
which is, I think, why you end up with Ukraine being invaded afterwards as well. So on the geopolitics, I wouldn't agree with you, actually. I think Joe Biden has been
Can we go one at a time through these? Because this is important. So Afghanistan, how long have we been in Afghanistan? For 20 years, right? And I'm not going to do the thing. I know a lot of people on the left like to say, oh, Donald Trump agreed to this and then Joe Biden just executed. Fuck that. Joe Biden's our president. He made the call. Are we supposed to, like, I did not support us invading Afghanistan the way that George Bush did it. I literally led protests for years. That was a situation with the Taliban there poised to take over. We had United States troops there for what, 20 years? Basically keeping this? Are we supposed to keep them there forever? I mean, what are the alternatives?
So what I'm saying is not so much... I agree with you. The United States would have been better off destroying Al-Qaeda without staying
100%.
there forever, right? The Taliban would always come back anyway. However, the way the pullout was done is the issue.
Sure.
It signaled that America, it wasn't that America left, it's that America abandoned its allies.
I hear what you're saying.
And that sent a message.
Yeah.
It sent a message that resonated around the world. The word that America gives you is not worth the paper that it's written on.
That is a very fair criticism.
And when you pull out on that basis, what you signal to...
You know, it's almost like that is also what Donald Trump did. Like when, I don't know, he ripped up the Iran nuclear deal, or when he strong-armed our allies into paying more for NATO, like by saying, oh, we won't protect you if you guys don't suddenly pay up. These are not the actions of someone who is trying to engender goodwill for America. Like, come on. You know this.
To others is, well, are we Taiwan's ally?
Sure.
Are we Ukraine's ally? Or are we just saying that? And do we have the resolve to back our allies when push comes to shove? And
damn, it's almost like trust is really important in geopolitical negotiation, and pissing it all away in order to get, I don't know, a little bit more money every year when we are perfectly capable of funding NATO, like almost entirely on our own. And also ripping up, you know, meticulously negotiated deals that took years to produce. It's almost like, I don't know, we already pissed that away under the Trump administration. I don't know.
And what's happened consistently has been, whether that's Afghanistan, whether that's Ukraine, probably Taiwan also, is the United States talks a good game.
That's right.
But it doesn't actually do the things it needs to do. So on the geopolitics of it,
well,
my own
can I
view,
respond to
yeah,
that, actually?
Yeah, of course.
So I think that is a very fair criticism. It broke my heart to see the Taliban flag flying over a United States airstrip as that happened. Anyone that loves their country and loves democracy and loves Western values, that was a really hard day. At the same time, you know, I think if you're talking about why is the United States perceived as weaker than we were, there have been a lot of really good democratic policies. I think Operation Infinite Resolve in the fight against ISIS in the Obama years was excellent. We've never had a national conversation about how aggressive and excellent Obama was at taking on ISIS and pushing back on
Thank
this.
you very much for the raid. Welcome.
So I think if you look at things like Ukraine directionally, what, in my view, makes us weak.
Wait, what is Konstantin Kisin talking about? He's talking about how, like, he thinks that Trump had a brilliant ploy, and that by strong-arming other countries in NATO to pay up, that this in turn strengthens NATO as a whole because they're less reliant on the United States. When NATO, as like a geopolitical agreement, was strong in particular for the United States because it engendered that reliance. Like, the reliance was part of what made it a good deal for us. It basically sealed, like, America's imperial influence, you know? And, like, you might disagree. You might say America shouldn't be an empire. It shouldn't have, like, global, reach or whatever, or spheres of influence. But unfortunately, currently, like, that's kind of how the international game is played. And Donald Trump pissed that away for literally no reason. And Konstantin Kisin is trying to basically reframe that as a brilliant ploy by Donald Trump.
Is when the Republicans are holding up these bills to provide them arms. I think that is a massive error in judgment. So you look at who voted for what, and I think the Democrats, like, I don't have these numbers memorized, overwhelmingly voted for this and barely passed with Republican support.
But Brianna, that isn't my argument.
Sure.
Since we're on this, let's just close this
loop.
I, as you know, a big supporter of us supporting Ukraine.
That's
at least
right.
in the beginning.
As am I.
Right. What we're doing now is not supporting Ukraine.
How do you feel? What do you mean?
What we're doing now is giving them just enough support so they can continue fighting.
Correct.
But they're not going to win.
That's right.
They're not going to get the outcome they want.
I agree.
And America isn't going to get the outcome it wants.
I agree.
What the situation needed, and still needs, is somebody who is prepared to simultaneously carry a big stick and do a deal at the same time. Ultimately, this is how this is going to end. And what you need is someone who's going to say, Either we do a deal on the basis of what's happening on the ground right now, which means, sadly, Russia is going to get pieces of Ukraine that it didn't have before, in exchange for Ukraine having long-term security. And if you, Vladimir Putin, are not going to sign this, then I am going to give the Ukrainians everything. That's what the president should be doing. And I personally think Donald Trump is far more likely to say that than Joe Biden. However, let's just agree to disagree on
Can I just agree with that? I think that's really well said.
Yeah.
You know, we've gotten into this dynamic where we want to make Ukraine just strong enough that they can never lose, but not strong enough that they can never win. Now, I'm not a general. I can't appraise if, like, giving them air support is going to lead to World War III or not, but I think that more needs to be done. Like, just giving them, what is it, the 132 millimeter shells to, like, hit Russian, barricades. Like, doing this forever is not going to let them win the war. We've just decided this lukewarm support. So I think your assessment of this is dead on.
I guess my point is on that issue is I don't think it's the Democrats are going all out for Ukraine and the Republicans are stopping it. It's more like Democrats are doing a terrible job.
Like, here's the thing, right? Like, what they're talking about here is that it is a goal of the U.S. state to weaken Russia, to make it less able to project its sphere of influence across, the regions it has typically wielded a great deal of power across. And so one of the reasons the United States is backing so forcefully Ukraine is so that we can sap the power of Russia in a way that isn't directly leading to nuclear war, And oh, God. God, why? God damn it. Of course there were a bunch of goddamn rats. Oh well. So, again, Republicans are stopping the aid to Ukraine because they are pro-Russia, because they are in favor of authoritarian dictators, and they like Putin. And frankly, Putin also seems to have there seems to be some evidence that Putin may or may not be funding, some of their campaigns, perhaps. But what I'll say here is just that one of the reasons the United States has been so careful about supplying aid to Ukraine, and this seems for whatever reason to just be not discussed, is because they're, like, the U.S. military complex, industrial complex, is worried about provoking a nuclear war with Russia. They're worried about escalating the conflict, and oh fuck. What? That didn't kill you guys? There we go. If you give any land to Russia, primarily Crimea, that just means more land to strategically push further. Yeah. Oh, this comes right down to a tree sentinel. Nice.
Job, and the Republicans are torn. There's a part of the Republican Party that wants Ukraine to win and would help much more than they're currently doing.
Sure.
And there's the other, what I call the more woke right, so to speak, who are they're anti-Ukraine because they're anti-Western elites. That's kind of their worldview.
Do you think they're compromised in some way by Russia?
No, I think they're compromised by the derangement. You know, they've been staring into the abyss.
Sure.
They've been looking into the progressive abyss for so long, they're now thinking like progressives in their head in many ways.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, I guess I'm just old enough to remember when we were able to stick together on national security issues.
I hope that comes back.
I do too.
Yeah.
It's
okay, let's park.
Yeah, but the way we came together on national security issues, you know, and the last really big thing that caused us to come together on national security issues, we went to war in Afghanistan and then Iraq. You know, like, nothing good came of that. Nothing good came of us, you know, coming together like that. It wasn't like the scene from Spider-Man, and then suddenly, you want to get up, you gotta go through all of us. It wasn't like that. Instead, it was much more like, hey, they poked us in the eye. Time to take all of their eyes. And then we like went and killed like hundreds of thousands of innocent civilians. You know, like maybe that experience should have been the opportunity to look at where that type of solidarity takes us and say, maybe not. Maybe we should learn from the mistakes of our past. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Maybe we should be a little bit more cautious about where we get our influences from.
Fuck that, because I feel like we're moving away from the core of the things we've been talking about. You go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to say the one thing moving towards domestic policy.
Sure.
One of the major criticisms that Republicans and ordinary people are going to have, and please explode any myths, is when it comes to the border. There's a lot of people in this country who are very upset, ordinary people, very angry. They're looking at things like people coming in undocumented. There's crime that's been spiraling. There's, you know, the fentanyl crisis, and they're thinking to themselves, what the hell is going on with my country?
I fully agree with you. I am a Democrat that wants the border taken far more seriously. Like, sex trafficking across our southern border is horrible. I urge you to go read stories about this. It is a nightmare. You cannot be a feminist and want the status quo on all of this. Drugs coming through. You know, I'm sure you saw the video, the viral video a while back, the woman, like, with her children under the barbed wire and all that. It is completely normal for a country to need a secure border. And I don't understand why Democrats don't take this exponentially more seriously. We can have a conversation about, you know, visas to let people in. We can have a very high number of people that we let in, but we've got to secure the border. And I think it is eminently fair to say the Democrats have failed at this.
And you say you don't know,
Fingerprint grape.
To me, it seems utterly perplexing because it doesn't. I just look at it and I go, unless you've drunk the progressive Kool-Aid, so we just say, for want of a better word, so much that you think open borders are racist.
Yeah, no human is illegal.
Which was a piece in the Times, by the way. Like, oh, I couldn't believe that.
But apart from that, how can you justify it? How can you justify it when you look at the number of fentanyl deaths in this country?
Again, do you want the real answer or do you want the political
answer? Let's go. All right.
Here's the real answer. Democrats.
Oh, okay. So So Henrietta's quest relies on you coming to this village, getting this fingerprint grape. Gotcha.
Don't have balls to stand up to the nut jobs. That's the real answer, because you get called a racist and you're afraid about losing the Latino vote. And, you know, it is in
Can I just push back on that? As somebody who is half Latin American, whose mother is from Venezuela, I can guarantee you Venezuelans in this country who came here legally, who pay their taxes, who work hard, just like Cubans, just like Puerto Ricans, they're even more pissed off about this because they're like, hang on a second, I jumped through all the hoops, I did all the paperwork, I paid my money, I paid my taxes, and I could have just walked in?
Sure. I'm not saying it's a correct assessment. It's...
Hold on. You're saying I could have just walked in? Yeah, why didn't you? Yeah. hold on. You're saying that I suffered, but other people in the future might not need to suffer. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying right now, isn't it? Yeah. Hold on. You're telling me that I went through all the trouble of living in an iron lung for the first 7 years of my life. And now you're telling me that there's a vaccine and people can just not get polio. Hold on. Yeah, actually. Oi, Governor, back in my day, we all got polio, right? Jack and accents, yeah, it's probably not great. But you know what? It's always okay to do the British accent.
It's a deeply incorrect assessment, but that's the reason for the fear there.
Right,
You know?
I see. So, but wouldn't that be, if we're talking about Joe Biden being a good president?
Sure.
Wouldn't you agree, if you disagree with what's happening on the border,
Top-tier content.
that
Thank you.
at least on that issue, he's been terrible?
We just tried to pass a bill that would have made Democrats extremely unhappy. The progressives were really upset about this bill because it gave the president things to do, like close the border in an emergency, and had some of the strictest restrictions on this. And the Republicans are the ones that defeated that bill because they wanted it to be an election issue. Now, I don't mean to get all geeky and policy oriented, but a huge part of this is also the lack.
Now, I don't mean to be all geeky and policy oriented, but I think that the president should be empowered with the ability to, unilaterally execute, incredibly powerful lockdowns of our border on a whim. I just think we should give our president, just incredibly vast and sweeping powers within 500 miles of any border or port of entry, or point of entry I should say, which is the vast majority of the United States. It's the only way we can preserve democracy. It's by basically turning the president into a dictator. It's crazy. God, can I just say, Joe Biden, what is you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing right now, okay? Like, what are you doing? Ah, yes, I'm going to appeal to the average conservative voter by giving myself executive powers to lock down the border. Like, that's not going to appeal to anybody, Joe. It only works for conservatives because they fearmonger about the border and set themselves up as the only people who can fix it. And to their voters, that's true. If anyone else tries it, it doesn't work. The same way, conservatives try and do the Donald Trump thing, but they aren't Donald Trump, are they? It doesn't work for them.
Of immigration judges. We have a huge Are you aware that in Boston, we're Port City. We sent our immigration judges down to the border in an emergency capacity because they can't even try cases down there. I don't care if you're on the right or the left or open borders there. We should all...
Now, again, there are certain things in that bill that would have been good. Things like more funding to deal with, the bureaucratic nonsense that goes down along the border. More lawyers, more judges, more everyone to process the paperwork so that it doesn't take forever and a day just to do those things. We can do that with just a funding bill, though. We don't need to give the president sweeping powers on top of that. Honestly, if Joe Biden had just tried to push a bill to provide more funding for those things, progressives would be all over that shit. Progressives would be all over that shit. Are you kidding me? No progressive I have ever talked to who knows anything about anything on this topic is against that. You don't need to pair it with the fear-mongering bullshit. Just pass the actual effective policy.
Ah, my lambkin. You've completed your final trial, and with this, you are a formal inductee.
No, I don't expect Joe Biden to do anything good.
Luminary Moog, the Lord
I expect him to be a weak, milquetoast neoliberal, which is exactly what he's done. Everything good that he's done, he's been forced into doing. All right, chop off my finger, Vare. I'm really glad they didn't animate that.
Clench your teeth or something.
There we go. Sweet.
Never forget that feeling of agony, for it is what binds you to Luminary Moog, to all of us. You have the sweetest scream, my lambkin.
You're really creepy and gross, and I don't like you.
Oh, another thing. You should have this.
You're in the Yakuza now? Basically.
A medal granted by the new Moguin dynasty, with the power to grant audience with Luminary Moog. I've gone out of my way to provide one to you, but you mustn't use it just yet. The meeting must wait until the Moguin dynasty commences. Luminary Moog yet slumbers beside the divinity. We must endure a little longer. Ah, it is one day, you right, my...
Alright, can't wait to kill that guy. Anyway, yeah, I'm totally not going to use that item you just gave me. Anyway.
All agree that if you come across
Time
the
for
border,
me
you should
to
have a
gain
legal
too many
process to figure out
levels.
where you need to go.
Wait,
We
this
don't
means
have
you
the
have to
system
betray
for
Moog?
that.
There's no way to
No, I
not
don't agree
betray
with
Moog.
that.
Do you not?
No, I don't. I'm a first-generation immigrant to the UK, and my view is nobody should be coming into the country illegally.
Sure.
Right? So
Who
there shouldn't be,
determines
we
that,
shouldn't
though?
be sending Boston immigration judges to the south because they shouldn't be necessary because the border should be closed. That's what I'm saying.
I think
that's what most people expect, really.
Look, I want this situation handled. I will vote for it. I would vote for any candidate that took that seriously. It's a mess. Democrats have our head on the sands on this. This could make us lose the election if we don't wake the fuck up and take it very seriously. And there's a leftist argument for this. There's a leftist argument for doing all of this. Like, there's so much crime and trauma that happens by these cartels doing this stuff. The fentanyl crisis is 1 billion times worse because of this. There's no excuse for this.
Okay, so just carrying down the thread then, give us some things you think Joe Biden has done that have actually been good.
Nope.
Domestically, let's say.
I think the inflation situation, every country in the entire world is dealing with inflation.
Yep, of course.
And I think that we've actually gotten the United States economy much further back on track. I think our inflation has come down much better compared to the rest of the world. I think on coronavirus, I think people forget just how much getting vaccines out to people was mismanaged under Donald Trump. He did an A+ job at getting that system in place and getting vaccines available for people. Reopening schools, I think he did a really good job on that. So I think there's a lot of domestic policy he's actually excelled at.
So I'm going to ask you a question which is not, it's not particularly pleasant, but it needs to be said.
Go for it.
I very much admire you for coming on the show, Brianna.
Sure.
And I very much admire you for taking tough questions, fielding them, and dealing with them in the spirit that they're meant. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of other people on maybe that side of the argument, or the Democrats, strike me as weak, if I'm being blunt. If your biggest...
The absolute silliness of this guy saying it to that lady. Oh, man, dude. Glass houses. I don't know. Did they ever try building glass houses in the UK? I feel like they might learn something about stones. God.
This fear is being called a racist.
Sure.
Or being said that you're whatever else. Then you shouldn't be anywhere near power. I'm sorry. You're a leader. You're there to make tough decisions, and people are going to say nasty things about you. Tough. You want the position, you've got to deal with that.
This is why I've been in progressive politics for the last decade. I wanted a Democratic Party with some balls that would stand up on all these things. The problem is the progressive power base has lost their goddamn minds. So where the fuck are you going to go? You've got the insurgent side of it that's trying to push the Democratic Party to actually get serious about public policy, I believe, like universal health care. The American healthcare system is completely broken. I had a theory of change that we were out there and we pushed the traditional corporate Democrats hard from the progressive side, that would get us to better public policy. The problem is the progressive left is so crazy nowadays, they're worse than the corporate Democrats. So we've got to turn this whole ship around.
And is that possible, though?
I don't know. I don't think it's likely, to be really honest with you.
So what does the future look like? In our interview with the brilliant Tim Urban, he said,
we should be talking about longevity and longevity science.
Researchers like the biologist David Sinclair have recently made game-changing discoveries showing that it's possible to slow down aging or even reverse it.
Shut the fuck up.
My hope is if enough people like me stand up and we'll start getting real about this stuff, we can start pushing the crazies out and get the Democratic Party on a path that makes sense. I don't think that's likely. I think there's a flip a coin. We're going to see who wins this election. Is it going to be Joe Biden or, or Donald Trump? And from there, we are going to be in the wilderness without power if we lose, and we're going to have to find a new version of the Democratic Party. I don't know if that's going to be a better version of the Democratic Party. So,
well,
yeah.
let me say something to you,
Please.
but through you to some of the people that follow you that might be interested. I really believe, I was in Australia recently, and I was invited to a dinner where there were a lot of people who were influential in Australia. And there were people from both sides of politics there. And the person who invited us, he said, look, I don't want the other party to be elected.
That's right.
But at some point they will be.
Yeah.
And I want them to be the very best possible party for Australia.
That's right.
Best possible government for Australia. And in that spirit, my view is the only way that the left is actually going to start to have a good impact on society is when Donald Trump gets elected again, which I suspect he will be.
Ooh.
You don't agree? And I may well be wrong.
I think it's going to be close. I think I see data, and I think I have a perspective on the state efforts that probably informs my opinion.
And you're probably much better informed about it than I am. I'm just operating on a general sentiment kind of basis. But I guess what I'm saying is the mistake that was made in 2016, which you articulated so well, was a failure to take seriously the concerns of the ordinary American.
That's right.
If Donald Trump is elected again, my greatest fear is that instead of doing that, instead of learning the lesson and going, okay, what are we not listening to? Is it immigration? Okay, we got to change our position on immigration. Is it foreign policy? Okay, we got to adjust. My worry, and I know this is Francis' worry too, because we talk about it all this time, is if Donald Trump is re-elected, you're going to see a progressive meltdown on a scale that's going to dwarf 2016,
That's right.
which will only make the country worse and the left way more unelected.
Because they don't believe in democracy, fundamentally. Look at the fringe Free Palestine people. There's some people in that movement that genuinely see scenes of horror out of Gaza and they want to do something about it. And I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, there are a lot of people in that movement that want democracy and America dead.
Well, they hate America.
Yeah.
They do. They hate our own country.
They do.
Yeah.
When did it become, like, inappropriate to
dude.
be on the left and say you love your country and you respect your
This is
police
so
officers and your
cucked.
teachers?
This is cucked shit.
You respect someone, well, it's not how I feel.
Yeah.
And, it's, we've got to confront this illiberalism that is just strangling the Democratic Party. We've got to get...
Like, my God. Yeah, you can criticize America. You can criticize American policy and all that shit. And, like, then she just comes along, looks like you hate America. Look at you criticizing America in a way I don't like. You must hate America. You must hate democracy. Like, come on. Yeah, the socialists are strangling the American democracy. They're suffocating it in its crib. They're killing the experiment. I'm actually surprised at how effective my weaponry is in this location. I wasn't expecting that yet. It's brown shirt shit. It is brown shirt. This is literally a red-brown alliance on screen right now. Like, it's aiding and abetting the fascist sentiment expressed by the GOP, frankly.
Get more comfortable with free speech and talking to people that disagree with us. We need to get much more serious about public policy, because we're not.
It's so true, and it's genuinely
so
sad to see what's happening
yeah.
to the left.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who I know, and look, I'm friends with some of them on the right. They're like, ha ha, look at them, blah, blah, blah. Aren't they this? Aren't they that? And you go, I don't think you understand what is happening to the very fabric of our society.
That's right. That's right.
And if this side are going crazy, as you're putting it, what's happening to our society as a whole?
That's right.
And what's happening to your side? Because I'm telling you something else. Your side isn't being great either. And the moral decay is happening in a similar, albeit different way at the same time.
I agree. I mean, look, I feel like...
Again, like... This happens every single time. Every single time. Every single generation has people and cranks getting on, like, media, radio, newspapers, whatever, to talk about this over and over and over again. You know, it's a repeating cycle. All they are doing is basically doing, kids these days don't even understand it. Except instead of saying kids, they're saying, well, you know, socialists, the wokes don't understand what they're doing. They're destroying society. And like, you know, 70 years ago, it was, hey, all these teens slicking back their hair and driving cars with the tops down, they're destroying society. With their gyrating hips and their Elvis music, don't they realize we need to do the Vietnam War? Otherwise, all the countries on Earth could fall to communism any day now. Domino theory, baby. Domino theory. Daddy-o, that's exactly what they said. I quoted it word for word. Relevant video to what you're saying? Shadamar, whisper it to me in chat. There we go. Now I'm in chat for you to easily whisper. I.e. dancing is based. Yeah, like this is literally, is it Flashdance? Was that the movie? I always forget. Or Footloose. One of those, right? I don't have phone verified. Can't whisper. Ah, damn. Sorry. Was Footloose? Okay, cool.
I have extreme problems with MAGA, right? I think in many ways this is an anti-democratic movement as well. So, you know, just because I'm talking about the left today, this is my own side. Like, it's not surprising to you that I don't like the Republicans and don't agree with their policies, right? But I think you're really right. This is about the fabric of the country coming apart. I think you're seeing this in the UK to a lesser degree. But, you know, like, your politics tend to follow our own. So we've got to confront this head on.
We download your crap very, very readily in the UK. I suppose one of the things that I was interested in exploring, Brianna, with you as well, is you mentioned when we were talking about you potentially coming on the show that there's probably a lot of areas that we disagree about.
Sure.
Not you disagree with Republicans about, we're obviously not Republicans. So what do you think that is? I'm keen to find that out.
Well, I want to be polite. I think
you don't need to.
You don't need to be polite.
I think
We're in
generally
America
speaking,
now.
I think generally speaking, when I watch your stuff, I think you hold the right and the left to two different standards. And I think you're a little too tough on the left. I understand it because I spend more time.
But people are going to say that about you now. This is the thing.
That's fine.
People will, the progressives will call you right wing or whatever.
And they do.
And they do because you're criticizing the left. You're doing that out of.
It's true. It's not because you're criticizing the left. The left can be criticized. It's that you are doing the same thing that conservatives do when they criticize the left. You know, you're doing the exact same thing. There's no daylight here. You being on this show is no different than any other conservative talking head being on the show. You know? Like, the same points are being made. You just call yourself a liberal.
Out of a place of let's get our shit together, right? I want our society to get its shit together because the one unique experience that I have that most people don't have is I've lived outside of this society. I was born outside of this society, and I can tell you people in Russia and people in China are not having debates on TV about fucking pronouns.
That's right.
Right? And the more...
That's not really true. Like, if you look at like Chinese state television, they banned like feminine looking men from being on television. You know, they're having this conversation. It's just in different, like, it's just manifesting differently in different societies. They're not talking about like parts of their language necessarily, but instead they're talking about like how people are presenting themselves. If you look at Russia, I mean, fuck, if you just look at like Russia's state propaganda from Putin himself, Putin talks about gender ideology in his state addresses and it names it explicitly as a reason for the Ukrainian war. Like, you're just lying, man. Anyone who pays attention to this would know. But that's the thing about these people, right? That's the thing about these people. They lie, and they rely on their audience to be too ignorant to actually look these things up. And Mike B, that's an excellent point as well. Pronouns are an issue that the right pushes. You don't see left-leaning people complaining about pronouns. Or if they do, it's like kind of in the grumbly way, like an old person does as they get accustomed to a new way of doing things. You know? Like, the left isn't, like, going crazy about pronouns. It's conservatives. It's the fucking pronouns guy. You know, screaming until he's red in the face about like a literal part of the English language.
The more time we spend on that, the less time we spend realizing that we live in a geopolitical battle of civilizations and we are sliding backwards.
That's right. So, look, if I have a 5% disagreement with you about pronouns, like, let's be really clear here. You are on the side of democracy and liberalism, and I think something I appreciate about you is really talking about the threat of terrorism in very, very clear terms. I think that sometimes in this country, when we think about Islam, it's the westernized, like, liberal professor version of it, and I think you're not really thinking about it through, like, what is happening in Syria, or what ISIS is doing, or, yeah, Iran and the Cold War with Saudi Arabia. So I think what I appreciate about you is I think you talk about this in really clear moral terms. And I wish we could have a better conversation about that in this country. I think speaking like about learning the wrong lessons, I think America learned a lot of the wrong lessons from 9/11 and George Bush, because we were attacked. That was something we needed to take seriously. But the lesson we took from that is because his leadership and decisions were so poor and got us into 2 wars that did not address terrorism. It created terrorism. We have 2 generations of Americans now that don't think the United States military can accomplish anything. That is false. We need to be an arsenal of democracy for the world. And I think I want to play my role in getting us there.
Well, that's great. But come back with me to what you think we might disagree about, because one of the things you mentioned was the trans issue.
Sure.
And well, obviously we all think this about our own position, but my view is, Francis and I have taken a pretty sensible position on it. To have a broad range of perspectives on. We had a trans woman on the show very early, the first person with whom we raised this issue, who absolutely hates our guts now and whatever.
Who is it? Can you
India
say?
Willoughby.
Oh, okay.
And we had...
She's a friend. I like her a lot.
And we had other people who had different perspectives, everyone from...
I have a feeling India Willoughby is not going to be your friend for very much longer. I just have that feeling in my gut. If she's at all paying attention to the shit you do.
Buck Angel, who I know you know, to people who are very critical of certain things, and I thought that their criticisms in some ways was excessive, but in other ways really important.
Sure.
And the place I think we've both landed in is the place kind of to some extent we started in, which is adults should be able to do what they want.
Great.
Children, however, are not capable of making informed decisions about the future because they're children.
Sure.
And should therefore be protected from medicalization.
Sure.
And there's quite a lot of evidence that a lot of children who go down the transgender path are actually not transgender at all. They're either gay or they're autistic or both, or bullied or whatever. And I don't think cutting bits off those children is the right position.
To be clear, you can't get surgery until you're 18, as I understand it. Cut the
you can
bits
get
off.
puberty blockers.
Yeah, I'm puberty blockers.
Right, that's pretty
But
mutilated.
that's not cutting the bits
correct,
off.
fine, fine. Let's take that.
Well, puberty blockers are pretty mutilated. Okay, but puberty blockers are given to cisgender kids. Have been for like 60 years. No ill effects. Fuck this guy? Yeah, no. Oh man, do you remember when we started this? Remember when we started this and he was like, oh man, people call us transphobic. And she was like, oh, show me a clip where you're being transphobic. I don't know. I think the bit right here where he's to your face talking about how, children are being mutilated by gender ideology, I think might be one of the go-to clips there.
Medicalizing confused children is something I'm against.
So, look, this is going to get me canceled by trans Twitter, but something that's changed in the last 10 years is we've really redefined who is trans, right?
Yeah.
It used to be people that medically transitioned. You went through the Benjamins, and then there were the WPATH standards, and some reasonable stuff. Go read it. Go to a therapist for 3 months, get on hormones, have real life experience out there, get surgery like a year later, right? Not a crazy gauntlet to go down. We've expanded all of these things in really extreme ways now. There are people in the trans movement that, hand to God, really believe in self-ID. Like, you should just be able to say, I'm this gender, and that has legal consequences for what spaces you can enter. Yeah, this is crazy, right? I don't understand this non-binary stuff. I have friends that are non-binary. I think they're going through something real. They're in the W path, but they're going through something different than people who medically transition. So to come back to your point about children, if you are adding all of that onto who is considered trans, of course there are going to be some of those children that are non-binary.
Okay, let's walk through this, all right? Let's walk through this.
Understand this non-binary stuff. I have friends that are non-binary. I think they're going through something real. They're in the W path, but they're going through something different than people who medically transition.
You know, I love this. You know, just the classic. Oh, they're going through something, and it's real, but it's different from real trans people. Essentially, is what she's trying to say. You know. She's trying to differentiate non-binary people from general trans people as like a categorical distinction. And it just doesn't work. Because guess what? Non-binary people also medically transition. There are also binary trans people who don't medically transition. Like, that's a thing. Now, And like that one should be obvious because like I don't know if you guys know this, but a lot of like surgical and medical interventions for trans people have only been developed in like the last century. So prior to that, most binary trans people weren't medically transitioning in the way we would understand it in the modern day. So when we talk about this, it's worth pointing out that already her distinction has broken down into being complete horseshit.
So to come back to your point about children, if you are adding all of that onto who is considered trans, of course there are going to be some of those children that are non-binary or just don't like the gender role or are confused or gay, that transition is not going to serve them. So
yeah, it's almost like for children, there's a process through which they are rigorously screened to make sure over the course of years that transition would actually benefit them, right? This is why, by the way, transition has, among all medical interventions, the highest rate of satisfaction. It's because of the rigorous screening the rigorous screening process. So, oh god, my controller is going bonkers. Just gonna unplug that. There we go. Brianna's making up a problem. Brianna is not just making up a problem, she's making up a problem that conservatives believe is real. And as a trans person speaking to these conservatives, she knows this, by the way, that she's gonna go viral as one of the good ones, and it's gonna go a lot of places, and she's gonna be seen by a lot of people, and she's gonna be seen as a valuable conservative source. You found her Susan's Place account from 2006? Holy shit. I don't even recognize her from what she was saying. What the hell happened? What the hell happened is that she just does not give a shit about anything, really. I think she's just kind of entranced by power, but doesn't really know what to do with it or what she's like a dog chasing a car, you know. It's not really about any end goal. It's just about stature. It's about power and stature, I guess, from my point of view anyway. And like again, she's playing into this, and like, nah, they aren't forcing gay kids to transition. They're not like finding confused gay kids and then transing them. It's not a thing that's happening, but it's a thing that these two chuckle fucks believe is happening. And she's just saying, "Oh yeah, it's it's totally happening. I'm sure it happens all the time." Again, no citations, no evidence whatsoever. Just her own biases, and like a running mouth. And you know, to some extent, I can forgive a running mouth. Like, it's what I do on my show. But at the very least, I have data. Like, if I wanted to, I can show you guys the studies. I can find what the actual processes are for children. And what she's trying to say right now is that children get too confused with all these newfangled genders to be able to identify themselves accurately as trans. And the doctors get too confused with all these genders to be able to accurately identify children who need to medically transition. Except that there are processes already established to make sure that medical transition is right for each child. It's why puberty blockers are used, to give children more time to figure out what their gender identity is. It's why Like, it's why children are not allowed to do informed consent. It's specifically a protection for where they are developmentally. Either she's lying for self-interest or she's clueless but lacks the humility to say, I don't know, I'm not a doctor. I think on this issue, she's lying for self-interest. There's no way that she doesn't know this. There's no way that she doesn't know this. Actually, scratch that. I don't think she's lying for self-interest per se. I think that she genuinely believes this shit. I think she's genuinely a trans medicalist, and I think it's one of the most genuine parts of this interview so far, which is why I'm pausing to take time on it. I don't think she's lying. I think this is just a narrative she already believes. And it's what she believes about, like, non-binary people. And we know that because, again, her chat logs leaked. We know she doesn't respect non-binary people. We know that she, like, does not give a shit about that stuff. She thinks it's fake. We know that she thinks what she thinks about, like, non-transitioning trans people. And she has only contempt for them. So I was watching another game dev the other day, and they were like, the science on puberty blockers is still out. We just don't know. It was super frustrating. Yeah, of course it's frustrating. Because, like, we have, like, 60 years of data on puberty blockers. Too many genders, not enough time. Exactly, Politiqueen. Hey, Banana Brains, how you doing? What are we chatting about this fine 4 o'clock in the morning? Is it really that late? Oh, God, it really is. Folks, also, we've been streaming for 5.5 hours, and I just want to say, you know, I know that this is primarily a video game stream, but I do appreciate that, like, the folks who've supported streams so far. You know, the folks who are hitting the follow button, the subscribe button, the like button, and folks, please consider dropping subs, donos, memberships, super chats, all that stuff, because that is what allows me to continue to make this show. And a huge thank you to the folks who have donated and supported the show tonight so far. Salmon Moose, Very Knifey Duck, Little Morphine Annie. Thank you all very much for your support. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are the best. And thank you for being the only non-transphobes in my chat. Late night boat, indeed. I'm just shacking out with Zuni. Well, I appreciate that, Midas. Whew. Let's see. I also find it funny when these people claim that gay kids are being transed when we know they hate gay people as much as trans people. Yeah. I'm just catching up on chat.
Support Jack.
God
so
damn.
she doesn't have to go on the grift like woo. Dog, 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 dog. Oh.
I would literally get a job at, like, anywhere before doing a grift like this. Like, if I felt compelled on any level to, like, do what she's doing here, fucking end me. You know? Like, drop the content nuke. Like, destroy me, please, by all means. Because, like, this is embarrassing. To like, a degree I find difficult to articulate. This is, like, truly depraved levels of obsequiousness. You know? Like, she's on this show agreeing with all of their conservative, deeply bigoted viewpoints. And, like, confirmed they'll drop our chat logs. the thing that's great is that I don't really say anything that I would be embarrassed to have come out publicly with anybody, you know? Just to be clear, I mean personal knowledge, not a large body of medical knowledge. I'm clueless about a lot of stuff, so I would tell people to talk to experts rather than babbling off an opinion. True. But, like, I don't know. No amount of money would be worth this to me. No one could pay me to do this. Like, if I went on Trigonometry, it would be to, like, fight these guys in the marketplace of ideas. Oh, thanks, guys. Thanks for being so quick to turn on me. The knives, I finally see them. They're perfectly innocuous. It's the principle of the thing. True, fair.
So, yeah, I personally have the opinion that if you look at the science here, it is not particularly conclusive one way or another. We need to double down on the studies we're doing. We need to really make a better pathway to serve those children. And I do want more of them filtered out.
So would you agree with me then that until we have the rock-solid evidence, we shouldn't be transitioning
should get the medical
kids?
care they need.
I think I wouldn't
Good
agree
job,
with you there because
Brianna.
I personally know so many people that are such good friends of mine that this saved their life. But what I think would help is progressives are not having an honest conversation with parents. And I am not sure gender clinics are either. They are saying things like, your child is going to suicide.
Oh man, that's so cool, dog. It's so fucking cool that she's saying this. It's so fucking cool that she's saying this. Yeah, the gender clinics are all lying to the parents. Well, I can't believe this, man. This is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. The gender clinics are lying to you, she says. And not only are the gender clinics lying to you, but like they're telling you that your child's gonna kill themselves. Well, that might not be true. And it's like, yeah, it might not be true, but I got a news flash for you guys. It's true way too often. It is true way too often. It took me until I was 26 years old. And I had a night where I realized that my persistent suicidal ideation was pushing me to like go into the garage of my house and like start the car and just drift away, you know, on the carbon monoxide fumes, you know? And I had to have an internal debate about whether it was worth attempting to transition, even though I knew I wouldn't have the support of my family, and even though I knew it might cost me my friends, and even though I knew it might cost me whatever career I had at the time. And this was in 2018. And like one of my friends had taken his own life not that long previously. And he wasn't trans, but there was a lot of similarities in his story and mine. And I looked at his story, like what led him to make that decision, and I realized, like, I'm gonna do the exact same goddamn thing if I don't do something about it. And it was like one of the worst nights of my life when I decided to live. You know? Because after you make that choice, you have to like slowly start dealing with like what it could cost you. And for a lot of trans people, it costs us like every goddamn thing. Every goddamn thing. And for me, transitioning was a question of life or death. And for a lot of kids who are going through a horrific puberty in a body that they do not want, it can also become a question of life or death, especially when they know that there are medical interventions that could help them. Exactly, Salmon Moose. You have to be ready to, at some point, to just lose everything. Everything you keep is a bonus. Exactly. And, like, I know so many trans people who had to get to the point where, like, they were ready to, like, die. They were ready to, like, lose literally everything, including their own lives. And that was when they made the decision to transition. And I don't think it is good or positive that that is the case. But, like, saying, like what? You want these gender clinics to not tell parents about the very real risk of suicide if they keep this type of treatment away from their children? That would be like a doctor not talking about the risk of lung cancer to a smoking patient. You know? Like, it is one of the most logical outcomes, and parents need to be informed about it because nobody fucking is born with the innate knowledge of what it is to be trans. Well, Evil Nala, I'm glad you're still with us. So, like, the thing that a lot of conservatives, and what Brianna Wu is doing right now, is trying to frame the idea of, like, these clinics telling you that your kid might very likely attempt suicide as a result of being denied treatment, as if it's, like, a coercion to, like, try and convince parents to, like, get treatment for their kids, to trans the kids. But the reality is, like, it's just informing the parent of one of the very logical outcomes of denying treatment to a kid that desperately needs it. I've been living with ideation since the age of 12, and I'm now at nearly 28, finally truly understanding that it's due to my dysphoria. That was after 8 hospitalizations since 2016. Yeah, for me, I ran. I ran as hard as I could from my dysphoria, and I did it by just, I worked at home remotely, and I would just work from the time I got up to the time I went to bed. That is how I coped for years. It was just being like a workaholic. And then when I finally couldn't run anymore, I realized I would have to make that choice, and it was really fucking hard. And I'm glad I'm still here, but I'm not gonna lie. Some days it's still a struggle. It's, you know, didn't cure my chronic depression or anything, but like most days, I can get through it pretty okay. Today was kind of a rough one, but stuff like this, getting mad at stuff like this, kind of helps me to get through the day. Because fuck Brianna Wu. And fuck Trigonometry. This is just honestly evil. I consider this evil rhetoric. Glad to be around, Spicy Diarrhea. Nope. I'm sorry that I phrased it that way. You know what? We're just gonna play this clip.
If you don't do this really life-altering thing. I don't think that's a good message. I think we need to be talking to parents with more respect about all of this.
I'm sorry, how do you respectfully want to inform parents about the risk of suicide to their children? Like, I don't know, like when I finally came out to my dad, right? I told him that I had reached a point where like I had contemplated suicide. I had tried everything else and gotten to that point, and he just didn't believe me. You know? He just didn't believe me and thought that it was rude that I had said that. And frankly, that's kind of what I see in her rhetoric right here. Like, it's just, oh, you're being so rude to parents by telling them that their actions might negatively impact their children. Well, newsflash, when a parent beats a child, that might negatively impact the child. But I don't think it's disrespectful to bring that up, actually. And I think the same premise applies for trans kids.
One of the things that I actually have a deep level of empathy for a lot of trans people. And trans people have spoken to both of us about it, and me individually, and all the rest of it is, you know, it's tough. It's tough dealing with gender dysphoria. It's really hard. It's really hard. You go through all the, you go through the processes. You take the meds. You go through everything else. And then most people just want to get on with their lives.
That's right.
They just want to live their lives. They want to do their jobs. They want to have their friends, their families, and that's it. And they've been politicized now.
That's right.
And, one person said to me, I just feel like I'm being asked to represent all the trans people. I am just a person.
That's right.
And I just want you to leave me alone.
That's right. It was this way 10 years ago. It was this way 20 years ago. It's really been, in my view, a real disaster for trans rights to redefine it from a nonpartisan medical issue to this leftist fringe identity issue where you're trying to destroy the idea of gender itself. Now, I want to be really clear. If someone's non-binary, I will do my best. I will call them by the pronouns that they want because I'm not a jackass. But that doesn't mean I agree with this idea of destroying gender in the public commons. That's not something I support. So, I think the truth is we need to...
Again, the people politicizing trans people aren't trans people. It's conservatives.
Be able to have a discussion. And I think a lot of trans people that actually transition have been...
Mike, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thank you for sharing your story. You're teaching me a lot, and it's much appreciated. And yes, fuck woo. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I can educate a bit. Like, that's honestly, at the end of the day, if I can educate and motivate folks to like get more involved in the political process towards like positive left-leaning ends, then I'm happy. I'm happy at the end of the day. I want people to learn more, love one another more, and push for policies that help us, alleviate suffering in this world. Because it's the only goddamn thing we got at the end of the day is each other.
And ironically censored from their own civil rights movement.
And the discussion is the important part. And this is where the progressive taboos, and they really are progressive taboos, they have to be broken apart.
I agree.
We have to be able to talk about the data, the evidence, without, you're denying trans people's existence and all of this other nonsense
I agree.
That got made up.
Did you read Emily Blaslan's, I don't know how you say it. It was a really great piece in the New York Times called The Battle for Gender Clinics or something. It was about children transitioning. I was so upset about this because it was such a deeply reported, amazing piece that was overwhelmingly pro-trans. And was talking about the history of children transitioning and what the reality was in these gender clinics and the pros of it and the cons of it. And what did trans Twitter do? From open discussion from a reporter that was very, very sympathetic to that cause. They canceled her. They went after her in very personal ways. She had to step away from Twitter. It was absolute hell for her. If trans people cannot even let the New York Times write an article that is pro-trans healthcare and act like adults, I don't know how they're going to win over normal people.
Brianna, do they want to win over normal people?
I think some do. I don't think a lot of the new ones do.
No.
No.
And to me, that's
By the way, I love the framing of all of this. Is that like, oh well, normal people need to be won over. Nah, normal people already are won over. What they need to be convinced to do is to vote. They need to be convinced to vote better politicians and better folks into positions of power. Was it pro-trans, though? Probably not.
that's the real problem.
I
They're
agree.
more interested in being right
I
and
agree.
winning people over.
I agree.
And
There's
when-
a lot of that going around, to be fair.
Yeah. And when you're in that position, I mean, that's a pretty terrible position to be in for everybody.
I agree. It's so discouraging. I mean, it's, for me, I'm 46. I remember when trans was Jerry Springer in this country. I don't know if you know who that was. And to think about that as
Jerry.
To think about that era
Do you know
as
who Jerry Springer is?
just a healthier discussion. It's terrifying to
It's
think
amazing how
about.
we live in a world where Jerry Springer was a healthier discussion.
Nah, I'm sorry. That's just insane. That's just an insane opinion to have. It's an insane opinion to think that, oh yeah, it was way better back in the days of Maori when like they just had like beauty pageants with like cis and trans girls, and like, oh, it turned out you had to guess which one's really a man and which one is really a woman. You know, oh man, the discussion was so much better back then. Really? Are you sure it wasn't just because you had conservative ass ideas about trans people that were like the only ones that had like a voice in certain areas of the internet, like Susan's place? I don't know. I'm just spitting that out there, and I don't know. Seems kind of like maybe you're just, you know, having this imagined past that you're putting on a pedestal. Because it wasn't great back then to be gay or trans. Like this is like people who like fetishize, like the pre-Civil Rights Act, like America. When like America was, and they say like black people were better off before the Civil Rights Act, you know, under Jim Crow, or like, and that's basically what's being said now. Oh, like gay and trans people were better off before like gay people could get married, or before like trans people were legally recognized. Like, fuck off, man. Fuck off. There's no universe in which that makes sense unless you are like a conservative bigot who doesn't know shit about shit and just wants like your trans medicalist opinion to be validated by conservatives because they agree with you. At the very least, they'll take the opportunity to agree with you to shit on other trans people.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Just
Tell
bring
me
about
I'm
10
wrong.
crazies onto the stage and make them fight. That was healthy.
Yeah, and then it got broken up.
This is what I was thinking about. Like in the Jerry Springer era, like a trans woman being married to a man was salacious. And today it's boring because half of trans Twitter is in their polycule with 5 non-binary people. Like it's.
Why on earth would that be better? Why on earth would it be like salacious for a man to be married to a woman? Like, what are you talking about? It's also not bad to be in a polycule. It's just really obnoxious if it's the only thing you talk about at parties. Like that's it. It's also not interesting to be in a polycule. It's just like, oh god. like this spell. It's extra work to be in a polycule? Yeah. Like, I don't know, like, the worst thing I can say about, like, people in polycules is just that, like, I'm not, like, super interested in, like, learning the ins and outs of it, but, like, I'm glad that you're happy with it, you know? Like, it's just not, like, this salacious, weird, wild thing. It's just, like, a different thing that works for you and isn't for me. I think that's fine.
It's insane.
So you mentioned the election that's obviously looming in the future. You seem to think it's going to be close. You don't know. You're not making a call either way.
Well, let me tell you why. So elections do not come down to vibes. They come down to get out the vote. So what I mean by get out the vote is you build a relational database of contacts that you have from canvassing or relational organizing, which is you literally pay people to go contact 100 of their friends on Facebook and make sure they'll get out and vote. And the Democrats' data strategy this time around has actually been pretty good. So when I'm looking at the infrastructure we are building for the ground game in these swing states, I actually feel pretty positive about it. So yeah, our messaging, I think I would give a D- to. Joe Biden's ability to go out and make a coherent vision for the country, I would give an F to. But these like bread and butter tools to win an election, I actually think we're doing much better than Trump is.
Brianna, I've got to ask this question.
Sure.
He's too old, isn't he?
Yeah. This is why I didn't vote for him in the primary, like in 2020.
What is going on when we have Trump or Biden? What is going on with the system? You've got this amazing country.
Do you think I can defend this? One of my closest friends, Cenk Uygur, ran for president because he saw this and believes Biden can't win. So I
One of your closest friends, huh? Man, Cenk is not. Let me put it this way: Cenk stock is not on the rise right now.
I can't defend it. I mean, I've been very open. I wish he had dropped out and let someone else be the standard bearer. He didn't, and it's a really big risk, and now it's too late to do anything.
Who would you rather have run in?
So y'all probably don't like her, but Elizabeth Warren, she's my senator in Massachusetts. I think she is amazing. She's the best in-person politician I've ever seen. Works a room, really good policy. I would love to see her as president.
I don't know why you say we probably wouldn't like her. We're big fans of Native American rights.
Well, I say that because...
I had to say that, come on.
Fair enough. She is, you know, she's gotten into some gender controversies, I think I would say.
Yeah, no, I think that actually if you listen to some of the stuff that she says about economics, some of it I don't agree with, some of it I agree with, you know. And she's definitely not one of these crazy, I'm not sure she's the inspirational candidate that we'd all hope for. But no.
Okay, how about Ro Khanna? Do you know Ro Khanna?
I'm familiar, yeah.
Ro Khanna is a really good guy. Really smart, really policy focused, very focused.
Again, like, you can literally list any Democrat, and I think they would have done better than Joe Biden. Maybe with, like, the exception of, like, Steve Menendez or whatever. I can't remember his first name, but, like, not doing so great when it comes to, some gold bars from Egypt. But, like, outside of that, like, I think you can basically take any milquetoast Democrat outside of Joe Biden, and he'd be and they'd be doing better, you know? Frankly. What? But also, like, Bob Menendez? Yes. But, like, I don't know, like, Ro Khanna doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell. Like, Elizabeth Warren maybe, because she has, like, decent name recognition. But, like, even then, it's, not a good look. Like, I don't think she'd be doing all right. I just think she'd be doing better than Biden, which I guess you can consider all right.
I think he would be an excellent president. Yeah, we've got talent in the party. I think that the problem is, and the Republicans have this issue too, there's a seniority system. So it's like, whose turn is it?
Right.
You know, whose favors can I call in?
So then you eventually end up with a bunch of old people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, on that happy note, why don't we wrap up? We'll go to locals for questions from our audience.
go
But
to
before we do,
locals,
Brandon,
huh?
the last question, as you know, we always ask is, what's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Locals.
Before Brianna
Jake
answers a
Rubin.
final question at the end of the interview,
Oh my god, are they actually sponsored by Dave Rubin's Locals company? That's so fucking funny, man. Ah, the why I left the left circle is complete.
make sure to head over to our locals.
I'm making you
The link
watch
is
this
in the
ad.
description. Give it a click where you'll be able to see this. What argument does the right make that you agree with, but the left will never accept?
What does Brianna think of wokeness in games such as D&D?
It's so clear.
Oh my
after
God,
October 7th,
what?
This isn't even about equality. It's about some people want power. What's the
Yeah, if you wanted to watch more of this horrible conversation, go over to Locals.
one thing we're talking about that we're
not talking about?
I think that something really scary is going on with young men. I saw this during Gamergate, and one of the mistakes I feel I made during Gamergate was treating these young men as if they were monsters. And I think the truth is we have 2 generations of young men that are looking for a path, and they're lost and they're lonely. And Andrew Tate is talking to them in terms they understand, and the Democrats are not.
Oh my god,
So
dude.
I think that, just talking at the direct, we didn't get a chance to do
kill
this
me.
today. I think if the Democratic Party cannot figure out a way to, yes, talk about women's rights, talk about LGBT rights, but stop telling men that they don't matter, I don't think we're going to win elections.
That's not
so
what
I think we need
anyone's
to get
been doing,
extremely
bud.
serious about this.
Yeah, if you want to understand the slide generationally, my generation's male role model in the public, on the internet, is Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
Who I think is a great guy. I've just been touring with him, so I would say that, but he is a great guy. A really, truly great man. And Gen Z's male role model is Andrew Tate.
That's right.
About whom I...
No, he's not. How can you fucking, like, say that? Yeah, we really need to look into how the Democratic Party can model more of their rhetoric after this guy who's currently in prison on charges of like rampant sexual assault in multiple countries. He's facing extradition to the UK for sexual assault, and also he's being charged with human trafficking. Like, guys, the rhetoric that Andrew Tate sold to young men is not difficult to figure out because he literally sold it to them in the form of classes. Like, what he sold to them was essentially, oh, here's how you get laid. And here's how you talk to ladies. Here's how you be, like, cool. Here's what being a man means. And he did it in a way where he was like, ah, yes, you can tell that I am a successful and awesome alpha male because I have many expensive cars. And look at these beautiful women that are always around. And, like, I don't think you're going to be able to get the political party to emulate that rhetoric. Especially because a cornerstone of that rhetoric was while getting people laid and also having like beautiful women around who, you know, unbeknownst to a lot of people at the time, were being sex trafficked. I don't know. I think we can't figure it out. What made this guy so popular? He drove around in super fast, expensive cars and said that he was a real man, and then also hung around with all these hot ladies. What? How can we, the Democrats, recreate this rhetoric? It's like, you can't. There you go. Find something else.
I would definitely not say the same thing.
That's right. I always find Jordan Peterson really interesting. You know, I've talked about this a million times, but yeah, I have been sober for 20 years. So a lot of his struggles with, you know, finding yourself addicted and trying to find a path back, I really identify with that. I've always wanted to talk to him about it.
Yeah, he's great. And what he's doing now is he's not really talking about the culture war or politics or anything. And I'm glad he's not. I think it's a great thing that he's doing, because he's talking to people about how to live a good life.
Yeah.
And he's telling them very powerful stories about some of the ways to do that. You know, you don't have to believe in God or not or whatever. It's just a very powerful way of looking at the world and being constructive, productive, creative, you know, passionate, driven, and living a good life and contributing to others.
Yeah.
That's a good role model. But I think that the fact that the next generation is leaning in a different direction tells you quite a lot about what young men are dealing with, what they're being told about who they are, what their role is in the world, and the way the economy is changing and all of that. So I think it's a
really hard time to be a young man. You know, my husband, I've talked to him about this so much, like what it was like for him growing up and learning to be a man. Yeah, there were institutions there a generation ago. I don't think those exist today. I think we're throwing our young men online. I think they're not learning to interact with people in the real world. I think they're lonely. I think they're horny, and I think they're lost. You know, we've talked a lot about how democracy survives from here. How can any country survive without young men and a path? Like, it can't.
Okay, but here's the thing. The problem young men are facing is entirely one created by two things: capitalism and patriarchy. Patriarchy isolates men and prevents men from having equitable relationships and friendships with women, because patriarchy requires them to have a domineering relationship with women, one in which they only view women as sex objects. And additionally, capitalism, so that automatically, like, off the bat isolates a lot of men from half the human population. And then, you know, literally right off billions of people right there with that one ideology, right? And then you have capitalism, where in America, a hyper-capitalist nation, you have over time the breakdown of societal institutions that bring people together. You know, you have like the commodification of third spaces. You know, places that you might have in the past been able to be for free, you now have to pay to be. And you have the commodification of loneliness in the form of dating apps. Dating apps are not designed, you know, success on dating apps is not the goal of the dating app. The dating app is designed to make money for the company, right? So the longer you are lonely and the longer you are on those dating apps, the better it is for the dating app and the company that makes it. So, like, we've commodified loneliness itself in the form of these dating apps. We've commodified just places to hang out. We have, you know, underfunded any public places that people could hang out, like community centers and such. We have created more and more no loitering areas in parks. So, well, the park closes at such and such a time, you can't be here anymore. So there's not really any other places to go. And, like, is it any wonder then that, like, men are lonely? Men in particular who are being kind of groomed by this capitalist society to be interchangeable cogs in a service industry, you know? So they, like, you can be fired from Chipotle and like instantly replaced. So like, it's so obvious, but I never noticed it, the dating app thing. Yeah, like, those apps basically print money for the companies that make them. And like, we continually commodify every aspect of people's lives. Everything that wasn't shittily monetized is becoming shittily monetized. You know, like, even like fucking like HBO Max or like Netflix, you know, they're all starting to add like advertisements, and so every minute of every day is being suckled dry by capitalism in order to like siphon off any kind of profit that it can. And so society just winds up treating you like a product. It's alienating. And the isolation is by design to make you more interchangeable. So, again, I would say that the solution to this is in socialism and democratic worker co-ops and the embracing of, you know, employees owning their own workplaces, their own, you know, workplaces. But that's what leads to the alienation men are facing. It's why so many men in like the 2010s were anti-feminists. It's because to them it felt like they were losing rights, they were losing power, and you can still see that in the reactionary media critics of today, you know, the quartering and such. It is one long through line of commodified individuals lashing out at a world that they view is leaving them behind, that they view owes them something, that they view did them dirty by catering to women instead of to them. So, that's the issue with young men. And I can go on about this for a very long time, but like, if we want to fix the problems facing young men, we have to reckon with the fact that the main source is, frankly, capitalism and patriarchy. And we need to do a better job explaining what those two things are and how they directly affect young men. Otherwise, it's just going to keep getting worse, because capitalism isn't getting fixed by anyone that is currently in power right now. Yeah, I was groomed into that shit. It still hurts that I thought like that once upon a time. Yeah, exactly. Keep expecting her talking points to suddenly turn into a Kermit voice, but it never happens. I'm sorry.
So, you know, I really wish the Democrats would make it a project to find our public figures that can talk to those young men in honest ways and try to bring them in and come up with some public policy to make their lives better.
All right, well, the three Democrats who were listening, thank you for being around. Take that to heart. And head on over to Locals, where we ask Brianna your questions. Are you worried you'll never find a way to reach those on your own side that see you as a traitor? Or
What?
will you be comfortable
That wolf
remaining
just
a
fell off the
dissident
cliff.
voice?
I saw it happen.
My goal is to destroy those people.
That was infuriating on so many different levels. As if that was so infuriating. Oh, God. State-sponsored girlfriends, baby. Today has had too many British accents. It really has. Here, you know what? Oh God, Piers Morgan, you had RFK Jr. on. I don't want to do that. We're not doing that. Executive decision. We're not doing that. Instead, we are going to do. You know what? You know what? We're gonna do it. We're doing a majority report video, folks. We're doing the majority report. Hillary Clinton endorsing George Latimer. Okay. We're doing some creative crossover. Ah, shit.
Into Brian Lehrer's WNYC radio show.
George Latimer is on with Brian Lehrer, and usually on Lehrer's show he has constituents call in. So
I don't know anything about this guy. Is he a right winger?
No, no. Brian Lehrer is just like a long-time WNYC radio host and public radio.
Gotcha.
Hey, it's Matt
so
Bender,
people
friend
will
of the
call
show.
in. This woman who calls in, she says that she's a constituent in the district in New York 16th, and she's a black woman.
Okay.
She
Try and get Matt Bender on
contextualizes
the
that
show.
before she gets into why she's skeptical about supporting
George Latimer. And I'm curious to see how he responds here. Here we go.
Okay. But I find it interesting that you talk about things like, pro-choice when you take money from AIPAC, that comes for women and women's rights, but that's a side comment. My core comment is, as a black person in the district, I find it impossible for you to be able to adequately represent my interests and the interests of other people of color for a multitude of reasons. And let me go into one of them that I find really problematic. When Andrew Cuomo was facing his reckoning for sexually harassing women, and you came to his defense, you had the audacity
we
to
covered that the
compare
other night,
what
Jamal
Cuomo
Bowman.
was
With
experiencing to
George
the
Latimer and Jamal
lynching
Bowman.
of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old child who was mutilated, murdered, and lynched. And I find it completely offensive that you would make that comparison on top of a bunch of other things that you do. I'd like for you to respond to that. And
Yeah. For those of you who didn't know that George Latimer is a racist asshole, congrats. You just found out. He really made that comparison, guys. And I think that we should make sure that every single person knows that. Especially every single person in the district. Folks, also, I will be doing a canvassing event for Jamal Bowman, June 22nd through the 23rd in Yonkers, New York. Join me, okay? I don't have the link for it handy, though. But you can find it on my Twitter.
with that response, what I don't want you to do is to engage in tokenization, because every time you're asked about race, you then start going into a litany of a, quote, I have black friends response. You know who also has black friends? Donald Trump. And proximity to blackness is not a shield from racism. And so I think you're a racist, and I think that the way that you engage with people of color in your district that ask you hard questions, you respond by being very aggressive with them, very combative with them, and you marginalize them as you go into your response. So I want you to respond to how you could adequately represent somebody like me when I think the way that you come for me and people like me actually attacks and endangers people of color in your district and this country.
Thank you for your question, County Executive.
Wait, can we pause it? Can we pause it? Can we pause it for a second? I just gotta.
He just got red.
Wow! Wow!
shit.
That was. Well,
Making New Yorkers proud.
Yeah,
Oh
she was
my
prepared.
God!
She should have started with the first, long time, first time.
Yeah. She should have started that with it like that. It's someone's computer is playing, and that's why I hear Brandon twice. I think. Okay, I'm sorry if I'm obsessive about this audio, but yeah, no, it's that was really amazing. Can we pull up his actual quote here that I sent in the chat about Emmett Till, just so people know exactly what Latimer said at the time? This is from an old Facebook post from March 18th, 2021. Latimer said at the time, here we go. In a time of irrational anger and emotion, let me try to take a serious take on a serious issue, the charges against Andrew Cuomo. These are serious charges that assert unacceptable behavior. No man can truly appreciate what a woman goes through in moments like this. But two, in our world, no matter how heinous the crime committed, we presume innocence until guilt is proven. That standard, when we adhere to it, protects you and me. And when it is not adhered to, when a mob acts in its own sense of justice, it turns out to be a crime itself. That's one part. And then he says here at the bottom, that was the retraction? Okay. This is what...
Here's the original version. In our world, no matter how heinous the crime committed, we presume innocence until guilt is proven. That standard, when we adhere to it, protects you and me, and when it is not adhered to, when a mom hangs Emmett Till, the justice turns out to be a crime itself.
Alright, well that's pretty amazing. So, that's what she's referencing here, and let's hear how Bowman's challenger, Latimer, responds.
Well, clearly, I can't satisfy the caller because she's made up her mind. What I can tell you is that the Mount Vernon Democratic Committee, which is 85% African American, endorsed me unanimously for this position.
He just did it. He just did the thing she told him not to do.
African American county legislators, African American elected officials throughout the county. I have the support of unions like CSEA and TWU Local 100, which are multicultural, both African American and Latino individuals. They're not offended by my policies. I think the caller has a point of view which is shared by some people, but I do not believe it's shared universally. I have the support from some members of the black clergy who understand who I am as a person. They don't judge me by a tweet, and they don't judge me with a predetermined notion that somehow because I am white, I can't possibly represent somebody who is not white. You can only be in one demographic, and if the philosophy of where we are heading is that you cannot be in office unless you have my identity, then we're in a bad place.
In fairness, the caller did not say that, right? In fairness, the caller did not say that, right?
No, but what I'm saying is I'm responding to a question in my terms. She was, I think, pretty clear that she's not happy with me and that I can't represent her interests. That's what she said. And so what I'm saying is, if we are at the point where because I am not of the same demographic as she is, I can't represent her interests, then I don't know where you go with that. I think realistically...
She said your rhetoric about specific things, including like also your supporters, like it's not because you're a white guy.
Yeah, good job to Brian Lehrer there. I wasn't familiar with him before, but he did a great job.
I will say that he forgot to mention the support that he gets from one of the most important pillars of the black community, Hillary Clinton.
Yes, right. Yeah. She did endorse Latimer, and
Can I just say, I fucking love, I love when Sam's on, but I absolutely adore.
She had previously endorsed
when it's like the full panel show, like the vibes are immaculate. The jokes cut, man. It's so good.
The incumbent, when Bowman was challenging him in 2020, Elliot Engel, we saw how well that worked out for Elliot Engel, so I'm hoping the same thing happens here.
As she is, I can't represent her interest, then I don't know where you go with that. I think realistically,
not what she said.
We are only the demographic we are. And then in theory, you only vote for the person who looks exactly like you. That might get you Clarence Thomas. I don't know. But whatever it is, Brian, whatever it is, I'm responding to her question on my terms. Once again, I'm trying to articulate what I think. And I understand she wants me to comment within her framework, which clearly is a framework that doesn't support me.
The Cuomo Emmett Till thing that she refers to, I think I have the text in front of me. You wrote, I think, on Facebook, in our world, no matter how heinous the crime...
I deleted it, Brian. I put it on Facebook. I was angry at the time. I deleted it with...
He does not want that read on air. He does not want that read on air, man. Holy shit, dude.
In half an hour, I thought better of it. It was a foolish tweet. I have said so, and I deleted it at the time.
It is not reflective of the broader way that I deal with circumstances like this, but I recognize it was a foolish set of words. It was hurtful to some people, and I deleted it. Now, having deleted it within a half an hour of my posting it, people wanted to find my whole career based on that. And when I say that I grew up where I did, that is the environment I grew up in. I am not trying to establish anything other than a framework for my life. And when my opponent talks about he grew up in public housing, I grew up in the situation as well, and that's all I'm trying to reference.
So you deleted it a half hour later. She raised it. People deserve to know what it was. The quote was, "In our world, no matter how heinous the crime committed, we presume innocence until guilt is proven. That standard, when we adhere to it, protects you and me. And when it is not adhered to, when a mob hangs Emmett Till, the quote, justice turns out to be a crime itself." That was in the context of defending Andrew Cuomo. So I guess people would question, that was your impulse.
Good
Brian,
job.
Would you also qualify that tweet occurred long before the final report came out on Andrew Cuomo's guilt or
Doesn't matter.
At the time, people were calling on him to resign on the basis of the accusations. And what I said at the time was, you need to have the full report come out. I trusted Trish James to do a thorough job. She did. She came out with a report. When the report came out, I did call
Okay, it's not Emmett Till.
Was at that point in time what I considered to be a rush to judgment that was unfair, because you cannot
All right,
take
can you pause it for a sec? The rush to judgment in Emmett Till's instance was what resulted in a lynching and extrajudicial killing of a little boy based on the claims of a white woman who said that Emmett Till basically harassed her, went after her, attacked her.
Yep.
Though the
Lady
context
said
of
that
that
Emmett Till
was
whistled
that
at her.
it was in an incredibly racist time, and the result was a racist killing of a little boy.
Yeah, in a lynching culture.
Versus a powerful man who, in the context of like a reckoning on sexual abuse within the workplace and using power dynamics to get for powerful men to get ahead and do what they want sexually, these women came out and made those accusations. Would you say the context is a little bit different?
It's a little
Yeah.
different, although
it's not only obviously the main thing here is comparing Andrew Cuomo to Emmett Till, but it's also extraordinarily demeaning to
It makes my
the women
stomach
that came
churn.
out who were abused by Andrew Cuomo, literally calling them equating them to this woman who lied basically in order to see that community carry out this racist lynching of this young black kid.
Right, Bender. It's literally to your point. It's not only comparing Cuomo to Emmett Till. It's comparing Cuomo's accusers to that of a lynch mob.
Yes.
Right. That of the people looking to, as you said, Emma, extrajudicially attack and brutally murder someone because of a false allegation in a racially animated hate crime. And it's also just rich that this racist prick literally gets asked by a black woman to respond to that, and please do not tokenize my entire racial group, and also not grind your teeth into dust in anger because you're getting questioned by a black woman. And he just responds by talking about all of his black friends and black interest group support while grinding his teeth into dust in anger because a black woman questioned him.
Yeah, it's amazing.
He also kind of blames anti-white racism on it. Like he blames it on anti-white. He's just
What, I
like, she
can't
won't
live
vote for
anymore?
me because she won't vote for me because I'm white. Which also, I don't want to do identity politics, but it is weird to me as a black person that his impulse when he's heated, the first impulse of this white politician when he's heated is to compare things to Emmett Till.
Yeah.
As a black person from the South, I don't do that. So it just makes it seem as though, I don't know, he was reaching for a way to self-victimize.
Right.
When it's not self-victimize, make a victim out of Andrew Cuomo.
Exactly.
It's also, so, I mean, this was from the, when...
Well, to make a victim out of Andrew Cuomo, and also, like, it's very cynical, right? Because, like, it's being done by this neoliberal shill, George Latimer. in order to, like, kind of co-opt the validity of the outrage reserved for what happened to Emmett Till, and the fact that, like, his accusers, like, got away scot-free after he was murdered. And, like, trying to co-opt that righteous indignation for Andrew Cuomo. It's gross. From top to bottom, it's gross.
Last week, Jamal Bowman's challenger, there we go, Latimer, was endorsed by Mondaire Jones, who once fashioned himself as a progressive, but has now kind of folded himself into the Democratic establishment and a pro-Israel stance in his race. So when Mondaire Jones endorsed Latimer over, when Mondaire Jones endorsed, yes, I said that right. Mondaire Jones endorsed Latimer over Jamal Bowman. The quote was that he was not a racist. Oh, shoot, I just lost it there. Because he had support from someone in the black community.
From a Zionist plant.
Right. So that is really how he sees everybody. It's just like, oh, good. If you're not supporting me, caller, you've made a predetermination based on my race. But for black people who are voting for me, well, that's proof that I don't have a problem appealing to other people because of their race.
And then
I also want to really quickly. I want to also mention, like, he chalked it up in his defense of that post. Comparing Andrew Cuomo to Emmett Till. He chalked it up to, oh, it was a moment of, I was upset, it was heated. But if you look at the post, it's literally him saying, in a time, he starts it out with, in a time of irrational anger and emotion, let me try to take a serious take on a serious issue. He's literally saying everyone else is in a moment of heated rhetoric and not thinking clearly. Yeah. Yet I, the very serious individual, I have thought this through. Mm-hmm. I have laid it out here for you. Like, his excuse for what he wrote is bullshit. He sat down very clearly and took the time to write this. He was clear-headed, clear-minded. This is just who he is.
Yeah. We have this quote here I was referring to. The argument about me running a racist campaign falls flat on its face when people who are African American, Latino, and Asian are supporting me, he said in an interview. That is not how that works.
The argument about me running a racist campaign falls flat on its face when people who are African American, Latino, and Asian are supporting me.
It also goes counter to what he said to that caller when he said, like, if you're this was also very racist, but it also goes counter to that point of view. He said, oh, if you're only going to vote for someone who looks like you, then I guess you're gonna go get yourself a Clarence Thomas. Right. He said that in the call. Well, guess what? Clarence Thomas, like, he's only viewing Clarence Thomas in that light, but he's not viewing it in the other situation where, there are black conservatives who support white supremacist Republicans and conservatives. Yep. Like, yeah, you do have supporters who are black. That does not mean that they automatically are representative of the entire black Democratic electorate.
So, yeah, he should be asked, is Donald Trump a racist?
Exactly. Like, having the support of a black person means you are supported by a single black person. It doesn't make you not racist. Exactly. Yeah. It turns out we white folk have been under the impression that black people are a hive mind. So if you have one black friend, you have all black friends. Turns out that's not how it works. Actually, learning moment for all of us hive-minded white folk.
Just because he appointed Ben Carson to be this as head of housing and urban development, he has a black friend.
Go ahead, Brian.
I was gonna say, I just think that the Democrats feel as though they own political blackness, and I don't mean that in the way like Candace Owens is always like Democrats have black people on the plantation. I just mean it in terms of like what they feel as though they are the party that is capable of weaponizing and mobilizing the idea of blackness and black people and black people's issues at the political level. And the fact that they have black people in their party, gives them some legitimacy, along with the fact that black people vote for them. But we see how they use it. We see that it's always used to be pushing for neoliberal aims.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, it's classic sort of Zionist, like, oh, you're just doing this because you're anti-Semitic. Well, you're just doing this because you're anti-white.
Exactly.
And it also combines with what he said recently in that Zoom debate with Jamal Bowman, where he called out Jamal Bowman for saying he wasn't representative of the district, and he's more representative of Dearborn, Michigan,
and San
Francisco, California. I mean, you can't get a more clear dog whistle of this guy's got those those Muslims and gays from outside of Westchester and that area of NY 16. I mean, in what world is this guy, even at this point in time, in the era we are living in? How is this guy even like a milquetoast Democrat? This guy is a conservative.
Yep.
This guy is so behind. Even for this district, I mean, the idea that like this district is super conservative.
No, like that's the thing. That's what I was trying to tell you guys the other day when we covered the Bowman debate. Like, Latimer in New York, the Democrats are the only game in town. Okay, you're not gonna win as a Republican, and so a lot of genuinely deeply conservative people run within the Democratic Party. The right-left dynamic just plays out within the Democratic Party. Like that's how it functions, you know?
This district contains a chunk of the Northern Bronx. I mean, this district is like, I think it is majority white, but it's also like something like 20% Latino and like 30% black, or maybe those numbers are flipped. But it's not like upstate white district. So this guy does not represent this district. I'm sorry.
I mean, I think it's also just clear from the past few months that the Democratic Party is using the genocide of Palestinians by Israel as a mechanism, and also like the sort of confusion around the morality of that at home amongst their base as a push to purge some of the more progressive elements of the Democratic Party out of the party. You know, they know that if they continue to allow them to be in the party, they might not be able to use this issue to drive a wedge in their base and their voters, because the tide is turning on that. So I think we're seeing a push against a lot of the more progressive, politicians or Democratic Party by AIPAC, by the Democrats, by Hillary Clinton, to just remove them from the party. Now they're no longer useful.
Knowing that it's Republican money that's disproportionately going into AIPAC, and that's how they're doing it. It's Republican money flowing in, and I know that there are certain kinds of Democrats who are more than happy with it, but that's an understanding. It's like, no, we are actively happier to have Republican influence in this district than a progressive influence, and that kind of says everything about the Democrats' relationship with its base.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about the Emmett Till thing, that's not the only thing. If he had a history of stand up for racial justice and progressive politics, everyone would just think of that thing he tweeted about Emmett Till and deleted was a weird moment. But instead, he's a giant recipient of AIPAC money.
Yeah.
And talking about how he doesn't want to tax rich people. And that is a racist organization,
Good morning,
AIPAC is. And people should be aware, because I think this is really, really important that we confront what this is, which is an assault on our political system by Zionists. It happened in the UK after Jeremy Corbyn won, and there's this multi-part series by Al Jazeera that everyone should watch, who cares at all about any of these politicians, the Labour files. And it goes into a conspiracy by supporters of Israel to attack people as anti-Semitic, despite the fact that there was actually quantitatively more investigations into anti-Semitism after Corbyn got in than after. You wouldn't know that based on the narrative spread about that. They will try that here because that's the main play that they have, and that's the play that like the ADL has been when ADL was smearing Edward Said in the 80s as if he had a bomb vest under his suit when he would appear on television appearances. Like, this is the playbook.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's right.
I'm gonna check that out now. I think Matt has.
All
really
right,
good
folks. Let's take a quick call here.
Which is why AOC should not be reaching out to Zionists to talk about hate, but we don't need to get into that.
That's a whole nother thing.
I'm completely unaware of this. Does anyone know what Matt's talking about?
That was
Disaster.
I think she wants to run for Senate. I think that's what that is.
She's gonna help purge the like. I don't like to be too alarmist, and I think like obviously relative to most Congress people, AOC is like top 5. But that is very dangerous. And if the staffers for the squad don't watch like the labor files or aren't familiar with what happened there, it's going to happen here. And the first way you do it is have people presented as experts on anti-Semitism that are telling you that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism have a weird overlap. That you know we're not.
Does anyone know what Matt's talking about with AOC? I'm out of the loop on this one, like almost completely. If any of you have an inkling, I'd appreciate the direction. Thank you kindly. Anyone? Bueller? Hadn't heard about this either. Okay, let's just take a quick gander. AOC Zionists experts. Oh, is this it? No? News? I guess she said in a statement a few days ago, like, progressive movement is undermined when Israel criticism crosses a line into anti-Semitism. Let's see. Okay. AOC hosted a talk on Monday with Jewish Council for Public Affairs CEO Amy Spittelnick and public policy strategist and activist Stacey Burdett, centered on rising reports of anti-Semitism in the U.S. amid college campus protests condemning Israel's government. New York Congresswoman stressed criticism of Israel is not automatically anti-Semitic, but stressed that anti-Semitism is on the rise. Okay. Okay, I think Matt is objecting not just to the full video, but to agreeing to this type of media appearance at all. Right? Like, what is this group? Is like this group like objectionable? Oh, okay, yeah. In 2021, the DC chapter of the Sunrise Movement called for the removal of the JCPA, the National Council of Jewish Women, and the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism from a voting rights coalition due to their Israeli ties and support for Zionism. Sunrise DC apologized after Jewish organizations condemned the chapter for anti-Semitism. Okay. So I'm not sure if this organization is Zionist or not, just that it was at one point accused of being Zionist. But I, from just cursory Google search, I don't know. Okay. Honestly, I don't see the harm in this particular media appearance. but I think I can kind of see what Matt is getting at here. I want to.
We can't be really certain if we don't watch like the labor files or aren't familiar with what happened there. It's going to happen here, and the first way you do it is have people presented as experts on anti-Semitism that are telling you that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism have a weird overlap that you know we can't be really certain about defining, but you might cost people jobs, and it is absolutely can't be tolerated at all. But it's being written into legislation, and so like.
Okay, I understand Matt's point a lot more here, because this is actually being written like these types of like experts are being called upon to write language for some of these bills, and the language in those bills that is being condemned are like broad, kind of nebulous redefinitions of anti-Semitism. You're like slowly expanding the scope of what can be considered anti-Semitism, and then on top of that you have you know, people claiming authority that they may or may not have to speak on these issues, and expertise that they might not have to speak on these issues, and that can lead you down a very slippery slope where, you know, you're doing that today for this relatively reasonable media appearance, and tomorrow you might be doing it with, you know, thoughtlessly just kind of making an appearance with somebody who claims to be an expert, who claims to be an advocate for all the right things, but is actually not.
Like it's an emergency.
Voight Lives Matter said, is this emblematic of a right shift in overall national politics? It seems like Dems are over progressive measures and just would rather lean right. Well, I think they do this a lot during an election year, but I think that the Biden administration, despite early on and some of the antitrust stuff trying to incorporate some of the Bernie-esque platform planks and whatever cachet Elizabeth Warren thought she got by cozying up to Biden fairly early on, it's worn out. It's worn out. And they're operating once again like they did in the 90s and the 2000s. It's just a question of when will liberals realize that them pivoting to the right is going to only accelerate us into a fascist decline. Christopher H.I. says, Mondare endorsed Latimer. I can't believe I campaigned for that guy. Glad I don't live in that district anymore. Yep, it's insane.
People like Mondare and Fetterman are why it's so hard to actually get people to support, you know, good, like say Ilhan Omar, AOC, despite my, you know, pretty severe reservations about her lately. But yeah, it's demobilizing, and it's exactly what you know. I remember this documentary on. The Peter Pomerantsev on Russia, and it went into, and Adam Curtis also did a little bit on inspired by that, but about how they would put money into all sorts of things so you wouldn't really know. Like that's what's going on here too. It's not just in Russia where money plays every side so it can win whatever the outcome.
Hogtown says, don't know if you guys saw that Hillary Clinton endorsed Latimer, thereby cementing
conspiracy by supporters of Israel to attack people as anti-Semitic, despite the fact that there was actually quantitatively more investigations into anti-Semitism after Corbyn got in than after. You wouldn't know that based on the narrative spread about that. They will try that here because that's the main play that they have, and that's the play that like the ADL has been when ADL was smearing Edward Said in the 80s as if he had a bomb vest under his suit when he would appear on television appearances. Like this is the playbook.
Yeah. Yep. That's right. All right, folks. Let's take a quick call here.
Which is why AOC should not be reaching out to Zionists to talk about hate, but we don't need to get into that.
That's a whole nother thing. That was
disaster.
I think she wants to run for Senate. I think that's what that is.
She's going to help purge the, like, I don't like to be too alarmist, and I think, like, obviously relative to most Congress people, AOC is like top 5. But that is very dangerous, and if the staffers for the squad don't watch, like, the labor files or aren't familiar with what happened there, it's going to happen here, and the first way you do it is have people presented as experts on anti-Semitism that are telling you that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism have a weird overlap that, you know, we can't be really certain about defining, but you might cost people jobs, and it is absolutely can't be tolerated at all, but it's being written into legislation.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's an emergency.
You know, maybe we'll watch that AOC appearance tomorrow. I wanna know, like, better what he's talking about, so that I can speak more on it. I do think that there is validity to the idea that Israel-backed organizations use their influence in the UK to smear Corbyn as an anti-Semite, unfoundedly, and I think that they could be taking a lot of what they learned and applying it in this election cycle. So I think that there's validity to that idea. Yeah, Rhombus, I think basically what he's saying, if I can kind of like summarize it here. In very basic terms, if you seed a narrative to a group of people, and that group of people are paid bad actors or bad faith actors that are like coming in for the purposes of smearing you or your group, that is kind of the process of how people have their political careers destroyed. Like Jeremy Corbyn, who was basically undone by accusations of anti-Semitism. So what Matt is saying is that he's worried that AOC might be going down the path of kind of seeding the narrative while also becoming kind of a tool that can be used against like a left coalition. So that's what he's worried about. Does that make more sense? Maybe? A little bit? Hopefully it helps. I feel like that's the best I can do. Yeah, not just Corbyn. Corbyn was like the figurehead, but like basically the entire left flank of UK politics was taken out by these accusations of rampant anti-Semitism that were, to my understanding, fairly baseless. Also, my skin looks so good today. Right, AOC herself isn't compromised, but the truth is malleable to the ghouls who draw support from AIPAC. Yeah, and it's the kind of thing where if you continue to seed that narrative, it can be easier to seed it in the future. And like the support staff around her might not be aware that that's even happening. And like in a similar way, Corbyn and his brand of politics was brought down, AOC and her brand of politics could be brought down. You know?
Voight Lives Matter said, is this emblematic of a right shift in overall national politics? It seems like Dems are over progressive measures and just would rather lean right. Well, I think they do this a lot during an election year, but I think that the Biden administration, despite early on and some of the antitrust stuff trying to incorporate some of the Bernie-esque platform planks and whatever cachet Elizabeth Warren thought she got by cozying up to Biden fairly early on, it's worn out. It's worn out. And they're operating once again like they did in the 90s and the 2000s. It's just a question of when will liberals realize that them pivoting to the right is gonna only accelerate us into a fascist decline. Christopher H.I. says, Mondare endorsed Latimer. I can't believe I campaigned for that guy. Glad I don't live in that district anymore. Yep, it's insane.
People like Mondare and Fetterman.
By the way, this is one of the things, you know, we're going out there to canvas, but this is one of the things that you kind of open yourself up to when you care about anything enough. You can get burned. But just keep in mind that, like, though we might get burned, like, it's the fight is still worth it. The organizing work goes beyond just any one election cycle. And on top of that, like, the battle that we win today was worth it, even if the person who won isn't as good as we thought they were.
Are why it's so hard to actually get people to support, you know, good, like say Ilhan Omar, AOC, despite my, you know, pretty severe reservations about her lately. But yeah, it's demobilizing, and it's exactly what you know. I remember this documentary on the Peter Pomerantsev on Russia, and it went into, and Adam Curtis also did a little bit on inspired by that, but about how they would put money into all sorts of things so you wouldn't really.
Kitsune Cavalier, it's not that it is anti-Semitic to critique Israel's policies. It's that so many people conflate, and so many people, including the Israeli state, conflate Judaism with Israel. You see? And so that in turn becomes kind of a defense mechanism where, like, the Israeli state can say, oh, you're criticizing Israel? That's because you hate Jews. Like, that can be one of their reflexive defense cards.
No, like that's what's going on here too. It's not just in Russia where money plays every side so it can win whatever the outcome.
Hogtown says, don't know if you guys saw that Hillary Clinton endorsed Latimer, thereby cementing her death spiral into irrelevancy.
Yep.
One can only hope. Pinterest MILF says, say what you want about Latimer, but that MFer doesn't need to look both ways before crossing the street.
Okay.
Ramona Frankenstein said, so basically what Latimer is saying is don't believe women. That's a message that should resonate with a liberal audience. Totally.
I don't know if, well...
It needs to be more widely disseminated, because in the NBA championship last night, what do I see?
The party project... Yeah,
more ads against Jamal Bowman.
The party apparatus is really strong, and I don't know if you can really count on liberals' principles over propaganda.
Majority Report wardrobe coordinator. Latimer's original draft in response to that question was much funnier. I am Andrew Cuomo, and like Andrew Cuomo, I am gay, I am Muslim, I am black, I am Emmett Till. Fart Twain says, how sad was Latimer when he had to throw out his Cuomo-sexual sweatshirt?
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at...
A surprise, Sam Cedar. Anyway, folks, if you'd like to come out and organize with me, come on down. Here's the link. Oh my god, that is too long of a link for me to copy and paste. Here, I'm going to copy and paste the link to this video, and in the show notes, you can find a bunch of links to volunteer for Jamal Bowman. Go do it if you can. He needs the help. He needs the help. Here, I'm gonna talk to Ronnie. Look, we found Witch Bay.
Oh, again we cross paths. I believe I said my name was Rena when last we met. It pleaseth me to see Torrent hale and hearty, but tarnished. What business hast thou here? I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
No particular reason.
In particular, thou claimest. Intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this reunion. Wilt thou enter into my service? I am the witch Rani. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before. Well, has that roused thy interest?
Serve Ranny the Witch.
I see. A choice well made. Thou art a rare sword. Not many would have accepted the offer, but I require as much of those under my command. I anticipate good work from thee.
Yeah, my character is pretty cool.
Good.
I like her.
Then I ask we proceed with haste. There is in my service a half-wolven warrior by the name of Blythe. I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron, the Eternal City. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Take from him the particulars. Ah, and there wilt thou find Egi, my war counselor, and Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts also. Heed not their peculiarities. Feel secure in gaining from them what advantage thou canst. I am sure the others will be doing just the same. Speak with the three who await. Thou needst not indulge them unduly, but they too wish to appraise thy worth. It hath been a passing long time since a newcomer entered my service after all.
Good night, OS Crane. About ready to wrap up myself. We've been going for over 7 hours. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, super chats, memberships, all that stuff, because that would allow me to continue making this show.
Oh, so you were the one. Lady Rani has explained everything. Again, I am Iji, the Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith and Lady Rani's war counselor. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with Blythe. I will give you whatever guidance I can, and pray for your success. My apologies for the misleading words of warning. I never imagined that an audience, let alone service to Lady Rani, was in your fate. I, for one, should have seen it, but I did not. Do forgive me. My fellow, let us give all that we can of ourselves, together, for Lady Rani. Let us give all together.
Long time, friend. Blythe. If you've forgotten. Glad to have you in the service of Mistress Rani. Well, getting right to business. I'm still in Limgrave. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below, see if I can. Don't keep me waiting, eh?
I see. You must be Rani's new hireling. Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Salavis, preceptor in the sorcerous arts. I don't know what it is the mistress sees in a provincial tarnished like you, but since we have the misfortune of serving the same lady, I ask that you kindly try not to drag us all down with you. I reside in another tower close by. Come and pay me a visit, should you wish to be of actual service to Mistress Rani. If it were up to me, I wouldn't waste my time on the likes of you. But who am I to stand against the wishes of my lady?
I'm really sad that we don't get the opportunity to kill him.
If it were up to me, but who am I?
I hate him so much. He's so gross. Okay, we got one last thing to do. Wait, why? Oh. Wait, what? Was I not supposed to leave yet? There we go. It like instanced. That was weird. I've never experienced that before in this game. You got the Nepheli puppet this time. Oh no. Sad day. I mean, I didn't do it. I'm just saying someone else did. This is such a hard area to find. I'm really surprised people found it at all.
Oh, you? Sorry, Your Worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pidia, servant to the Carrion royal family.
It took 3 years of listening to Jack say you don't need to be kind and understanding to Nazis and people who want you dead for me to finally get it. Really? Like, what caused it to click?
Your Worship. Other than the puppets, there are some very fine things up here in this storeroom. Why not pick something out before you go? But please, can you offer poor ill-starred Pidia a little something by way of compensation?
I've heard that there's some evidence that Pidia is like actually the one, like is actually like puppeteering Celivis. I think that's interesting. I don't know if it's true or not. Streaks of amber light. I have no idea what that is. "24 years in the making, a new train moves for the first time." Well, you know, you guys know I'm a slut for trains. That's pretty fucking cool. It's such a pretty old girl. Amazing stuff. Gonna finish buying some stuff from Pidia.
Please.
Good morning, tipster. How you doing? Hope you slept well.
Please.
Just up way too early? Yeah, I'm up way too late. We're crossing paths, you and I. Alright. I gonna be done for now, because I am incredibly tired. I've been streaming for over 7 hours. Thank you to all the fine folks who hit the follow button, like Fragrant Piss, Elias Deput, Corey Malleus, Homo Krygoat, Björnjolf Verts, Ganiano, Lucas Arax, Dirty Gravity, K Purvis, Louise Bordeaux, Crow Beamer, Fisher, Ella Nueva, Newt 3K. Yeah, Fragrant Piss is the most recent member of the Riverboat crew, apparently. Yep. And thanks for all of you for watching. I really appreciate it. You can tell I'm tired because I'm like, I really appreciate it. I'm like speaking a little weird. But thanks all for being here. And last call for subs and donos. And I am off to bed for approximately 3 hours. Let's see. Let's raid you in someplace cozy. Oh, we got Doodleburb. Doodleburb's playing Kingdom Hearts. You guys go hang out with them. They are such a cutie. They've been streaming for almost 10 hours. God damn. I gotta say, the animation is really crisp on this guy. On the Kingdom Hearts guy. Alright. Bye.